Good morning. Morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, July the 10th. We got about, 9 minutes to go?
Just because of, you mean the attention that they've been able to generate? Financial results have been strong. WWE has been rocking. There's a lot going right.
Okay, we got 8 minutes. 8 minutes. All right, so Meta is up this morning. Okay, I have the 650 call spread that I need to exit.
And like I feel like it's kind of the same thing with sports now, even too. It's like you're not just trying to get people who are into the sport, but you're getting people who are into it just to pay attention to storylines. Sure. What's your comic? You're a comic guy. No, what? You know, I'm really not an MMA guy. I'm a boxing guy. I'm a boxing guy. I'm a Canelo guy. You're a Zuffa fan. MIT fan. Yeah, there you go. But the thing that keeps blowing my mind about MMA and UFC and that whole industry, UFC's become a cultural thing. A few years ago, it was more of a niche fighting sport. It is objectively more brutal than boxing. There is more blood. There is more violence. But there is an audience to that. It has become a massive, massive spectacle. The thing that blows my
All right.
combat sport is that the pay-per-view model still exists. That has not broken down yet. What other sport could you go to people and say, "Oh, you want to watch this every week? Yeah, give me $100 a fight, and then maybe I'll let you put it on your TV." What a mind-blowing proposition that has not fallen apart.
That's a good point. I went to one of the fights, I think, last year. It is amazing to go and watch something literally get knocked out in front of you. And
It's a tough
at a
game.
moment, like you're in there, you're having a hot dog match.
You're eating.
Yeah, I had a nice Coke Zero. All of a sudden, boom! The guy was out. He was done.
Now, Brian,
He's the bummer that guy.
Were you-
Like it's there.
were you in the splash zone?
No, I was on the. Give me a second here. I was on the.
Good morning.
And the sports go away. I think what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's just amazing.
Yeah, Stephen, I don't know. I think he went into the hospital or was not feeling well for a while there. When I look back, the messages, let's see.
As always.
All right, that does it for morning brief. I'm back with opening bid coming up. Same guy, a bunch of new analysis.
Yeah, I don't know. It was with us from the beginning, though. Okay, watching Meta. All right, let me get that ready to go. That order. Meta.
Ear infection. Ear. It sounds like you're in a tunnel. It's in his ear. Ear infection. E-A.
Protect your pet from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Now, here's something you didn't realize. Just now, you're probably overpaying for your hotel. That's right. It's not your fault, really. It's just the same hotel has way too many prices on way too many sites. Unless, of course, you check Trivago. On Trivago, you can compare prices.
Okay, we got 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go.
You can save up to 40%. And just like that, goodbye overpaying.
Wow. Let me guess. Trivago?
You know it. Hotel Trivago.
There's so many eye doctors on ZocDoc. Too smiling. Dr. Banton is great, but he likes to keep conversation to a minimum.
Is the network sick?
Okay, what's SpaceX doing? SpaceX.
That almost made me happy.
Embarrassing.
I hate being happy.
You've got options.
Still inside of yesterday's range. No follow through.
My name is Daniel Curry. Currently, I work as an additive manufacturing engineer working on rocket engines. Autodesk was one of the most impactful software when I was first kind of getting into all of this. Anyone with a laptop or in some cases tablets, you can start 3D modeling things really, really easily now. Rendering and a bunch of other things that are now part of my normal workflow as a variety of other high-level things. A lot of that initial understanding and experience came from just dipping my toes in with Autodesk in 2016.
Three minutes. Okay, what's going on? Okay. So utilities. What's Tesla doing? Tesla. All right, Tesla's moving up. All right, Tesla on the move. Tesla's popping here. Amazon. Meta. Meta. 665. 665. Okay, so that's a nice jump in Meta. Okay, what's Micron doing? Micron. Okay, we're about to open here. I'll come back to that in a minute. Meta. Looking good. Let me just get this going here.
I come to you today locked in on the market debut for South Korean chiplet S.
Okay, I'm out of Meta for now.
How this one lands in the market's got major implications.
Okay, NVIDIA turning up. NVIDIA. Of course, we want to wait for opening range, but a lot of these are popping up. Look for profit taking. Let's see, S&P 500 starting to shoot a bit higher. Let's take a look at hedge flows to start and GEX. Okay, this looks okay.
So interesting, exciting Friday here for this company, and dare I say, the broader markets. On the open big round table for today, Mark Hogan, B. Riley, Welch, strategist, alongside the Alpine Gray and Jared Woodbury. Good to see you all. Are coming to you. Are you as excited about SK Hynix coming to market as those people ring that bell?
I will tell you this. I think the real important takeaway from this, very much like SpaceX, is capital markets are working, right? So I think we've gone for a long period of time not having enough publicly traded companies. This is a very large one. They actually floated more than SpaceX did. The big difference here is they actually had revenues and earnings, which I think are very important. So I think it's an exciting debut.
Okay. S&P rising. Meta still going here. Meta. Looks like that's going to be a hell of a day for Meta.
Does it also prove, as we start to get some more of these big game IPOs over the next 12 to 18 months, whether it's OpenAI, Anthropic, but I think you made a very important point there. SK Hynix, I think, is a, well, I guess you can make the argument, maybe a little more.
Okay, let's see what else is looking good here.
You're seeing that company raise a lot of money, Space raise a lot of money.
Meta.
Space actually are trading below, below their IPO target, or IPO price this week.
SRXH.
Yeah, well, there's a big difference between the two companies, right? Obviously, having a company like SK, which is doing a great job, and
Meta.
revenues are exploding.
Okay. Micron, what's Micron doing? It's probably going to be down, right? Micron, SK Hynix, competition, gapping down, Micron.
Two different investors, I think, but certainly they get strong fundamental case for almost all of the semiconductors.
Broadcom, we're looking for that to get back above the 50-day. We'll be getting back into that. Oracle down again. Okay, most likely going to see selling in Micron. Now that ex-dividend, today's ex-dividend. A lot of chips are down this morning. People maybe selling to buy Hynix. I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea. Coinbase, Intel, Microsoft.
Most of these issues. But what was really positive this week, I'm going to show you a year-to-date chart of the stocks. That's the Philly Semiconductor Index.
Okay, Microsoft.
And this was a former, it's now
let's see. Here's Micron, Microsoft. Gapping up this morning, Microsoft. Meta.
We are seeing the dip bought right when it needs to be.
And then, do you think this is just profit taking? Because it's hard to make a case that Micron is going to come out 3 months from now and post a horrible quarter.
Yeah, that's right. And if you take a look at
okay, the looks pretty good on the NASDAQ 100. We've got about 50 stocks advancing, 340 stocks advancing. We're at 350 on Core 1M. This is not going to end well. OPEX probably next week. We got positive gamma that we're dealing with, so dips will get bought like they were yesterday. But got to tell you, Core 1M is down here, circling the toilet bowl. I can't believe how low this is. Jeez.
the memory trade in particular.
Now this comes against a backdrop of we're getting ready for earnings season.
CRC.
It happens, what, four times a
SNC
year,
next.
from now until
CRC2.
GMM.
Okay. Futures, just watching. Keep an eye on these.
First and foremost, the first week is always the big banks, right? And the big banks are all trading the money center banks.
350.
So that reaction function is much more difficult, right? Even if you have a great quarter, you beat on the top of bottom line, you raise guidance. I think the key thing to think about for the financials is everyone's going to be talking about trading revenues, and they were likely massive again in the second quarter as they were in the first quarter. I think the guidance going forward, I think on balance, this is going to be another quarter where we're going to wait and see what the hyperscalers have to say about spending. And as it is brought up, they're likely not going to talk about cutting spending. They're likely to pull forward even more spending in this year into next. I think that's going to be a positive driver for that trade.
Okay, Apple on the move.
Factor behind these banks trading record highs. There has to be more at play here than the market expecting big profits because a lot of these IPOs are coming to market. The M&A activity is picked up. Is it in part expectations of even fatter profits?
Okay, Microsoft looks okay.
Should we get an interest rate increase?
All right, New York Fangs look okay. The way we ended yesterday, pretty strong close. So positive gamma.
About 8x what it was last year. M&A activity is 10x what it was last year. Clearly, the IPO calendar is very hot, so that's a big piece of the puzzle. I think it's a sector that underperformed in the first quarter and is finally playing catch up in the second quarter. I think it's got more to do to catch up, and I think the earnings growth trajectory for the financial sector writ large is probably one of the best of the 11 sectors across the S&P 500.
And Nez, what's on your radar screen for earnings?
Well, for the banks, it's going to be
NVIDIA on the move, looking good. NVIDIA. Okay, thank you, Frano. NVIDIA looking good. Looking for an opening range breakout. Here's yesterday's opening range, that orange line.
Jared, how about you?
Yeah, I'm going to fast forward to the big tech trade, the hyperscalers, week 2, 3, 4. The bar is no longer just beating estimates. The bar is beating estimates, raising the second half guide, showing that AI dollars are turning into earnings.
Micron's going.
Not just depreciation. We talk a lot about the spending and capex. That is going to be key too, but I think we're going to be hearing more about depreciation.
Yeah.
All this investment that
NVIDIA.
needs to be paid back at a
So far, chips are holding up pretty well.
And so margins can get squeezed by this, by yesterday's earnings and investments. So I think we're going to have kind of a rubber meets the road situation, not just in this quarter, but I mean going out the next year. That's what I'm going to be focused on.
Yeah, I'm going to sing let's say Oracle and Meta.
Okay, what's SoFi doing? I see SoFi is up this morning.
Going to raise again our capex. In fact,
SoFi finally breaking out. SoFi.
I think that is a trigger. That's kind of the canary in the coal mine. Oracle has been my canary for a year, and they have not had a lot of positive surprises. Nevertheless, the market has held up. But Meta, not quite a hyperscaler, but still deeply embedded in the AI trade. I think that's going to raise a lot of eyebrows should that happen.
Art, are you a buyer?
Okay, SoFi needs to clear 2050, and then we'll get that breakout underway.
Pretty much, it's like Alphabet, underperforming the S&P 500 year to date.
Okay, SoFi looking good. Here's SoFi. I think I created a chart for SoFi, right? Yeah, this is the measured move. SoFi.
The data center built out, the industrials that play into that, et cetera. So I just think it's more about the capex story than it is necessarily about the profitability. To Jared's point, some of these names that are massive spenders.
Okay, futures. We're looking for futures to hold up here. Dips will probably get bought.
The one thing that I'm watching, I'm very interested to hear about how AI disruption is explained on these earnings calls. I wrote a story earlier in the week. Talk about AI disruption in earnings calls has only increased. I think it's at a record high. I'm very interested to see where the next round of big layoffs out of big cuts is coming.
Yeah, and we've seen these sort of headlines from companies that talking about downsizing and how they're utilizing AI and the productivity with AI. But the hard numbers is really what would be nice to have, what the street would also want. And you had a Goldman Sachs study not that long ago that was talking about productivity and about AI, and the companies mentioning this a lot. But then how do you really translate that to the bottom line? So that'll be interesting to see going forward.
Okay, looks like some profit taking on this little bounce that we had from some of these chips.
I just posted a story on the Hindenburg. I joked many years about this, what this might mean, but I believe
Nike, what are you doing, Nike? All right. NVIDIA. Okay, we're waiting for the opening range. So got a few minutes. Futures are pulling back a bit. Okay, let's see. Meta is up big time. Okay, Meta. All right, fading the opening range high. This is probably going to be the opening range high right here. Strategy, MSTR. That's a doji for now. Number 3 on the NASDAQ 100, Shopify. Shopify looks strong.
I'm not expecting you to tell me you're a big Hindenburg only watcher. Maybe you are. You can tell me if you are. That's cool. But are there other formations in the market you're seeing that are giving you concern, or other moves in the markets that are leaving you a little concerned heading further?
No, I guess the other side of that actually, because I think Jerry hit it on the head. The market's broadening out. So the biggest issue for short sellers in this marketplace has been BD. Perhaps they got it right on the Mag 7, but they got it wrong on the semiconductors. Perhaps they got it right on the software, but they got it wrong on the broader market. The broader market is
Okay, New York Fangs look okay for now, mostly up.
It's had 18 moves that are plus 1% or minus 1%, and it's flat over that 30-day period. So it's absorbing a lot of volatility because the market's broadening out. I think that's very important. I think Jared hit it on the head. And yes, the climate is the most important thing right now. And it would be
Yeah, another one I have to work up is the Titanic syndrome. That's another one of my favorite formations, Jared, as you know.
Well, you say the word Titanic and markets and Hindenburg. I'm ready to hit the sell button here. I get the underlying data. There are things to be concerned about, but
Waiting for the opening range on these chip stocks. This is Micron, NVIDIA, Marvell, pulling back. On Semiconductor, ARM Holdings, inside day. Intel, spinning top doji below the 50-day. So the semis have been taking a break for the last couple of weeks. We got SK Hynix coming on the markets today. Let's see, MSTU. Okay, doji. 218.
My son is Winston and he's 8 months old.
226.
My son has a brain tumor. My parents have donated for years ever since I was a child. I remember my mom talking about St. Jude. I just never thought that
232.
I would ever be them.
238. Okay, MSTR. MSTR is the top. Okay, MSTR is the top of the NASDAQ 100 right now. MSTR. Give it a few minutes. Okay, NVIDIA going some more. NVIDIA more.
Now here's something you didn't realize just now. You're probably overpaying for your hotel. That's right. Not your fault, really. It's just the same hotel.
Okay, NVIDIA.
And too many sites.
All right, it's holding near yesterday's opening range high over here on the left. NVIDIA, Meta. I want to do something with Meta. Let's see if it fades a little bit more. Okay, so what's the news, Frano? What's the news? Meta. EU warns Meta to change addictive Facebook, Instagram, or face a fine. I mean, how do you change it? How do you change it? people are interested in what they're interested in. So the EU is going to, several people are going to dictate who watches what. Kind of authoritarian. Can't even say the word. All right. Facing some federal lawsuits too, 4 states. Okay, Meta start producing its Iris AI chip after 6-week tests. They launched Muse Spark 1, a paid multimodal developer model for multi-step reasoning. Okay, so that's cool. All right, I think that's what you mentioned, right, Brano? Okay. Oracle, okay, still hanging out here. I think the hubbub yesterday had to do with people buying because ex-dividend. Okay, just waiting for the markets. Waiting for the markets. Best Buy, looking good, breaking out. Best Buy. Best Buy looks like, to me, looks like Paticus, looks like Dell from yesterday.
Much anticipated UFC fight with Conor McGregor airing on Paramount Plus on Saturday. Have you thinking about the fractured state of big media, but it also has me questioning why shares of WWE and UFC are 2.80 are down 10% year to date. I almost understand this. This UFC fight comes a few weeks removed from the.
All right, so let's look at Dell. Dell also with a squeeze, trying to follow through and break out. All right, so Best Buy looking good. Best Buy.
Because they've had really highly publicized UFC events, a lot of eyeballs, a lot of big numbers. Like, what's going on? Sure. So Middle East exposure is probably the best.
All right, Best Buy looks good.
And F1, which is Formula One and MotoGP, both have just under 10% revenue exposure to the Middle East and to the region. But as you have seen tensions in the region, investors are worried that they won't be able to host events in Saudi Arabia.
NVIDIA still going. NVIDIA still going. There it goes. NVIDIA, I have a position, so I haven't added to it or anything. NVIDIA.
We think that as we move through time, that should be a relief and an overhang as the market gets more comfortable.
NVIDIA looks good.
But I think the other concern is just this fear that this is as good as it gets. As you alluded to, the UFC deal with Peace Guy was a $7.7 billion deal. And many people say,
okay, so those August 200s, I took the rest off near the close yesterday. I do have 215, 225 call spreads on NVIDIA. All right, so looking for these to start to kick in. Looking good.
It's a huge fragmenting market, right? Everyone's trying to vie for your attention, and that's increasing at an increasing rate. And sports are the one thing that really bring everyone together, as we see with the World Cup right now, as we've seen with the Knicks, as we've seen with the UFC Freedom 250 fight. And we think that's only going to increase as we get more and more content coming at us, that the sports are really the thing that accrue all of the value.
Does it still make sense to have a
I think it does, yes. I think the TKO team, led by Ari Emanuel, Mark Shapiro, I think they're excellent operators.
NVIDIA looks good. Let's see, Micron, Bill getting a bounce. Nice bounce.
Dana White running UFC is incredible. He's done such a good job. But I do think there are real synergies and learnings, especially on the partnership and sponsorship side. And these shared learnings are only going to grow.
Okay.
One thing that doesn't get enough attention is
Microsoft fading the open. S&P, let's take a look at hedge flows now, a little bit later. Starting to rise. Okay, we have no real big news today. No news.
So the biggest area to push back on Paramount with Warner Brothers Discovery and the agreement this should get done
Right. Alibaba's on the move. Okay. Thank you. Tesla's on the move here. Tesla moving. Micron moving for Brother Bill. Tesla's turning back up. Okay. We're above the 50 day. Tesla above the 50 day. Okay, we got 9 minutes to go for the opening range. We're looking for some triggers. Okay, strategy, MSTR. Doji for now, Shopify. Okay, going down the list. Shopify, Dexcom, number 4 on the NASDAQ 100. Dexcom breaking higher. Dexcom. Thomson Reuters, TRI. Cleared the 50 days, trying to build a little base and maybe push off. Number 7, actually number 6 now, NVIDIA continues. Looks good. Baker Hughes. I'm sorry, Booking.com. Baker Hughes. Booking.com. So there was a few experts, talking heads on this morning, talking about travel and leisure. Very strong. They thought the host was saying, "Oh, well, maybe travel is slowing down." The talking heads were saying no. It was a panel of people. Let's see, Marriott. Let's see what Marriott looks like. Dalmar. Marriott. Okay, host hotels. Okay, let's see what's actually moving right now. Okay, Meta, Warehouser, building products. Cheap, triple bottom, Warehouser. Forestry products. 3 times bottom. Bouncing. Warehouser. What's the was it Boise Cascade? Warehouser looks pretty good. You can see here. Boise Cascade? No, BCC. BCC. Boise Cascade. There you go. I knew I remember that one. Okay, also BCC. Also Boise Cascade. Louisiana Pacific. Louisiana Pacific. I forget that symbol. LP. What is it? Louisiana. You think I know this one? Louisiana LPX. 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 Okay, back to what's working. Coinbase strategy. Maybe strategy catches a bid.
So Netflix is actually still growing engagement. HBO is growing engagement. Obviously, short form video, things like Instagram.
Okay, let's see. Hewlett Packard. Hewlett Packard Enterprises. Okay, HPE looking good.
And ultimately, the biggest enemy of Netflix, well, they've said it's sleeves. YouTube is definitely the 800-pound gorilla, which people are concerned that as you get more AI-generated content, more user-generated content, that's going to live on other platforms. We think the news overnight from the Journal, as you alluded to, as they're going to explore more live events, they've gotten into podcasting, they're trying to capture this other time spent. And they're partnering with Spotify, actually. Are they too late to the podcast game? I don't think so.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. What's Dell doing? Dell looking for buyers to show up. All right, so buyers are showing up at the low on that little dip there. Dell turning up. Micron did the same thing. Dipped, bounced a bit. NVIDIA. All right, hanging out at the highs. We've got 5 minutes to go for the opening range. NVIDIA looking pretty smart. Consolidated for a couple of weeks at the 200-day. Back above the 5, 9, 21-day moving averages. 50-day is next. RSI rising. MACD and stochastics have crossed, recycled. Now we just need to see some volume to indicate that institutions are in fact interested as we are. Okay. Netflix is off. Microsoft is off. Looking for shorts to cover on those two. Meta. Looking to do something with Meta, but I'll give it a minute or two. I'm waiting for the opening range.
Running your first 5K? Hard. His first day behind the wheel? Little bumpy. Choosing a name for your first. Not easy. Progressive understands first times can be challenging. It's why we created the Up Payment Program. Down payment assistance for first time home buyers. Because first times are easier with a little help. Learn more at progressive.com/open the house.
Tired of paying retail prices for name brand furniture? Take advantage of factory direct prices at America's Furniture Warehouse in Myrtle Beach with over 90,000 square feet of name brand furniture, jam-packed ready for delivery with factory direct prices. Visit America's Furniture Warehouse today.
Okay, so now what?
Weight Watchers members get meds and support for fewer side effects,
Now that I'm eating the right things, I feel so much better.
helping them lose up to 29% more weight.
I know what to do.
More support, designed for more weight loss.
JLHL may res in 10 seconds. QBTZ. RGTZ. JZXN. MSTZ.
Candy Crush. Download now. NBB.
Time for a game break.
NVDL.
Grab your remote. How do you like the
NVDX.
6 trivia?
KLZE. STX.
NBB.
It's so lucky to have this life.
We have something we want to talk to you about.
We're moving to Seattle.
NBB.
NVDL.
JLHL.
SMCX.
CPA. NBB.
BEZ. SMCX.
JLHL. PGO. JZXN.
BEZ.
EJO. JZXN.
Hello, I'm back with you for this hour as well on Market Catalyst with 30 minutes or so into the U.S. trading day.
AQPT.
All eyes on the South Korean chipware SK.
STX.
Having raised $26.5 billion in its IPO.
NVIDIA at opening range high right now. Let's see, Meta. Opening range high is a bit higher. Let's see what else is working. Micron. Opening range high just above. S&P 500. Okay, opening range high just overhead. Okay, looks like we're going to go here. Okay. Meta, very interested in Meta. Lots of strength. Futures look like they want to go. Hedge flows. Is that new right there? Okay, this built a little bit right here. 98 percentile. 98. All right, we start to see resistance at around 75, 75. $75, $75. Can we get a run today? Nokia. Okay, Nokia looking better. Okay, here goes Meta, Nokia. Nokia Doji. Okay, what's BlackBerry doing? BlackBerry, that's off as well. Micron, trying to push higher. Micron's pushing through the opening range high, different than yesterday. Yesterday, we stayed below the opening range high all day. NVIDIA looks like it's going to break through opening range high and continue. Tesla. Okay, what's Alibaba doing? Alibaba pushed above the opening range high and starting to retreat a little bit. Best Buy, S&P, S&P. Okay, Meta looks like it wants to keep going. Meta. All right, I have to mute the stream for a second.
SNDG.
I've seen the go from the lounge once. Yeah, we see it as we're walking to the back of the plane. Into the hands of the national big banks. They are cleaning up on the island of SpaceX and also the return of major deal making. It's time to pick a few of these stocks in the earnings next week.
STNID may rise in 10 seconds.
S&P is still sitting here, no follow through.
Running a little behind today. How you want me to get back there and start pulling some teeth? Waiting rooms. They can be tough for young homeowners turning into their barrels. What are you here for? I can just clean. In and out. Easy peasy. Impact tooth over here.
Good chips, NVIDIA.
What they call a grinder. Yeah, versus normally large ounces.
In 2009, our grandson Nick was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. But who would stop? I started naming my dogs after St. Jude. About 2 years ago, I received an email from a mother of a child that has the same cancer as Nick. I just thought, oh, this might be meant to be, and she told me, she said, I have the dog for you. She opened the door and Jude went straight to CJ.
She comes bombarding out like a maniac and instantly jumps on me.
St. Jude saved everything that matters to us. I don't know that we'd have CJ without that. I'm grateful.
CHSN. JLHL.
S&P fading a bit. Most stocks doing the same thing. Hit the highs and faded.
In 5 years, we have a plan laid out. And we're looking at about 6% growth per year. Food bank is going to be an absolute necessary asset behind that. Mastercard has been a customer of the bank for about 30 years. We're working on the lease line together, helping continue to grow.
JLHL.
Injuries happen when you least expect them. When they do, you need expert care right from the.
All right, Micron looking like it wants to go.
Be seen 7 days a week by the experts preferred 3-1 over any orthopedic practice in the region, keeping the Grand Strand community strong.
Okay, NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA as well, watching this opening range.
Show it to the world with just 10 minutes of self-care. Meet Omnilux Contour, an LED light therapy mask clinically proven to reduce fine lines.
So S&P Global cut Oracle's investment grade rating to the lowest level. Wow. Meta, no follow through. Tesla, can we get a runner on Tesla today? There's the opening range high up there. NVIDIA. Okay, Weyerhaeuser. Okay. It's a Friday, so I'm not going to put a lot of money on the table. HPE, because we've had a really good week. Yesterday was exceptional. It was one of the better days of the year, for me anyway. FDS. Builders First Source, BLDR. Yeah. Let's see. Baker Hughes. Excuse me. Berkshire Hathaway. Berkshire Hathaway. No, that's off. Packaging Corp of America. Nice little pop, but it faded from the highs. Okay, let's see what's actually holding the highs. Anything? A lot of wicks on these candles. Okay, Weyerhaeuser looks pretty good. Warehouser. WY. Okay, it's just sitting there for now. PayPal moving up the list. PayPal. Now, everything is shy of the opening range high. You see that? Okay, that's telling you to be cautious. Everything is shy of, okay, here's one. Seagate going. Seagate, ST8, Orb. Okay, so Seagate could be a play today. We'll watch this one. STX. They need to split this one. They need to split it. STX.
Strong premium valuations because of the strength, the expected strength in the capital markets businesses in the second quarter.
Seagate.
For the second half of the year, we're going to hear a lot about the pipelines. I think you're going to hear the pipelines are still strong.
Are these quarters and theoretically strong outlooks, Gerard, are they already factored into the valuation?
Okay, do we want to do Seagate? Volume looks pretty good so far. STX. Let me see what the options look like. STX. What is Broadcom? Okay, I want to check Broadcom too. Broadcom. Okay, we're below the opening range high and below the 50-day. So Seagate is it for now. Seagate, STX, STX. Let me see what a spread cost on this one. For say August, $133 per contract.
We still think they'll be positive, but they won't be the 20 plus we don't think. They'll be 20+% year-over-year growth numbers.
930.
That's going to be interesting to see how the stocks react to the good numbers in the second quarter of next week. Because as you know, if they put up good numbers and the stock's straight down, that would tell you that a lot of this optimism is already priced.
The positivity that is priced.
Let's see. Opening rate. The open interest not that great. September not that great. Seagate. Guess a lot of people can't afford it. Makes sense. October, November. All right, so they'll have to go with this one alone. January. All right, so have to pass on this one option-wise. If you want to buy options or shares, shares are probably a better idea because the options are too little open interest. So you get stuck in a position. When you get into an options position, you want to have at least, I like to have like 1,000 contracts or more, preferably much higher. 4,000 or 5,000 would be good. And open interest, that way, if you need to get out, you can get out. If you got 20 contracts, it's like somebody bought 20 contracts and they're the only one that's going to sell or buy. Okay, NVIDIA is still pushing. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is above its opening range high. Okay, looks like a breakout. Looks like NVIDIA is going to continue. All right, I already have a position in NVIDIA. What do I want to do with that? Roll it? No, I have August, right? Yeah, I have August, so I'm okay. I'll just sit tight with NVIDIA. What's SoFi doing? SoFi was trying to break out. Okay, that fade like it always does. Fading like it always does, SoFi. I'm sure Jeff's probably already said something about it. Let's see, what's Google doing? Google, no. Amazon, no. Apple, no. Microsoft, no. Netflix, no. Snowflake, no. Meta, Tesla, Broadcom, NVIDIA, yes. Okay, so we got 4 stocks out of 10 that look okay. On the New York FANG components, let's take a look at that. We probably got a doji, right? All right, so we got a doji. We're in the lower part of the doji gravestone. Okay, we got a little breakout, retest potentially. What's Dell doing? Dell's pushing up against the upper Bollinger Band. That could go sneaky. Yesterday it tried to go, got rejected. All right, so maybe it's just early. We're up at the opening range high on Dell. See what you guys are talking about.
It's done remarkably well and unprecedented. He's in the class by himself.
Yeah, NVIDIA does look good. NVIDIA does look good. We just need to see more volume. The only thing I have a problem with is that it's Friday. Too many times I've bought on a Friday. Stock looks strong, and then they fade it. Opening range is a good measure. Watching this opening range and see that orange line up there. Opening range highs. Tesla. Okay. A lot of stocks are retreating from the opening range high. Micron, another good example. Yesterday, it couldn't get back to the opening range. Micron. Looking at the opening range from yesterday. Okay, Micron's a bit lower. There's the opening range from yesterday, right there, opening range high. Okay, so this has been descending. But yesterday, it printed the opening range high at the open, faded, and never could recover. Today, we're just below the opening range high on Micron, so watch for that. If it breaks back above it, maybe we have a chance to get back into yesterday's range. Okay, so Dow Jones, NVIDIA is the top of the list. Okay, NVIDIA is looking pretty strong. Nike turning the corner. Nike. Okay, Nike. We're looking at Nike here. 60-minute. Let me. I don't have Discord on. I got to get that on. Okay.
Q's pulse, long dated.
Q's pulse, longer dated Q's. Okay, that's above the 60-minute, 20-minute as well. S&P still fading, folks. RSP equal weight is above. Okay, so that looks good. That's telling us that breadth is improving, even though the S&P is fading right now. Taking the weight away from those New York FANGs, which are mixed right now. Junk bonds. Okay. The 10-year yield still elevated due to the Iran conflict flaring up. Still elevated, but starting to fade. So that'll be good for IWM if we continue. Watch IWM. If it holds the 21-day and starts to bounce, you might have a good entry on a pullback. Okay, so watch the pullback here. Mondo, if you're listening. The 10-year's the 10-year has to fade more. Q pulse, we got a lot of Q pulse. Puts leading on the S&P for now. Puts leading. Calls leading on the Qs. Okay, let's look at breadth. Let's look at breadth. Okay, everything is pointing higher. NASDAQ is kind of flattening out. Okay, so focus on small caps, mid caps, large caps.
Tesla pulse, long dated.
Tesla pulse. Okay, yesterday we got a shit ton of, for emphasis, a shit ton of Tesla pulse. Okay, Apple pulse here. Okay, calls leading on both. Calls leading on Tesla and Apple. No turn yet. Okay, Micron fading from its opening range high. NVIDIA
pulse, long dated.
NVIDIA fading from its opening range high. It's Friday with breadth okay. The 10-year still elevated. I'm focused. I would focus more on the Qs to see if that goes. I'm sorry, the S&P 500 because the Qs are pulling back a bit. Qs pulling back. All right, so
Nvidia pulse.
we made the opening range high and everything is fading. Okay, Microsoft trying to turn.
Micron pulse.
Strategy
Long dated.
moving lower. Strategy moving lower. No follow through. Coinbase. No follow through. BITX. Bitcoin 2 times. Nope. Summer doldrums, perhaps. Meta fading from the opening range high.
AMD pulse. Long dated. Deep put.
Division manager, medical service, proudly served the Branch Street community for over 20 years. Locally owned and operated and trusted. We are your go-to for all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and gas needs. Hardworking and honest, our name is our promise. Visit us online today at dependableservice.com. That's dependableservice.com. We'll be here when you need us. Dependable Service.
In 2009, our grandson Nick was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. The world stopped, but St. Jude was there. I started naming my dogs after St. Jude. About 2 years ago, I received an
Meta
email
pulse.
from a mother
Long
of a
dated.
child that has the same cancer as Nick. I just thought, oh,
Micron
this
pulse.
might be meant to
Deep
be,
calls.
and that's when she told me, she said, I
SPX
have a
pulse.
dog for you.
Deep puts.
She opened the door and Jude went straight to CJ.
She comes home partying out like a maniac and instantly jumps on me.
St. Jude saved everything that matters to us. I don't know that we have CJ without that.
All right, watching NVIDIA. Micron, the chips. They're holding on the VWAP for now.
This brings extraordinary ideas to life. Exactly as
Holding on the VWAP and trending. Obviously, two different scenarios. Right now, we don't have a whole lot of trending going on, just consolidating. So we want to see these take off and start to rise and volume to start picking up. That'll indicate what is on the move. Okay, Meta. Dexcom is turned back up. Dexcom. Okay, Dexcom looks like it might go. We got an opening range high print on Dexcom. Can it go more? It's already up a bit. Dexcom, DXCM. DXCM. Okay, here's Dexcom. This looks pretty good. It's got $2.50, $2.50 on its ATR, so it's already up quite a bit. It's 100% of its ATR. It dipped a little bit this morning and then popped. Dexcom. It could be in play. Watching Dexcom. Watch Dexcom. S&P still fading. S&P is still fading. Thomson Reuters. Not a lot of stocks breaking out above the opening range high. Fastenal. Okay, Fastenal looks pretty solid so far. Lots of buying there. Fastenal. FAST, Fastenal. Dell up against the highs. SoFi got rejected. SoFi. All right, so we got some sellers over here. Okay, so what's going on right now? We're starting to build 921.50 up and to the right. 50-day is still flat, but the 9, 21, and the 5 EMA, those are all pointing up and to the right. So the trend is starting to show itself. What happened here is we ran up against this level here. So you got people that are bag holders that are sitting in here since April, holding on, hoping to break even. Most likely newer traders that didn't take a stop and are just sitting in here hoping for the best. Hoping is not a strategy, obviously, but this price action bottom came right back up, and we got sellers right in that area. So these people, some of these people are still trying to take profits. Once we get through 20, SoFi should continue, should start trending. NVIDIA, Fastenal looks pretty good, right?
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
Money coming in, we can get a sense of what's going on with wages, how much people are bringing in, how that's changing.
Okay, so it's got Fastenal's got an opening rate, ATR of $1. Okay, so it's probably played out for now. S&P is starting to bounce, S&P. So that would be a big help if we can get the S&P to bounce. Okay, S&P is starting to bounce. Are we going to run it? It looks like we might run, folks. Let's see, S&P. Okay, let's look at hedge flows. Okay, so resistance is 75, 75. 75, 75.
And one of the stories that you were talking about, what people aren't talking about, what everyone
75, 75.
Right? The bifurcation between the experience of higher income and lower income households. And what we're seeing in the wages in the last it started in May, it continued really in June, is that K-shaped.
Okay, that's a potential target there if we start going. 75, 75 up here. If we can get above the opening range high, looks like we got a little bid here. Weighted signal is bullish. Remember the advanced decline, advancing, declining percent was rising for the S&P 500, mid caps and small caps, flagging for the NASDAQ. Still waiting patiently. It's 10:30. All right, what's Lulu? Lulu was coming off the low. Let's see what this looks like. Lulu's turning the corner. I told you a few weeks ago that Lulu needs to get above the 50-day. You know I like the 50-day. That'll indicate that we're potentially going to start to turn the corner. It looks like that's what's happening right now. If you look at the intraday chart, we've got an opening range breakout. Let's see, Lulu, what their options are priced. They're probably pretty low because Bollinger Bands are pretty tight. When is Lulu earnings? That's the biggest issue, right? Lulu. Okay, they report again September 3rd. Okay, September 3rd. So they just reported in June. They missed. They missed in June. Okay, so it's lower because of the fact that they missed. Lulu, let me see if I can buy some options here. Let's see what's going. Lulu. Let's check. Lulu. Lulu. Any big.
But the other thing to keep in mind is people are getting worried about higher income households not growing as quickly. If you go back to
Sandisk Pulse, long dated. Size.
Lulu. Put call ratio is 39, so that we got a lot of calls being bought.
Can outweigh what I'll call easing, because it's not weakness, it's easing in the wage growth and continue to support consumer spending. And from an economic perspective, the higher income households are driving more of the spending proportionately than lower income. Particularly
SMH Pulse.
Lulu. Let me see what the options look like. So September Okay, so we can buy September. Okay, there's not a lot of open interest. That's January. September. No. No one seems to be interested in September. Just looking at Lulu options. All right, so we got a decent amount of open interest in September for the 130, 140 strikes. 130, 140. That'd probably be pretty cheap. That's a 43 delta, the 130. Buy a vertical. I'm going to buy a few of these. 130, 140. Let's see what happens. Okay, 290 is the limit. All right, so I bought some Lulu 130, 140s. $10 out of the money. That's a 43 delta. Lulu.
AMD pulse, micron pulse, meta pulse, long dated, deep calls, size, spider pulse.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Okay, here you go. Low tick alert. Oh, right when I bought it too. Oh, shit. That's perfect. Perfect. Nice little, everything just took a jolt. Okay, let's look at SPY. SPY dropping off here. Okay, so I have the put flies.
Spider pulse, long dated, AMD pulse, 0 DTE, put strip, Tesla pulse, meta pulse, deep calls, size, Palantir pulse, deep puts, Q's pulse, Nvidia pulse, shenanigans, micron pulse.
Okay, what's to do? All right, Trump have agreed to Iran talks, but the United States has stated to them in no uncertain terms that the ceasefire is now open. So we already know that. This is Reuters, algos playing games. Okay, we should bounce here. So if you have those put flies, you might want to take them off. Okay, nice little reversal now. Okay. All right, news algos playing games there. Okay, so probably going to bounce right back. Big bounce right back. I mean, what's changed? Nothing. Nothing has changed. So why the reaction is the simple answer is news algos playing games.
Chairman Ken Marsh has unveiled members of the 5 task forces members that will examine key issues that shape U.S. monetary policy as part of the broader effort to reshape the Fed. In addition to academics and former central bankers, they include prominent business leaders such as former Walmart CEO Doug Millen, Mark Andreessen, co-founder of the Reason Harlot's, and Asha Sharma, the executive
Amazon pulse, triple semi pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
I'm glad to see Doug Millen on this list about all the folks. I know Mark Andreessen got a lot of headlines, but having covered really Doug's entire career, he is the right guy for the right job when it's moving beyond the data quality.
So here's why I like talking to Noah. Who knows pricing data, inflation data, how prices affect Americans better than the head of the market? Who would have a better view than the leader of the largest big box retailer, I believe, in the world? Mark Andreessen, let's look at that, right? On jobs, productivity, putting together.
Okay, we got a nice bounce so far.
One of the biggest questions in the market right now is how is AI going to affect the job market in the next 2, 3, 4 years? We already hear stories.
Okay, what's Lulu doing? Lulu, nice bounce. NVIDIA, not much reaction.
Close to the base of where this is all happening, Mark Andreessen would have a good view there. I know you're a big fan of tech circles, some of those leaders. So
Okay, NVIDIA holding up very well here. NVIDIA. Okay, so opening range high. What's Micron doing? Micron still fading. Okay, NVIDIA. Let's see what that did to Core 1M. Nothing. We're at 394. Yikes. 394. People keep buying calls. They're going to get crushed. OPEX, most likely OPEX next week. We'll see some volatility compression next week. Let's look at Dell. Dell. Okay, that pulled back a little bit. Nokia. Okay, SoFi. Okay, buyers are showing up. What's Intel doing? Intel. ARM Holdings. Okay, these are all off of the opening range high. They haven't made it back to the opening range high yet. Keurig Dr. Pepper, that's been active lately. Keurig Dr. Pepper. Opening range breakout. Lulu right back up to the highs. Okay, so I'm not feeling so bad now. I wonder if I got a good fill. I might have got a better fill because of that move lower. Yeah, I mean, my fill's pretty good. My fill's pretty good. I'm positive already, Lulu. All right, so I must have got a good fill. I'll go check that. Let's see. Filled orders, Lulu, 280 debit. All right, that's not bad. I would like to take a little bit more off. We got OPEX next week. No telling what's going to happen with Iran over the weekend. All right, CBRS, diddling with yesterday's range. We're back into yesterday's range. CBRS. Okay. Need to get back up into the 250s, 240s, 250s. All right, Lulu. Okay. S&P.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, shenanigans, size.
The Islamic, this is from President Trump. The Islamic Republic of Iran has asked us to continue talks, end quotes. We have agreed to do so, but the United States has stated to them in no uncertain terms that the ceasefire is over. Okay, so that's no change there. We dropped on that initially. These algos act so quickly. I mean, they make bucks on news posts like this. Okay, trace. Hedge flows. Looks like it's going to be a doji day, folks. If this starts to go sideways in a sine wave pattern, peaks and valleys, you can expect the price action to stay above 7,500 and right around this area, probably 7,530. If we catch some volume, okay, you can see all this cleared out overhead. All these 0 days cleared out on that drop. Everybody took profits. Non-0 day, still got a little bit overhead. But they cleaned house. All of these options are gone.
Here's indication it's getting healthier, Logan. Is it getting healthier for certain folks? 'Cause I'm just thinking, if you've got a starter home that's
Okay, what's Meta doing? Meta is bottoming here. Might get something going. Meta. Okay, Meta. Okay, opening range high is way overhead, so not really that interested right now. Meta's number one on the NASDAQ and number one on the S&P 500. So opening range high, breakout in VVE. Nice one, Frano. Nice. Okay, so big spike in volume on Wednesday.
Which means going out in the future, affordability gets better on its own, and if the Fed gets just a little bit more dovish, you get rates near down 6%. We don't really have a lot of history with the Fed funds rate looking at neutral policy at 3% mortgage rates getting below 5.75%. So just kind of the near sixes can make this work. Logan, did you see this report in Business Insider? They say nearly 20% of Americans, Logan, between the
1 for 18 versus, okay, that was stock split. 1 for 18 split.
they say that is the highest level on record. I'm just curious what you make of that, because that didn't sound very well. Well, I mean, we have kind of that data line in the last decade too, where a lot of people were living home that were younger. It's a facet of so much more population.
Reverse stock split. Okay.
So, and naturally, if they still live there, they're probably going to live in their parents' home longer than we had in the past. But that's eventually a household that will rent. And if they get married, eventually, if they can afford it, they tend to buy them. So that's actually kind of forward-looking demand. If the progression of life kind of goes that way. But
S&P looks like it wants to keep climbing. S&P. Okay, remember we have a flat situation with dealer hedge flows. Pretty slow day on the hedge flow side, except for that little drop we had on news.
It might seem like we have a shortage, but the builders basically are saying, listen, we're lucky enough to sell the homes that we have right now. We're not going to put our heads down unless they get the financial incentives to build more. So I know we always talk about we need to build more, but basically the supply and demand equilibrium. Home sales have to really start growing in the new home sales market if you want single family starts to start growing. And basically they're at 2019 levels. They're very elevated compared to the existing home sales market. So I don't think of this bill as being a big game changer. Maybe
S&P is climbing.
BE Pulse.
When we give incentive to apartment construction, the late 60s and early 80s, we do get more apartment construction going. But I'm very skeptical of this being a meaningful change in the conversation of whether to build more homes in the US.
SpaceX. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Because you call out, for example, Florida here. I mean, that was a hot housing market. What's the latest? What's going on now? Florida was one of these markets that were very hot, and then inventory skyrocketed them compared to other countries. Taxes, insurance, people want to rent hurricanes. That's a shocking thing for a lot of people. Is that when mortgage rates started to go lower, and maybe the DeSantis bill of maybe getting rid of property taxes, demand has picked up there a little bit more, and the inventory is down noticeably year over year in Florida, where people thought it was about to escalate out of control.
And then we have other parts of the country, like in Washington, where they don't have the AI money in Seattle like they do in San Francisco. So demand is a little bit lower there in Washington compared to the country, and inventory is a little bit higher there. But in general, inventory is slightly negative based on how we track it.
All right, so markets fading. A lot of stocks fading. S&P's trying to climb. Hedge flows are flat. Okay, hedge flows are flat are telling you pretty much what we are seeing. Let's see, up, down volume. Up, down volume. Should be flat 1-to-1. 1-to-1, as expected. And it's mixed. New York Stock Exchange is up. NASDAQ Composites down volume. SPY is 1.5 up volume. QQs are 1-to-1 down volume. Diamonds are 1.5 up. So these are reflecting mixed results at the moment. We'd want to see these all green. I'd like to see these all green. And 2 to 3-to-1 up volume. Right now, you're just probably better off chilling out. All the tech stocks, for the most part, are down at the moment, off of the high of the morning. Let's see, and I just saw a couple here. Let's see. Arista Networks. This was active yesterday, right? Yeah, very active yesterday and Wednesday. Arista. Let's see. The banks, Morgan Stanley. Okay, now Wells Fargo. I was looking for Wells Fargo to pull back. It did, but it bounced too quickly, so I didn't get back in. Wells Fargo, Visa. Synchrony Financial. Meta, Tesla. Tesla's just coiling up down here. Tesla.
AutoCAD and Autodesk is such an industry-wide known tool for a CEO to use. It'll save you so much time, energy, and money.
Okay, Tesla. We're gonna run this. The opening range high is up there, so I'm thinking flat VWAP is going to be the story today. Doji Day. Doji Day probably, right? Looks like a Doji Day. Look at the daily. Now, if we can scoot above 75.50, that would be good. What's VIX doing? VIX, did it spike? VIX. I'm going to hold my VIX calls for next week. I have the August 22 strike. We have OPEX next week. That's likely to produce more volatility. Obviously, you can see volatility is really low. So if you want longer dated puts today or next week, if it stays down here, it's going to be the better place to buy because your volatility calculation is going to be so much lower with a VIX just shy of 15, dropping below 15 level. So we're at the lows of the year, right? Yeah. So S&P trying to climb a bit more. Tesla trying to entice some people to buy. AOS, AO Smith, big into HVAC, electrical, motors and such like that. Also, water heaters and other appliances for homes. What's real estate doing? XLRE, nothing. Airbnb. Airbnb is about to break out to new all-time highs. Airbnb pretty active this morning. Vornado, no. CB Richard Ellis, no. Boston Properties, BXP, no. What about the missile defense, Lockheed Martin, aerospace and defense, NOC? General Dynamics had a pretty good day yesterday. Still not able to break out. Meta looks like it wants to go. It's shy of its opening range high, so I'm reluctant to chase this off of VWAP. Let's see what Micron's doing. Micron, shy of VWAP again. Shy of opening range high, rather. VWAP just below. Apple, Microsoft are lower.
Isn't that the other key aspect here? You have to continue. You don't have to, but ideally, you want to add more money to this as much as possible. Right?
Well, if you get the $1,000 today is not going to be $1,000.
Okay, so this is building up again. Okay, so a few minutes ago, this was all gone. Okay, this was all gone right here. See it? And then it started to build up again. Okay. No 99 percentiles, though. I believe 7,500 probably is, right? 99% is 7,500. Yeah. Up-down volume is flat. Telling you to chill. All right, I'm going to take a couple of minutes, take a break. I'll be right back. The market's likely not to go much in either direction from here, unless we got more news, of course. Meta, okay, maybe Meta is what we want to watch. Meta, Micron pulling back. Meta, Nvidia's hanging in there. Meta looks better.
Long dated.
Okay, Meta. We'll watch this for a few. Meta. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's one of the troubles with these accounts because you're limited in the choices. You're basically limited to low-cost indexes. The idea would be to diversify
as we watch these stocks just kind of hang out just above VWAP or whatever. Watch the opening range high. This is a good barometer. It's telling you because we're not above the opening range high, there's not enough volume to keep pushing this higher. Just think about an auction where the bid prices keep going higher and higher and higher. The offers keep going higher and higher. Same thing with stocks. The opening range high gives you a good reference point. In order for us to break out, we need to see us move through it. Like Fastenal, see all these green arrows? This is telling you this is broken above your opening range high right there. That orange line, that's 10 o'clock, the 10 o'clock high. But it's overbought now. So we want to find them as they're breaking out and to continue to trend. This is consolidating right now. All right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Meta Pulse. Long dated. Deep call.
I appreciate it. Good to see you. Have a wonderful weekend. All right, that's it for Market Catalyst. I'm Brian Sazi. Watch my new Power Players podcast.
Nvidia Pulse. Shenanigans.
Mike Rowe on Monday morning. Awesome. Lori Alpine.
Q's Pulse. Long dated. Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. PE Pulse.
Options to create Bathrola for years to come. Stunning and durable. Your new shower or tub from Easton's, custom made and installed per your specifications. Easy.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep Puts. Nvidia Pulse. Shenanigans.
For value and quality, come see why getting a new Culture Marble bathroom can be easy as Easton.
So I wanted a new credit card, not a hit to my credit. Good thing Experian has no danger fund. They match
Q's
two
Pulse.
cards that won't save my credit if I don't get approved. So I got the card that I wanted and didn't worry. Get the app from your big financial friend, Experian.
When a car causes a motorcycle accident, there are two completely different realities. On the car,
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
CNMD.
for the motorcycle, it's a
MSTZ.
different story. The light is back, the rider suffers serious injury. Unfortunately, the insurance company may not see the difference. Or JZXN, really enjoy all of it. You can bet we'll give the insurance company a reality. Just call Joe, 843-215-3100.
Vistaprint is where your ideas become can't miss signage that makes people stop, look, and shop. With vibrant banners, outdoor signs, and more. Just think it, click it, and print it with Vistaprint. That's possible with 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com. Most GLP-1 brands and here. Weight Watchers members get access to meds, plus GLP-1 nutrition support, helping them lose up to 29% more weight. More support, designed for more weight loss.
IRC.
NBB.
LABD. FIE may rest in 10 seconds. MSTZ. LABD.
Google Pulse. Long dated.
LABD.
All right, that's my chat with Scott Boatwright inside Chipotle in New York City. Of course, we went and grabbed a bowl, and you better believe it, I got dumped over everything because it was on him, and then we had more of a conversation. Scott, actually, after all these years of talking with you, I've never actually seen
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep Puts.
Via Zoom or other remote services. So good to see what's up.
Q's Pulse.
This is my sanctuary, right here. We spend a lot of time out in the support center working on supporting tactics that help our restaurants run better and more efficiently, but I most enjoy my time in the brand in one of our restaurants, enjoying our food and talking to our team members about their development and growth. I mentioned that we're here in New York City. But what is it about Indiana that you're looking at? Like, what do you look for when you walk through what do they call the
He's flying, like, it's like old school family. Like, okay, there's no old school family. We call it coming up with the first solo pick, right? So, you can really tell how the business is going to unfold the moment you open the door. The sights, the sounds, the smells all really lead you to what's happening in the restaurant. And so, the first thing I look for is obviously cleanliness of the restaurant, customers that are enjoying food. Are they really enjoying their food? Are they having a good experience at Chipotle, which is important? And then I look for smiles down the line. I want to see. So, like crazy, and they tell me, okay, go down the food. I'm going to do one to the other. Eventually, my food is from the days of sweet. And like, exactly, it was like a lot of money. But the thing is, all of these stories are so real. And both him and my co-founder and I, we thought like there has to be better service, better way to book your trip, better way to actually think about your loyalty and optimize it. Now we are getting more into even destination. What happens in the destination, the restaurant, the event. I have a 3 night I want to go to the I don't know to a show or to the
Size.
Knicks
Long
game.
dated.
So all of these things and when we started the plan of organic production, it was not there. It was like an artist to book. I need to send an email. I need to beg. I need to call some agent. I was the whole time. I booked the book.
Size.
Here's my credit
Long
card.
dated.
No, we get the reviews on it. It's exactly like that. It's exactly that. So we thought it has to be different, and we are really passionate about it because we like to be there in person. So that's what led to starting the band. The crazy story, both of us, we didn't know anything about the travel industry. I mean, like, nothing. You work experience. It was crazy. It was like we met some airlines at the beginning and hotel change, and we told them we're gonna change the travel industry.
Size.
And then we asked us
Long
some
dated.
simple question. I remember the first question was, "Are you going to connect to us to a GDS?" Which is a very basic system in the travel space. And I was, "What GDS?" No, no, GDS. So we didn't know anything, but we did know one thing. I think that probably you see it as a user, that the user is the most important thing. The traveler is really the focus where we need to focus, and we need to maniacally focus on the experience and making sure that it's so good. You don't have against something heavy. So you think about Workday, think about SAP, which may own 5 trillion companies. Whatever is under their umbrella, you want to try to come CPH, that said, you know what? I want to go off these very large companies that have seemingly endless balance sheets. I actually, when I see a system or a service that is not good, I get really upset. It's not even in the like I get really upset. And it makes me so motivated to change it. So for me, it's actually not about competition. For me, it's about hey, this doesn't make any sense and it can be different and why won't we change it? So that's something that motivates me a lot. And you mentioned these systems that are out there today. I think that these systems probably 30, 40 years ago were good. And there was good intention there, right? And people, I don't believe that somebody said they wanted to create a really bad system. Okay, but it was a create a system. I mean, good. Yeah, but I think it was created with completely different assumptions. Think about the 90s, right? In the 90s, everything was electronic and everything was affordable. And I cannot trust my employees. And I need to put a lot of process around it. And that was the 90s. But things have progressed. But these systems, the design of these systems, the business model, by the way, that's not there. And this is actually where disruption happens when somebody comes and say, hey, this business model doesn't make sense. I'll give you an example. The business model
SP
of the travel
exports.
agency is that every time that you call, every time that you change something, I'm going to charge you, right? And I'm going to also hide a lot of the things, right? And
Micron
I don't like
pulse.
it. I
Long
actually think
dated.
that you can be
Deep
very
puts.
transparent with the value of charging
Nvidia
one time.
pulse.
You can call us as many times as you want to. You can actually check with us as many times as you want to. So we are not trying to kind of condemn you. We are not trying to hide anything. And I think when you have a business model that is hiding, somebody will disrupt you. When you have a business model that you're going to waste 2 hours of my time to book a flight, somebody will disrupt you. So I think it was great in the 90s. And by the way, in about in 10 years, if we will not reinvent ourselves, somebody will disrupt us, right? That's why right now with AI, it's a point that we really need to make sure that we're using AI to make the system, to make the experience even better. Because not good. Somebody really understands. Before we were, did you want to be a fighter? Did you know you wanted to down? Not really. So I actually think that probably it was
Amazon Pulse.
my father
Long
actually had a
dated.
business, and the business went down there. So I actually saw the other side of what not to do. Actually, I thought I wanted a stable job, to be honest. But I think that eventually took me towards this is my second startup, and life took me through kind of a different journey. But I actually saw also the bad aspect of being an entrepreneur,
Long dated.
which was also a good kind of training when you should be careful, when you go for it. So I know
All right, what are you doing? Meta, Nike,
how is this?
Nike with an opening range breakout.
Different than the first company? What have you had to, I guess, learn or tweak about how you lead?
I think the first company we were thinking more of like almost engineering a startup. Like we wanted to do, it's the same co-founder, me and Elon. We wanted to do something, and we almost kind of
Okay, Nike back above
money that would be the peak.
at 44 level of the 50-day moving average.
But we didn't really think big enough. We didn't believe in changing something that is very, very meaningful. I think we came much more from the limitations. And the dreams were different. I think back then we were more of like, let's do an exit. Like from day one. So we did an exit. I actually think that is defined in the beginning. It's what you get. So from day one, we said, no, we're going to build this thing to do a fast exit. We sold it after 9 months. And this one, Dylan and I talked a lot and during the time that we were kind of thinking about building this company. Of it has to be something that will change, something meaningful, something that people will care about. This was really what
Nike back in play.
and we had so many ideas, and all of the ideas were for this lens. Will you care about it? Will I sit with you? Will you get
AMD
excited about it? We had some
Long
feature
dated.
structures ideas,
Deep
and we said,
calls.
no, nobody will care about it. But this is touches people, and we knew that we wanted something that will touch a lot of people. We knew that we wanted it to be globally, so we kind of feel like it will have a huge effect on everybody. So the parameters were completely different. It was more of like, how can we change something, and the people will care about. And so you go and look for really big markets and markets that you can make a difference. It was really different.
Notice the difference in price action when we get these opening range breakouts.
Industry with lower emissions. We got this. We're innovating to cut emissions in our
Here's the open. We hit the opening range high, and we continue to push through the opening range high. That's showing you that the stock is in play versus something like Micron, which is second day in a row, it stayed below its opening range high. Same thing with NVIDIA. Okay, this could break a little higher. Meta, it did have a nice pop, but there's no reason to chase this. You got a flat VWAP, opening range high overhead, and we're not seeing money coming in, so we're not trending. Makes total sense. You want to trade the stocks that are seeing the most volume. Nike is one of them. Okay, opening range. We hit the opening range high right there. Was that 945? 945. Bounced off of VWAP, and now we're trending. So people taking profits right now. I would be looking for a BNC pivot at this point, but we know that Nike is in play. You could take some profits too if you want to reduce your exposure. I should do that, right? My Nike position has been off for a while.
AMD Pulse. Long dated.
Meta, Nike. Yeah, there you are. Okay, Nike. All right, it's up 100. It's up $80 per contract. All right, that's pretty nice. Nice outside. Just went out, sat in the deck chair and just watch the guys hitting the ball, teeing off on the 7th tee. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's a slow day. Slow day, Friday, July the 10th. There's a few stocks breaking out like Nike. Okay, starting off the day and trending. Other stocks like Microsoft continues to fade. Look at how far away the opening range high is up here. Okay, 391.90. Meta, not too far away from its opening range high, so it would need to see some volume coming in for us to do anything. It's just sitting on top of VWAP. Oracle got some bad news, got its debt downgraded. That's such a loser. They got to do something. Okay, NVIDIA is starting to tick up now. NVIDIA is right at the opening range high. Now, it's still plenty of time for this to start trending. You need volume. Tick cumulative is green on the daily. We have VIX at lows. VIX is at the lows. We have breadth. Bullish. You can see NASDAQ here. Because of the New York FANG components, this isn't moving much. But the rest of these are big caps, mid caps, small caps. Let's see what junk bonds are doing. Junk bonds had a nice jump this morning. Okay, junk bonds and faded. Okay, junk bonds faded. So this is a neutral to bearish signal. I would say it's mostly neutral because it's staying above the range low. S&P is not doing anything. S&P is flat. Doji. Up down volume is 1-to-1. All of these things are telling you to look for a few standouts, but not much else going on. Okay, maybe we get something in the evening session. Maybe the evening session we see NVIDIA and Meta continue. Those are pretty strong today. Maybe Broadcom gets above the 50-day. Not likely. Okay, 50-day Broadcom. Once it gets above the 50-day, I'll start another position, so you can bank on that. I'll probably be doing like the 420, 430, something like that. If it gets above 415, I'll buy the 420, 430, or 425, 435, something like that, whatever's offered. I think at that price, I believe that they're even numbers. Let's see. Broadcom. No, actually, they got 400s, 40250s, 405s, 40750s, 410s. So a lot more granular. Okay, there's a lot of open interest and a lot of volume today. So traders are exiting positions in Broadcom, taking what they can get. S&P 500. Let's see what hedge flows say. Okay, so this is pretty much what we've been expecting. You see the sine wave starting to play out. The sine wave starting to play out. Until we get a trend, S&P is going nowhere. So you're wasting your time. And VIX is low, so selling premium, while you might make a few dimes, you're not going to make a lot. You're not going to make a lot. So today's one of those days where you don't do a whole lot.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, shenanigans. Meta Pulse, deep calls.
And all this stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And I was like so surprised because I was, I just had business model, but now you need to prove it. And I said it's usage based. In a way,
Meta Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
So an agent, the right agent, well, they go to a place like the travel agency, right? And this is why it's extremely similar model, business model to what you do with AI agents. And in a way, if you ever use that, you will see there is a complete orchestration there.
SanDisk
You
Pulse.
train AI agents that are booking your flight, checking your flight, expensing your stuff, doing stuff for you, and human agents. And it's a complete orchestration. So we are actually very aligned to this kind of new business model, but I think as a software company, Silicon Valley is
SanDisk
going to
Pulse.
be where we were
Shenanigans.
11 years ago, so we have to decide.
Well, I like that.
Yeah,
Meta Pulse. Long dated, deep calls.
Sometimes just when you head off correctly, I'm pulling my hair out.
yeah.
I just upload picture.
You know, we released last week, so you will use it soon. In UA, and you actually expense agent. That it's actually two different agents. One is really cutting edge. You can basically take a video of the receipt and describing everything. And we actually rewrote it and basically submit the expense. You can say, I stayed in this hotel for 3 days and then this and that. It's actually launched already.
I put that on my last trip. You know, it's a hand.
Yeah.
CBRG.
Yeah, you see, it's really cutting edge, and this is like you can think about it as like from an AI perspective. It's like here, it needs to understand the video, it needs to do the expense, it needs to do the optimization that we are talking about. So we are really taking it to the edge to again to save you time. We don't want you to focus at all on the fleet planning, on the expenses. We want to exactly. Yeah, that's it. But we think with every employee, really, every employee should, yeah.
Where did AI go?
In our platform, I think we're gonna.
Okay, watch Meta. Meta looks like it might want to go here. Watch Meta. Still shy of the opening range high. Lulu. Okay, Lulu breaking out. So I did buy some options. That big shakeout over here, not deterring. Okay.
Some employees will actually even salespeople C-level will go and book outside. Advantage is actually really targeting this audience. But it's actually pretty cool. You go there, and the first thing that it does, it figures out your wallet. So all of your loyalty automatically. So we know that you are United Global Service, Marriott Gold. We know your numbers, all of this automatically. And we know if you're sensitive or not to this loyalty, or to the bar in the hotel, or to the shades on the, in the room. Based on how you're talking with us, it's a Gen AI platform, so it's completely, and it's based on knowledge. So you talk with us, and we figure you out, and we're kind of creating a match with everything that you need. The right flight, the right seat, the right time of the day, the right hotel,
Okay, Lulu.
the restaurant, like you can book restaurants there, and so on. And this is, I think, really where we are going with AI, heavily personalizing your experience, saving time to the point we are not there yet, but to the point that you're going to tell us, I want to go to London. That's it. Figure it out. Today,
How far away are we from that? That's awesome.
not that far. Not that far. Today, you go to our system. Last week, we had a user conference here in New York. And you could go to Van Edge and say, I want to go to an Van user conference without giving the date, without giving anything. And it will figure out and will say, the dates are this, do you want to fly the day before? It will ask you. Then get back the day after. And by the way, it's in the glass house, then so they'll tell the person that you probably want based on your loyalty is that, and maybe in the evening before, because you have free time, there's the next game, so we can actually do that for you. This is where we are heading. The functionality that I just described is already there. It will just get more and more and more.
Okay, Lulu.
Less information.
Changing direction.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated, deep calls, shenanigans.
What happens?
Micron pulse.
I actually think I'm on the optimistic side of that. I think that most businesses will become bigger. Therefore, they'll make more money, they'll be more efficient. And I actually think that they will end up employing more people. Maybe people will work less. So maybe 3 days a week and not. Think we will get that 3-day work week? I think we will. By the way,
NVIDIA pulse. Long dated, deep calls.
Yeah, but these are like, in all the AI companies right now, people work 6 to 7 days a week. I think generally society will have probably more free time. And I think this will create more coverage.
All right, Lulu.
Experiences will actually create more human, almost the opposite. I think companies are better with 3-day work. My company is bad that people will, no, but will want to meet, will want to get to know each other, will care about culture. This is really what's so valuable about it. Have you seen any, this is a
Meta
challenge
pulse.
time, like economically for many people, have you seen pullback in travel? No, it's quite the opposite actually. It's I think business travel, especially you asked about the SaaS company, what will happen? They will need to make more and figure out what is their future. Right? They will need to sell more. If you think about it, I don't think companies will have processes. So you will need the equivalent of a CRM process. You will need the equivalent of an HR process. Like will agents needs to AI agents need to be managed? Of course they do. Okay, there is regulation, there is cost, there is location. It's kind of like employees if you really think about it. Right? So these processes will obviously will not be adjusted.
AMD
Will have a
pulse.
certain
Okay, NVIDIA looks like it wants to do something. We're coming up against the opening range high. We're breaking higher now. Do we go? No opening range breakout signals, and we're about to close the door, close the window at 11:30.
I'm actually going to Tulum next week. We are doing my management team. We half is like we are like figuring something out, and half we are having fun. It's always in fun places. This one was in Tulum. Why is it important for the doctors? I think there is this management meetings or offsites that are more like each manager is going and updating, I don't know, the numbers or whatever. I find it
Size.
whiteboard.
SPX pulse.
I like it like here's a problem that we are facing or a challenge or something. Every new thing that we've done, every innovation, every challenge that we had, we figure it out like we're in a swimming pool somewhere, like sitting and going very, very heated discussions. And that's why the fun is also important because after this heated discussion, you want to go and have drinks, you want to go to a party. And we are really good, me and my management team, we're really good.
NVIDIA, what are we going to do? Need to see more volume. Okay, Lulu. At the highs. Okay, Lulu.
I think that there is a flat right now because the barrier to start something is
SPX pulse. Long dated.
S&P is starting to trend. All right, S&P is starting to move higher. S&P 500 starting to move higher. Okay, we might actually get a breakout here. Okay, S&P, what do I want to do here? I do some 75, 65s. 75. That's the wrong symbol. Silly. 75, 65.
Tesla pulse.
Look for a break higher. 75, 65. I'm going to do a vertical. I'll do a vertical. Looking for the breakout. 75, 65, 75, 70.
Sandisk pulse. Shenanigans.
I think later you have to find the balance because if not, you're not able. I've been doing the
Spider pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
So early years you have to sacrifice everything. There are also times that you also sacrifice everything. And we mentioned the show.
Sandisk
See if we can't get going here.
Shenanigans. long dated.
Good to see you. Congratulations. Success.
All right, we're breaking higher. What's Micron doing? Okay, Micron back above the opening range high. Micron.
All right, that's it for the latest episode of Power Players. Talk to you soon.
S&P 500. Okay, we're starting to break out. What do you want, kitty cat? What do you want, kitty cat? Hmm? You want this?
Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. Intel Pulse.
Let's see. Let's see if we get a trend. Okay, we're starting to trend. You see that? Starting to trend. Breaking out of this sideways pattern. Hedge flows turning up. All right, just got rejected at the opening range high. Resistance for now. All right, NVIDIA's going. Okay, NVIDIA's going here. All right, looking good, NVIDIA. I already have a position. Do I want to do anything? 210, can we get to 210? What are NVIDIA calls going for? Scalp. 210s. 300. Holy crap. Two tens. I just bought a few 210s for NVIDIA. See if this goes. They're cheap.
SPX Pulse, long dated. Micron Pulse, long dated.
I put food for you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kenny Polcari, and this is Trading Talk at Yahoo Finance. And today, I've got two very special guests. We've got Gina Martin Adams, who's the Chief Market Strategist at AP Wealth here in New York City, and Adam Shapiro, who is the Managing Editor of A Invest. A very interesting concept. We're going to talk about that. I'll let Adam tell you a little bit about that so that you get it. But it's going to be a very interesting conversation today. Thank you very much for joining me. I do appreciate it. I'm very excited to learn a little bit more about.
Okay, no follow through yet.
As we listen to our show. So why don't you tell us a little bit, Adam, just about A Invest and then CPH. A Invest, think of it as two things, and it's very much like Yahoo Finance. I manage the content side, where we write articles. I have human beings who are writing articles for retail investors, for day traders. Yeah.
In fact, our demo, I can
BE
share
Pulse.
this. Our demo is mostly men, 25 to 54. We do have women, but it's mostly men. And so we use the content that we write, both human, video, podcast, and written articles, as well as large language model written articles, as top of funnel to attract people to the platform, and then you can choose to try some of our AI tools. Amy is our agent. Our AI agent is Amy. And Amy can
Q's
use
Pulse.
magic signals.
Long dated.
Stocks you choose, and then you set the parameters you want to watch. And you tell Amy, this is what I want you to watch for sell, buy, all of these different things. You will get notifications from Magic Signal from Amy, and then you then have to execute. And through the platform, you can link to your brokerage, and you can then execute trades. Should you know, let's talk.
Yeah, sure.
S&P having trouble breaking higher. All right, Tesla trying to go. Tesla below its opening range high. Micron back down to the opening range high. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go some more.
SPX Pulse. Long dated.
Now that we're talking about markets, let's talk about it. We just had earnings season is about over. We've got 4 or 5 companies that are going to report this week, which really will wrap up. Marvell, Hewlett Packard, Costco, Dell, and Salesforce. I think they're very significant because those five names kind of represent the whole theme that we're talking about: AI infrastructure.
No follow through yet.
Where you both stand on how the earnings season played out, where you think we're overdone, and where you think you're opportunity.
Okay, sure. So earnings season was phenomenal. For lack of a better word, 29% year over year versus expectations and 12%. Just phenomenal. 83, I think, percent of companies beat expectations. So the backward look from earnings season was extraordinary.
Right.
I think the trouble we face now is how do you compare them going forward? And typically, years in which earnings growth peaks tend to ultimately be actually relatively low price return years because earnings growth is peaking. They can't get much better than that. This is the challenge for companies going forward.
Right.
That said, there's still
NVIDIA
pockets
Pulse.
of
Long dated.
earnings growth
Deep
that
calls.
are inside the equity market. And now it's just a matter of
NVIDIA. Let's see if we can't get something going here. NVIDIA. Meta. Not quite there. NVIDIA.
Apple Pulse. Long
Oh,
dated.
Apple Pulse. Okay, Apple. Way below its opening range high. So it's probably going to stick close to VWAP. S&P pulling back a bit.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. Tesla Pulse.
Because I think there's a lot of disruption as a result, right? All those kinds of systems, all that stuff. But it may take some of the pressure off that. So that's
75.50. We're above 75.50 now.
especially because there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about how oil impacts earnings. Oil and earnings are positively correlated. Usually you don't see the downside impact of an escalation in oil prices until oil prices start to ease.
Right.
So you could have the sentiment headwind of high oil prices removed from the market at the same time that you have the earnings headwinds start to emerge on oil. That creates a more volatile outlook in the very short term, just depending upon what you do ultimately see oil prices resolve. Frankly, stable oil prices are the best environment for equity.
Yeah, but not at $100.
Not at $100. So if we can get back to 80,
Long bond
80,
pulse.
and we can stabilize them, that's a fantastic environment. But for now, it is still a risk, and it's a somewhat underappreciated risk because it's been
Size.
by extraordinary moves in short market.
Adam, I was waiting. Well, I haven't asked Amy. I will tell you what the guests we've had on our platform, and I'm not going to argue with an economist and some
that's cheesy.
skin in the game. Right. Portfolio manager, not portfolio manager, but that's right. one thing that people don't talk about is the fact we're in a midterm election. And that the second quarter of a midterm election is always the most vulnerable. Right. And you can expect things to, you know, I don't know, right. And then we shoot up back. Right. So, and I've had different guests who on our platform who said that
Sandisk Pulse.
the one thing
Shenanigans.
we talk about earnings and where we're going is the question I like to ask the team when we're having discussions is how are we going to make money now? Right. And you have JLHL. Okay, they're going to make money. But then Salesforce, when they report earnings after the bell, you know, are they able to monetize?
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Microsoft turning the corner.
So, IPO, right. But OpenAI, what's going to happen there? And the question is, that our investors are asking is, where do I make money? Because the herd is following the Mag 7. The Mag 7 might have some JLHL. Right, exactly what they're up to. Right. So you have to look where the herd is strong.
NVIDIA, S&P pulling back a bit. NVIDIA flagging.
Look at infrastructure, JLHL, and utilities, and Dr. Popper has got
Meta Pulse. Long dated.
With the infrastructure bill now, with AI and with data centers, the only thing that could go
NVIDIA.
Most GLP-1 plans end here. Weight Watchers members get access to meds. Plus,
Meta
GLP-1
Pulse.
nutrition support
Long
will
dated.
give them lose up to 29% more weight. More support. Designed for more weight loss.
JLHL.
If you could awaken your space, what would that look like? Feel like? Rooms that let the light in. Notes that feel like a deep breath. A true retreat that says, be easy. Stay a long while. This season, discover all that's fresh and new. Crafted with intention. Designed to renew your space.
NVIDIA.
JLHL.
Time for a game break. Grab your remote.
SUN.
It's like the 6 trivia. EET. MSTZ.
JLHL.
Let's go. We're right up against the 50-day moving average.
MSTZ. BEZ.
JLHL. SUN.
Meta Pulse. Long dated.
SUNE.
Video looking good.
JLHL.
Okay, watching NVIDIA. Note the volume. Let's see. What's Lulu doing again? Lulu. Okay, at highs. Home Depot bouncing at the 21-day. Home Depot.
I think there's opportunity in healthcare. I think there's opportunity in financial. I think there's opportunity in basic insurance. Right? I think healthcare is way underperforming. And so I think if you're looking to add new money as a long-term investor, not a day trade, right? Because I think your market
SK Hynix is trading.
so you actually want to be in that space. But you know, you and I, as you're talking to long-term investors that are building generational wealth, they're going to want to look at some of the
S&P no working.
names that are exciting for you, but may be too rich a value for us.
Right. And I think when we think about the landscape, we think in terms of geographies, sectors, and factors. And really where we're seeing opportunities right now are in geographies and factors, even more so than the sectors. And I'll walk you through why. If you look at how the markets progressed over the course of the ceasefire,
MSTZ.
right?
JLHL.
The low that we had at the end of March, difficult to characterize, but we hit a major low at the end of March. We bounced back extraordinarily over that subsequent 3-month-ish period. Almost that entire bounce back was growth. And very specifically growth companies. Most profoundly semiconductors were the biggest driver of that. So you had a 50% rally in semiconductors, which drove 40% of the S&P 500 rally.
JLHL.
Growth stacks got extremely
Long bond
low.
pulse.
That leaves all other components of the market somewhat undervalued and underappreciated.
Nvidia coming back in.
Snooze pulse.
Got to be quick to take profits.
STFS halted to the upside.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans. Long bond pulse.
We're talking high ROE, high ROIC companies.
JLHL.
Value, I would say, are really based on valuation. So low
Nvidia pulling back in a bit. S&P pulled back as well. Rejected at the highs. S&P, so that's not working.
the quality, frankly, it has growth-like characteristics, but also performs much better over the longer term, and did not really participate in that rally. That leaves some opportunities on the table.
Right.
Also, from a geographic perspective, emerging markets had double the performance of the rest of the markets this year. They also command a valuation ratio of only 12 times forward earnings, whereas U.S. stocks are trading at 21 times forward earnings
Right.
in the market cap basis.
Right.
So there's a tremendous opportunity still there to diversify portfolios.
S&P just below VWAP. Higher low. Higher low for now.
With some give and take.
Which I think we are. I mean, certainly where you think we are in this bull market. You think it's got legs to run? I think we're kind of strong. I think, so I'll tell you who I follow, just because I consider myself a sports insider over the multiple. I listen to course, and not because they own it. Right. I'm building for you. Right. And he just put out a note the other day, Daily Sport, you can get it for free, that the economy is much stronger than people suspect. So when I hear concerns about the inflationary pressures,
YMAT.
for instance, oil, I get it, but we haven't, for some reason, we haven't broken that for an extended period. The $100 a barrel today we're trading around $92 a barrel. But the other person I follow is not very well known. This guy Mike Dixon over at Horizon, and he's been talking about the S&P 600. He's talking about small caps and how you talk about S&P 500.
Meta pulse. Shenanigans.
52 weeks, it's up maybe 27%, whereas the small caps up 29%. And my question, and you would know better than I would, have we missed that rally? Because I think a lot of people were asleep when this was happening. Yeah, a lot of people have been talking about the SMIDs, small mid caps, for a while. Coming into this year, that was the sector that
Bitcoin. Trying to make a higher high. I see a lot of Bitcoin names on the ticker down at the bottom of the screen.
USO pulse.
Justify at the moment a cut rate.
No, I think it's going to be really difficult, in particular with the 2-year treasury. We'll now above the Fed funds rate. It's very rare, at least in the last 25 years,
Yeah.
for the Fed's cut rates in the 2-year Treasury yield is already above the funds rate. They tend to follow the bond market, so we'll see where it goes with that. But I would say that is a predominant risk of small caps. Small caps are extremely interested.
Great sensitive. That was exactly the story coming into this year. Tech had got the stretch. Everyone was worried about tech coming into January. Remember, it was having a tough time. It was trying to reprice itself. But small caps and SMIDs, right? Small mid cap was starting to benefit. They've had actually so far very trend, right? And now you don't see, or we start talking more about rate hikes, you may see the small mid cap back off as a result. And again, I'd say what the name thing. Well, I would ask you. We should have maybe hit the next time.
This TGIF may resume in less than a minute.
We could ask Amy, and Amy can give you an answer. Right. Question I would ask is, can Warsh and the Fed manipulate the Treasury, the yields without a rate manipulation?
SP Exports, long dated.
How will that play out, and then what would that mean?
Nvidia Pulse, size.
That's right.
That has been part of the hidden sort of resources behind the small cap rally. So even a balance sheet contraction, if rates stay steady, would not be great likely for small caps unless you've got an even greater manufacturing recovery emerging. Now, all of this is things that we really interested in we haven't talked about yet, and that is the mix inside of the economy is very different today than it was, say, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
STFS may rise in 10 seconds.
Has been at any point in U.S. history since the late
YM80.
1990s, and that is
SP Exports, long dated.
it is not a strong economy in the way that we,
Size.
mothers and grandparents, thought a strong economy would look. In that it's not driven by
YM18.
It's driven by sort of a flatline consumption.
Long
with a
bond
major
pulse.
hockey stick acceleration.
Apple, no follow through.
Manufacturing specific to tech industry. And that's playing out in the markets really profoundly. If that
Size.
changes, if you see the consumer start to recover a little bit, you see manufacturing industries outside of
YM18.
technology start to actually participate to a greater degree, that can also create a good tailwind for small caps and non sort of narrow AI focused tech industries and adjacent industries that are supporting that growth, right?
Right. Let's think about, just to your point, if Kevin Warsh shrinks the balance sheet,
Yep.
then he himself has said it. If he shrinks the balance sheet, then he can cut rates with $1 million offsets. Right?
He thinks so.
Well, okay. And that's the argument.
Well, hey,
That's right. He thinks so. Listen, Trump for
YM80.
sure is going to put pressure because he's already said it. That he's raising coming out quick. I just don't see it. I don't see how it's going to come in with anybody. Look, there's already dissent on the committee. There's 4 people that are already well. Stevie Myron wants lower rates anyway, but the other 3 have already.
Broadcom trying to push back up. Broadcom.
And I think that's
yeah, it'll be really.
Broadcom opening range high is up there. Still got to get over the 50-day next week, maybe. We'll take a look at this.
Long bond pulse. Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Nvidia back up to the highs. Nvidia.
was at its low on Friday when University reported it. The 2 comments came out this morning. I didn't see it. I don't know where it was.
JLHL.
A little bit. But that's going to be an interesting play. We'll see how the second half.
Let me tell you a little bit about that because this is important. The sentiment survey, the University of Michigan sentiment survey, is much more inflation centric.
Yeah.
The consumer confidence survey that comes from the Conference Board is more about financial conditions and growth prospects, employment prospects.
Right.
So the story being told even in those
Nvidia looking for a break to the upside for more.
Whereas confidence is relatively resilient. It's not great, but it's not at an all-time low.
All right, looks like Nvidia wants to go some more.
Those are 2 very different stories, and that inflation versus growth story will play out in markets.
It's going to, and the sentiment's going to take a big hit this summer. Yeah. And another sector to look at, ag, because there's going to be a huge number of
That's
United States. There's going to be all
JLHL.
with what over
held that.
But we already have drought. If you look at the U.S. drought market, you follow this kind of stuff. If you're looking for where the herd is not looking, right? And if you want to play soybeans, if you want to take a look at what's going on, we're about to get hit with higher beef prices. We're about to get hit with higher prices.
All right, we're coming into the 12 o'clock hour. NVIDIA's trading pretty good on the day, at the highs of the day, resistance at the 50-day.
Micron Pulse.
For housing, it's actually gotten a little bit better since 2023, but it's still unaffordable because most people are spending 40%, even with 10% down on to buy a house. They're still spending 40% of their pay, and rates are up. And rates are 6.35 now. I think it's closer. Wasn't it closer to 6.5? I mean, yeah, I thought it was closer to 6.5. Which, by the way, when I was a kid, people would have been thrilled.
Watching NVIDIA, looking for the volume.
My first one was 15.5%.
Well, 20 years ago, we put 6%.
S&P still bouncing.
The affordability was a very different story. When the last time rates were.
Yes, correct. But I will say, and let's be honest, the reason we have a lot of this problem is because the Fed kept rates at zero for way too long, in my opinion, after the crisis of 2008, 9, and 10. Right? It was fine. You kept them low for maybe the mid-teens, but they kept them way too low for way too long. And it caused this mismatch in asset prices, really housing, certainly the stock market that as a result.
Yeah.
They used to have a policy, and I covered the Fed a billion years ago. And do they still do this? There's a paper in 2008 when I did this, where they prefer to let an asset deflate on itself. They don't want to let the pressure out. They want it to be a natural event. Are we in that kind of situation now? Because that's bad news.
Yeah.
It means they want.
Well, it's very interesting because Kevin must admit that the Fed's sort of injection of
Meta.
And I agree with that.
great policy to
More pulse alerts on Meta.
the American economy work directly. And so he wants to lean out of that to a degree, which maybe pushes back a little bit against that paper that
Meta
they want to let the bubbles
still shy of its opening range high.
Size.
NVIDIA's above, looking for a breakout. Keeps running into resistance. The 50-day is right over there. We break above the 50-day. We could get a quick spurt of short covering, probably some shorts just above the 50-day.
Meta Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
SGFS may rest in 10 seconds. I don't think so. I think we do have a problem with elevated debt at a level of GDP. We do have a fiscal spending issue that he wants to get out of the game of supporting. Will he be able to do that or not? I'm not sure. And that's going to be a really tricky conversation.
They all have said it. Every time they go before Congress, they say spending has got to come under control. Spending is not going to happen. No, it's not going to happen. It's going to be as he does institute
S&P. Hedge flows trying to turn back up.
Zero DTE. Call street.
In the total debt for the United States, we're over 100% of GDP, and it's what happens to the consumer. What happens if the consumer wants to buy a car when you're now competing against it?
Hedge flows turning up. Excuse me.
Let's get some final thoughts just on the second half of the year. You brought it up with midterm elections, so let's start with you in terms of what investors could expect. Okay, so I am an optimist. I've always been an optimist. I think that we're going to see a decline in the S&P 500, and then after the election, I think you're going to see us shoot up. I think that the Iran war will get resolved. It may not get resolved well. Iran may control the Strait of Hormuz and start charging, but the flow of oil, the flow of fertilizers will resume at some point. So I think the fact that our economy is still the envy of the world will propel us higher.
Intel Pulse. Long
The
dated.
market's still intact, probably a little ahead of our skis in particular with some of these growth stocks in the short run, but there are still the equal weighted index is not overvalued. It's still sitting at valuation levels.
Long bond
at
pulse.
prices. So there are opportunities in the market.
MSFU, yeah, that looks pretty good. 24.29, we probably could get back up to the high. Then 24.79. potentially, Ursel?
BE Pulse.
Looks like they want to buy. Evening session.
I agree. I do think the second half of the year is going to be fine. I think we're going to run into some summertime anxiousness around the midterm election. I think the more the conference is going to be resolved. It's curious. I don't think they're going to maintain the I think that's going to be international waters, and they're not going to. That's the problem. If that doesn't happen, the problem is everyone else can now say, "Well, we're going to control this one." That's why I don't think the world will let it happen. In any event, listen, we've run out of time. I love this conversation. I'd like you to come back maybe 4 or 5 months. Let's go back over this conversation and see where we are, what we thought, how we did. In any event, I'm Kenny Polcari, and this is Creative Talk, and we'll see you next week.
The following content is not intended to be financial advice and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
If you were injured at work, don't take anything for granted. Not your medical care, not your paycheck, not your job security. Because what the insurance company is offering and the benefits you actually deserve can be two completely different things. That's why we're here. For nearly 60 years, the Joy Law Firm has protected the rights of people injured on the job. Let us protect yours. Just call Joy, 843-888-8888.
Q's Pulse. Long dated.
How big's the crowd? Over 20,000. Same as the
SP
levels in
Exports.
Candy Crush. And it's free to play. No Wi-Fi needed. You know what, Dan? That does sound like a win. Download
SP Exports.
STFS may resume in less than a minute.
AMD Pulse.
CPH on YMAT.
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
STFS may rest in 10 seconds.
YMAT.
Size.
CPH on
SUNE.
Size. NVIDIA Pulse.
CPH on
NVIS.
The market and the regulators deciding in real time what crypto actually gets to be. Circle gets to be a nationally chartered federal bank. But the New Hampshire bond that I told you about
NVIDIA
earlier,
Pulse.
that got rejected.
Long dated.
And on the legislative side, we can't
NBIL.
seem to get any
NEBX.
no pun intended. We're going to talk about that and more right now on the Daily Book. Let's go. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Daily Wolf on Yahoo Finance. I am your host, Scott Melfer, also known
NBIG.
as the Wolf of Wall Street. So you can go check me out at Scott Melfer on X, formerly known as Twitter, and find all the other things that we do. Now, I did go on some unhinged rants this morning on my YouTube show at 9 a.m. We're going to hone those in and try to find some of the signal out of all of this noise on Friday morning, afternoon, midday, whatever we're going to call it. So the first story today has to be the biggest one, which is this right here. Circle stock rebounds from 3-month low after OCC National Trust Bank approval. So the price
GLIH halted. SUNE.
Charter, you're going to see price go up slightly, but the bigger story obviously
SGFS halted down.
which is the OCC National Trust Bank approval. So we have this interesting situation where crypto, we wanted to burn the banks down for years, and now we just want to become one. The revolution will be federally charged.
SUN.
So this is big news because we've already had Anchorage in this space since 2021 as a trust bank. Now, just to be clear, a trust bank is not the same
Long
as
dated.
full breadth of services. This is not lending. This is not borrowing. This is not fractional reserve banking that we've all come to know and love as Bitcoiners. That's sarcasm. We hate fractional reserve banking. That's the whole point. But what they can do is become a custodian of their own assets.
SUN.
Anchorage has been doing this since
JLHL.
2021. And at the end of 2025, we had this absolute stampede of people trying to get these charters, and we saw
Meta
additional
Pulse.
approvals.
Long dated.
Circle, Ripple, BitGo, Fidelity, and Paxos. Right. Well, Circle now is the first one to get the full approval, meaning that they will now be able to custody their own assets. They do not need a third party like a BNY Mellon to hold their assets. They can do this all the same themselves. They can cut out the middleman, cut out the tax collector,
JLHL.
and bring the full breadth of their business under one roof. And that's why so many of these entities want to be able to do the same thing. Now, there's other people that are still in line. Coinbase has not gotten approval yet. Morgan Stanley has not gotten approval yet. That one really surprised me. And very shockingly, World Liberty Financial, the Trump-attached entity, also wants to become a trust charter bank because they have a stable coin called USD.
JLHL.
I'm surprised, being that it's Trump administration, they haven't gotten approved. I'm just trying to imagine what it would be like if you walked into a branch of World Liberty Financial. I bet you'd see these guys. Hey, deposit your money. We'll give you a Bologna back loan. Yeah, guys. Can you imagine for Liberty Financial, the most controversial
S&P still trying to break higher.
a charter to become a trust bank?
Nvidia as well.
See that happening, but this is a huge move in a time when we're seeing a lot of confusion as to what
Sandisk
is
Pulse.
and is
Shenanigans.
not possible. The most boring version of crypto, a federally supervised custody bank, is
YM18.
pretty real ground here. Yeah, hold that thought for a minute for the next story because we do have a flip side. The good news there is that news is here. New Hampshire snuffs out trailblazing state government Bitcoin bond effort at its last stage for government approval. The state executive council rejected the bond project 3-2. Live free or die, New Hampshire.
CPH.
So, listen, we talked about this earlier in the week. It was $100 million
YM18.
bond, conduit bond, so be clear there's no taxpayer money at risk. The state would be guaranteed to make money on this, whether CleanSpark and their entities who are trying to get this loan, whether they failed or not. 12.5%, I believe, move on Bitcoin was the number that would have this effectively starting to be
WHR.
But the exact fear that I flagged, which wasn't really a
SUN.
statement, the
SUNE.
reputation fear of
CPH.
this Bitcoin backed bond and it going wrong, that is exactly what killed it.
LRCX
So
Pulse.
this was the quote from
YM18.
against
SKHYB.
this kind of legitimacy is something
Sigh.
going to be
Long
very
dated.
volatile. We were right there.
LRCX Pulse.
Almost have this done. So to be clear, this is not banned. It's election season.
RXGLIH may resume in less than a minute.
SUN. CPH.
SGFS may resume in less than a minute.
But it really is the flip side.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
This is kind of how it's been with the push and pull and yin and yang of crypto. Is that you'll have one federal entity that's approving something, one state entity that's going against it, one federal agency against, one state for. United States.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
I mean, I've told you stories over the past few weeks of how complicated it is in prediction markets, right? CNBC, battling this turf war with the states, lawsuits back and forth. Mike Seelig saying
that prediction markets come under the auspices of the CFTC. The state Senate, sports
S&P trying to push a bit higher.
entire legislative world in general, because that is how the United States
All right, NVIDIA is trying to break out here. NVIDIA is trying to break out. Okay, here we go. NVIDIA.
Sorry, I fell asleep because of the Clarity Act updates. Apparently, we're going to get a new version of the Clarity Act next week. Hooray. Hooray. Yeah, so listen, I hate to be sarcastic and pessimistic and bearish on the Clarity Act, but that's my stance. I've been sticking to it here for 7 or 8 months, and I've seemingly been right. Prediction markets now only putting it in a 37% chance of passing before January. And if you listen to anybody in the know, we're really in the last 3 to 4 weeks where this is possible. The same people also said that it had to be done by July 4th. Or it wouldn't be done. Now they're saying August before recess, before we go into midterm season and other things become priorities. But there are a lot of legislative priorities in Congress and the Senate that are not crypto related, that are probably more important, that are on the docket, unlikely to get done. I mean,
SGS vaulted to the upside.
Clarity Act, and
WHR.
Called Clarity, and has produced a JLHL. Maybe it's the United States government to gaslight you with the name of an act like inflation reduction. Okay. That did not reduce inflation, last I checked. But there's still 3 major sticking points on the Clarity Act. We have no idea what this new language is going to say about them, but we have 3 major sticking points. I'll get to the most important. Stablecoin yield debate. You had Jamie Dimon dropping S-bombs about Brian Armstrong, the CEO of Coinbase, on TV and saying that JP Morgan JLHL. By the way, that's a nice little throwback to the first story about Circle. Circle will ceasing to have to worry about any of these things by getting approval to be a federal bank, right? They're going to be able to do most of the things that they want to do.
WHR.
But they're winning that fight against JP Morgan. But JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon is saying that they're going to fight this tooth and nail all the way to the end. So we haven't even gotten an agreement yet on the stablecoin deal debates, right? That was number 1, the one that's been in the media since December. When I saw that, that's when I turned more bearish on the odds. JLHL. There's also developer protections shielding non-custodial coders from money transmitter rules. Some prosecutors agree can hamper criminal cases. Okay, I think that one is sortable. The big one is ethics. It's ethics. I've been saying this since day one. Now, think about this. Senate Republicans want to pass a bill that allows Trump to continue trumping in the crypto industry, right? And the
Intel
Democrats have said flat out, even some of them who passed this out of committee, that they will never approve a Clarity Act that allows the Trumps and anyone else to profit personally from the crypto industry. It will have an ethics clause. It is required. Gillibrand has said it. Ego has said it. Others have said it. And we have not seen any language ever in any bill about it. And think about what happened last week. Last week we had this scathing editorial about how much money the Trumps have made.
Trying to break out NVIDIA.
SP exports. Long dated.
Okay, kind of a slow day. 12:10.
The quiet part that the Democrats were trying to make out loud was made out loud very much with concrete numbers and analysis in the media last week, right? So do you think that right now, 7 Democrats are sitting there thinking,
Micron
how
pulse.
is it politically palatable for me to support Trump making money in crypto? No. And I can't imagine what kind of horse trading would have to be happening in the background to get those people to sacrifice their political lives to vote for the Clarity Act as it still stands. So, perhaps I'm being too pessimistic, and there will be ethics language in the next round. But you need 60 people vote for this. I mean, 7 Democrats.
S&P looking for the breakout.
Just yet another draft that acts like protecting
Staking developers and stablecoin yields are the key to this fight. I'm not buying it. I don't believe it's going to happen. And we're down to a few weeks. And last time I checked, nothing happens fast in Congress. 37% on cash odds. If it happens, I put it at sub 5% because I'm trying to be optimistic. All right, next big story here is a follow-up on a theme that we've been talking about all week, month, year.
JLHL.
Crypto-focused VC paradigm raises $1.2 billion for AI bets. Okay, this is like basically our biggest crypto-focused VC, and they're moving over to AI and robotics. So now, to be clear, they've said very clearly, and they've raised, $12.7 billion under management in the past. So this is like, 10%-ish of what they raised. But their previous funds were always crypto focused.
JLHL.
Now they're saying they're going to focus on AI and robotics, but we still like crypto, guys.
PMX.
Still thinking about it. I told you that story about Samasek from Singapore yesterday, how they pivoted entirely from crypto after FTX and we're focusing on AI. That is a theme that we are seeing all across the board and everywhere, even with our own VC. Now, to me, this is sort of the opposite. Now, there's an interesting conversation to be had when we dig into it. Their first investments were strictly AI.
S&P just sitting here. Everybody's sitting there waiting for something to happen.
Crypto and AI is arguably the most interesting narrative for crypto at the moment, right? You've heard countless people come on and talk about the future, dealing with AI agents, and AI agents will transact in crypto without our permission, doing micropayments and stable coins and other assets. That is very, very, very real. And there are a lot of companies that will be inventing and innovating in that space, and I have a very strong belief that Paradigm will be participating in. But even our beloved VCs, the guys who believed in this the most, are probably wisely at least pivoting to some degree to AI. Just remember, there was a tweet that went viral, I think it was Jason Calcanis, in the last cycle that said if you're in crypto, pivot to AI. When I see this, I think if you're in AI, pivot to crypto, because it's probably the top of AI and probably the bottom for crypto. Now, our final story of the day is again another follow-up. I told you about how Robinhood had launched their own layer 2 using Arbitrum Stack, and that they had very quickly gotten to 100 million TVL. We got a follow-up.
Come on, S&P, you can do it.
JLHL.
It's record high. I mean, hashtag frenzy. It's a cat game. Remember how I showed you that tweet from Vlad, the CEO of Robinhood, that said this is built for RWA? Do some games on here too. You guys want to bring that degeneracy over? Robinhood changed just again. I told you about how the same kind of happened when they launched Base. We had the Paula Beings and Brian Armstrong and all those things. Well, hashtag frenzy. So, what's interesting here is not just the fact that they built a serious Wall Street blockchain and a lot of the interest ended up coming from the crypto degens. What's
SP
crazy is that
exports,
their DEX,
long dated.
decentralized exchange, did like $570 million in volume in 24 hours, and at one point passed hyper liquid, and only 17% of that actually was cashed out. So that was a big part.
Intel Pulse.
All right, S&P is trying to break out here.
40,000 new users to crypto who had never used us before, doing lending with the earned product on Morphle. So, hashtag capturing the headlines, but the real story is
TGIF. It's down quite a bit.
BE Pulse.
11:05, 11:30, 11.
Me and Colin came to a very hard conclusion.
Meta Pulse.
Tuesdays at 9 on TLC. 250 years ago, America was built on freedom, adventure, and the open road. This July, celebrate America 250 with Campers Inn. Get freedom credits on every new RV, $500 on travel trailers, $750 on fifth wheels, and $1,000 on motorhomes. Plus, save 17.76% on service labor. And Saturday, July 18th, we're giving away another RV. Campers
NVIDIA
Inn.
Pulse.
Every mile of
long dated, deep puts.
Get outdoors. Visit campersin.com/America250.
Micron pulse. Spider pulse, long dated, deep calls, deep puts. Q's pulse.
S&P continues, looking good.
Nvidia pulse, long dated, deep puts.
All right, this is really slow going, eh? S&P. Come on, S&P. Volume. Let's see what hedge flows look like. Hedge flows are trending again. Hedge flows trending again.
Your biggest prediction for women's sports 10 years out.
I think that I mean I'll give you like a boring one and then hopefully an interesting one will come to me in the process.
Fire away.
I think the market is going to grow the way tech grew in the early days. Like it won't get as big as tech, but like when I started in tech at as a Morgan Stanley and then Battery Ventures late 90s, early 2000s, it was a backwater industry.
JLHL.
And sometimes I say I feel like a bit in Back to the Future too, because it's like if you're focused and you're disciplined and you do this in a very organized way, you know what's going to happen. And so we're $3 billion market today. It could be we wouldn't put this in a deck. It could be 20, 30, 40, $50 billion, but it's going to disproportionately aggregate to the places that
SpaceX,
people want to show
long
up,
dated.
butts and seats, do it repeatedly, watch it,
Triple
deliver
semi-pulse.
storytelling, and where you deliver against world-class players.
Shenanigans.
So I think market size growing faster than we expect, but
Tesla
and
pulse,
like the
long
Amazon
dated.
SpaceX,
Shenanigans.
take a majority of that share, and a lot of the stuff on the margin is not, will be fun, but won't drive that market size. So I don't know. I guess it's my boring prediction. What's a fun one? I think we'll have more soccer and basketball too. Oh, I think there will be more. Like there's this model in Europe of like women's teams kind of taking capital for the first time in minority transactions. I think you're going to see a lot of European men's teams self-control in their women's teams.
S&P still pushing a bit higher. Nvidia also doing the same. Nvidia breaking out. Okay, that looks good. Nvidia.
Long bond pulse, long dated.
Micron back to the opening range high. Okay, so here we go. Nvidia looks like it wants to run through the 50-day, probably taking out some stops overhead, folks. So
Nvidia pulse, long dated. Size.
Provocative comment. I might just have to live to be 200.
Let's talk about single stock reference. So tonight, for example, MU, which has become the poster child of the technology trade, right? Certainly the memory part of the technology trade is doing fine. And you can feel the excitement. Everybody talks. Everybody's in on this MU trade. They're like that. They get on the edge of their seat. Whether they're retail investors, whether they're institutions, or whatever. But, they're looking at MU as if it's the bellwether to the whole AI. I'm not sure it is at all.
Sandisk pulse.
I think it's gonna. I think they're
Shenanigans.
But I think that the stock has acted so well at this point. I mean, it's up 290% this quarter alone. Yeah, I think that the way the stock price looks, it looks really like one sun parabolic straight up. That's it. So that's mathematically sustainable. Right? It's like internal to understand like
A slight change of news around the stock could have made a big drawdown. That happened like about 2 weeks ago. Maybe about 30%. That happened yesterday. Yeah. Right. So that's the risk of that stock is that if you were to buy right now, I can tell my own clients saying, okay, the micro story is a really cool story, but you can have about 5% of the portfolio. You can buy maybe half of it. Not up here. No, not this is a commodity. It's like lumber back during COVID. It went straight up. Right. We've been through this before. Right. This whole super cycle story, this pitch about a super cycle, but it could be here today, gone tomorrow. What I mean by that is in 2027, you may see that there's a lot of capacity starting to come online from China. Right. That you least expected. And then all of a sudden, you start to see all of these memory makers start to roll over. And keep an eye out on Korean, the Korean market. That's like 100% year to date. Yeah. Due in part because of this supply constraint. Right. Which is also unsustainable. Exactly. And the expectation is that the hyperscalers will continue to spend infinity to beyond, and that is not actually reality. Eventually, they're going to rationalize their capex spending, and then you'll see all these stocks.
JLHL.
You're going to find out tonight.
JLHL.
You know, the CEO, CFO, whoever's going to speak tonight on this call. What they really say about the demand going forward. You know, what the whole hyperscalers are doing. How much they're spending.
Okay, NVIDIA is still pushing here. NVIDIA.
The memory industry is.
FRMI.
So the slightest change of tone in that price chart could really move the stock one direction. So the options
JLHL.
Something like 14%. Yeah,
JLHL.
Right.
STFS may resume in less than a minute.
Binance, see a lot of different market segments. What do you think about just the excitement around this particular market? It's a very unique moment. And look, SpaceX is a relatively high potentially rocket demand market. Well, SpaceX is unique in the sense that
JLHL vaulted to the upside.
It's also an internet service provider company. It's actually the largest internet service provider, right? Also globally.
JLHL.
It's great service. It's fantastic. It's fast. It's cheap.
JLHL.
It's just higher quality than for the cable.
NVIDIA just kind of grinding higher. It's a Friday, so not expecting a whole lot out of the markets today. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a little after 12. Friday, July the 10th. Kind of a quiet day. Quiet day for now.
JLHL.
30 years after industry's mature, right? So like my ISP for all the rich 30 years ago, but now Starlink is running the ISP, but it just does it very differently in different space. And then now with AI, so I think like this one, everything Elon does is really crazy out there, but also like tremendously respected.
Can you imagine data centers in space?
That is wild stuff. It's wild, but like it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so it's cool. Everything he does is really cool. Everything we do is very boring.
Well, you know, this is an example of
JLHL.
investor has really they've come to embrace cryptocurrencies. You know, they weren't early community to embrace this technology. How does this new supply of like these amazing tech companies, SpaceX, OpenAI, like do you see that competing like with the demand to own crypto?
No, not at all. I think this is great for. So crypto is not its own industry, just as like internet should not be its own industry. It's a technology. Crypto should be just a technology that enhances financial.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
So there shouldn't be a TradFi versus crypto kind of division. Existing financial players, institutions should use blockchain technologies and should adopt all the things that's happening in crypto. All the crypto guys should be providing all the services that traditional financial guys provide, including like trading stocks, including like loans, all those financial tools. So it's just one technology that should be applied to
JLHL.
service, and there's no division between crypto and TradFi. In my opinion, there shouldn't be. Right now, the industry is relatively new, so the new players can tend to be lumped into crypto players, crypto platforms. But there shouldn't be that. That's a purely labeling division. There's no reason why. Well, for example, if you look at crypto platforms like Binance, they provide loans to people They provide saving programs. They provide a lot of payment solutions. They provide 40, 50 different financial products.
All right, NVIDIA, no follow through, just kind of fading here. I take some profits. It feels like there's very few people trading today. Just the volume. There's no follow through. The volume isn't spiking up. S&P, that was a nice little pop, but very brief. Meta, okay. Lulu back down. Lulu back down here.
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
JLHL may resume in less than a minute. AMTL.
Micron Pulse. SPX Pulse, long dated. Size.
Futures, no momentum.
JLHL may rise in 10 seconds.
NVIDIA fading. All right, so Apple's turning back up. Apple. Let's see. Do I have anything left in Apple? I don't think I do. Apple negative. We sold all our Apple. We sold Apple. Okay, had a big move yesterday. Apple sold into that resistance. Okay, there's nothing there now. Okay, what's Dell doing? Dell still sitting there. It's a Friday. Not expecting a whole lot. Meta is still the number one stock on the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500.
Meta Pulse, long dated. AMD Pulse.
JLHL. JLHL.
Welcome to a new episode of Power Players with Brian Sozzi. I am our host, Brian Sozzi. It's me, in the flesh. And I want to talk about all things retirement today and annuities. You may not think it's fun, but my guest here sure does think it's fun. President of Feed USA and COO of Feed Home. Good to see you. Great to see you, Brian. I always ask you this. I'll ask you again. What's new in annuities?
There's lots of new annuities. The reason there's lots of new annuities, you can keep getting them. Yep. Right? And so we have, every day there's 12,000 people, new people turning age 65.
Microsoft turning up. Microsoft.
All that need more assets.
Okay, what's going on here?
I'm just curious what you are searching for right now in terms of
NVIDIA, Microsoft turning.
Everybody thinks the magic number for retirement is $1.46 million. Is that
it's all about planning, right? So for many that can be enough. And And one of the
Robinhood turning off the low.
and other activities is what you can do to your portfolio at 1.46 million if you integrate annuities inside that strategy. Right. So most people, they probably come up with that magic number because they say, well, I can withdraw about 4% every year. 4% of 1.5 million, that's about 60,000 a year plus Social Security. Yeah. And then so you take, with annuities, you basically take out 1.5 times
JLHL.
6% versus 4%. So you can basically change your retirement from 60 to $90,000. And that's the power that annuities can have. 1.46 million.
Everything, all prices, everything going up and roll, but people are living longer. So maybe that is not.
Yeah, and again, it depends how you manage it, right? So, yeah, the biggest risk.
Microsoft still pushing off the low. Those of you trading MSFU, this is looking pretty good.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
JLHL.
Give you a 10-20% hit to the portfolio because a lot of people that are close to retirement still have a lot of money. Their money even in their 50s and 60s.
Okay, S&P futures trying to rise again.
We get excited about annuities because when you fold annuities, you can create like
All right, it's 12:30.
The stock market is hitting new records. At the same time, there's a war. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
JLHL. It's a little hard competing against the bull market, but the sales have been at all-time highs, and it's largely because of the interest rate. The interest rates were near zero pre-COVID, and they've really risen to more long-term natural levels. And what that's done is it's really
to that huge move that they both had, silver and gold.
And that's why it's an alternative investment.
Right, but that was purely based on speculation. That was purely based on FOMO.
Can you then can you tell us then? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the punchline then on why you own Freeport and how that, if you're still like the mining space in some regard,
well,
why?
Copper is different, right? So Freeport's more of a play on copper, and copper, like as we build data centers, as we build electric cars, you see the endless demand for copper, and on that one you can see a much more clear-cut scenario on how the copper miners are terribly productive and make lots of cash over the next years. And this is like, I'd be more comfortable again owning a gold miner perhaps than gold itself, than gold bullion.
We did increase miners as well, but I would say copper, yeah, this would be in supply deficit, and it's going to that supply deficit is going to increase over time. I think miners there are set up pretty well too. All right, we're going to move on to Kate Rooney, who has a CNBC News update for us. Hi, Kate.
Hey there, Scott. President Trump has removed
CBRS. Nice little pop. Okay, that's moved. Nice opening range breakout.
Push for proof of citizenship requirements for voter registration and comes after a Supreme Court ruling expanded presidential authority over independent agency boards. Meanwhile, a deadly wildfire in southern Spain has killed at least 12 people, with 23 others still missing. Officials say some victims were found inside burned-out vehicles while trying to escape those flames. The fire has scorched nearly 8,000 acres as extreme heat grips most of that country. And finally, a dangerous heat wave is building.
Tesla trying to push higher. Broadcom still needs to get above the 50-day. We'll look at it next week.
A strong heat dome is expected to grip large parts of the lower 48, raising concerns for heat illness, power demand, and outdoor workers. Officials are urging people to limit time outside and stay hydrated. Scott, back over to you.
All right, Kate, thank you. That's Kate Rooney. Mike Santoli's next.
Home Depot. Okay. Home Depot. Fading from the high. Sitting on top the 21-day Home Depot.
SanDisk Pulse. Shenanigans. Meta Pulse.
Tesla trying to break out. Nvidia grinding back up to the highs. Broadcom at the high of the day. Google trying to turn the corner. S&P, CBRS looking pretty good, right? Maybe turning the corner. You got a higher low on CBRS. Maybe this gets catches a bid. CBRS.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Size, Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans.
S&P pulling back in. Netflix and Oracle not doing so hot. Yeah. Okay, Caterpillar. Trying to base here. Caterpillar. Right at the 50-day moving average. Maybe next week get a better view.
Deep calls.
All right, Dell. The upper Bollinger Band. No breakout.
Senior markets commentator and overtime co-anchor Mike Santoli joins us now on this midday word. How do you feel like you're going to assess this market for the week?
Look, we kind of held its ground. Actually, marginal progress. If you just look at how the S&P has managed to perform, and a lot of the hardest hit stuff in the beginning part of this month did not knock things off course. So that's a net positive. I think over the course of the last few weeks, you've had positioning reset into a more neutral spot. I don't think it's by any means like, a screaming buy or anything like that, but a lot of overcrowding and overstretched momentum positioning is taking care of itself. I don't know that semis have truly answered the question, was that an important crescendo top that we got to a few weeks ago? They're bouncing, they're kind of push and pull. I think that's okay as long as the rest of the market hangs in. I do think the bar is very high for earnings. I think pretty much everybody would agree with that. It's probably going to be supportive. The denominator is going to hang in there for the PE. A lot of valuation compression in the big cloud platforms. We'll see if that really dictates what happens in the next couple of weeks.
How do you feel about the financials, which are going to kick things off later next week?
Yeah, I think it's one of those deals where it's kind of a widely acknowledged good environment. The capital market side of things seems like it's fully reflected in a lot of these stocks. I think I'm sensitive a little bit to what they're going to say. We have to keep in mind that this is the quarter when a lot of the kind of
Man, such a slow day. Let's see what Trace looks like. 99 percentile just below at 75.50. 0 day. Is that support? Hedge flows, we need that to keep rising.
Coming up next, calls of the day. One big bank, speaking of, naming 3 committee stocks. Top picks into earnings. We debate them next.
GMM.
Size, SPX Pulse, long dated. SanDisk Pulse, Shenanigans.
GMM.
ALM.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
And I think as an industry, we just need to do a better job of reaching out to these individuals and connecting.
There's a story in the Wall Street Journal 2 weeks ago on how younger folks are just have been conditioned to buy the dip in the stock market. And there was they profiled one person in there that just they put their life savings into a stock that they didn't know much about. They did anyway. You have to pull your hair out when you see stories like this. Because they're not protected.
Meta Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
NBIS.
That's right. What? I look at the markets and there's always some forward innovations. I look at prediction markets. That's one of the latest innovations I think. Like, has there innovation in the movie space?
There have, and I think there's a lot to come. So one of the more recent innovations has actually been the
SNDG.
So defined contribution historically has been
CBRS.
back 30 years ago. The default investment would be like a stable value fund, which is a very low return, very safe, or a balanced fund, which would have been 50% bonds, 50% equities. And the dominant solution today is morphed into target date funds, which is effectively a glide path which is automatically de-risks your savings portfolio. So it might be 80% equities, 100% in your 20s, and by the time you get to 65, it might be 50-50. One of the biggest innovations in that space is one that B has brought to the table, is integrating annuities directly inside a target date fund. And effectively what you have is a better target date fund. And what we think, just as target date funds have become effectively default in the industry because it's just a better mousetrap for savers, it takes the net savings a lot easier because instead of having a monitor and my allocation, it's just automatic.
All right, we told you earnings are just around the corner. HSBC today has their top picks into the prints. AbbVie, Caterpillar, Marriott. AbbVie, Bill. It's my number 15 name. They've had 7% earnings growth. Sky Rizzi and Redbach, they have really made up the lost revenue of Humira. I think they're expecting 24% revenue growth here. The stock's only up, I think 7% on the year. It's breaking out and trying to break out. I like healthcare quite a bit, outside of tech, and I think and I like Lilly a lot as well. But I think there could be some great momentum in the next phase here. Caterpillar.
It's not just an AI story or an AI adjacent story. Power generation, mining, infrastructure. I think it's a multi-year play. The stock is up a lot, 65% on the year, 132% over the past 12 months. We're not selling.
Tesla Pulse, long dated, our growth strategy
deep
since the growth
calls.
strategy was started in 2013. It's, as my friend Steve Weiss says, a permanent compounder. Also, when we talk about earnings and certainty and clarity of earnings, this is a company that you can really rely on. Right now, earnings for the next 3 years are mid-teens, and they should stay that way. Now, it's a little expensive. It's trading at 30 times. It's got a 3.5% free cash flow yield. It's up 22% year to date. So maybe you don't buy it here and now. Maybe you wait for a blip at some point because the market will do that to it. But this is truly the kind of stock that you can put in your portfolio and hold for a decade or more.
Long dated.
Lamar Advertising, which you have cut today to neutral from buy at Citi, target to 160, which is basically where it is.
It's so tough. So this is up over 30% this year, and my challenge is in our dividend strategy. So the challenge here is that I bought it it's the second time I've owned it, but I bought it not too long ago. I am long term on it, but I have a huge capital gain. The dividend's down to 4%. Now, what a great company. It's billboard. So in this crazy world that we live in, it's the only place where you're sure that people will actually see your advertisement. Everywhere else is hit or miss, but billboards, they're going to see them. All the same, it's pretty expensive.
S&P is moving now. S&P.
I don't think that's what the analyst report also thinks. That there's limited upside, and that's real. So I'm in this tough spot of, do I just realize the gain?
S&P is driving higher.
Something that's got 5%, but I also have an incredibly high quality company with an excellent management team and a really indelible business. It's a tough call. I'm not selling it yet, but I'm not too far off.
Pepsi downgraded to neutral from buy. The target at Citi goes to 145 from 170.
Yeah, I agree with the downgrade. The demand in North America has been atrocious. This is a very small position, Scott. Actually, in our growth portfolio, which seems weird, It's part of the Russell 1000 growth. Stock's down 5% on the year. I wouldn't get in front of it. In our dividend portfolio, with a huge position in Coke, that's up 20% on the year. I like Coke. I have a Coke.
So you agree with the downgrade, but you're going to hold the
I have
stock.
to hold it because it's part of an index. I have to have a slight allocation there, but our conviction is with Coke.
I hear you.
One comment on Pepsi.
Yes.
So as you can imagine, with that dividend yield creeping to 4.4% on such a high quality company, I haven't been able to resist but start diving in on research, and it's such a bummer because I keep hitting roadblocks. And like between GLP-1s and the potentially weakening U.S. consumer, and the fact that their North American business, it showed some glimmers of health, and then in this last earnings report, it faded again. I don't think you want to get in front of Pepsi. It's still not that inexpensive. You know, if it comes down another 20 or 30%, then it gets attractive. But I know, right? But I need the numbers to come down that much to warrant the valuation that compelling.
Yeah. It reminds me of Nike.
Yeah. And the GLP-1s, are scary for companies like this. Even with all their beverages, they have a huge snack business. So I could not get to a point of comfort, and I really wanted to. I really wanted this in my portfolio.
Real quick.
What is, would you add to Kathy? I sold half my position. I think it's way overvalued.
Sanders
We have a
Pulse,
5% max
long
holding.
dated,
So I'm
If you
kind
didn't
of
have
deep
that,
calls.
if you didn't have that, would you add to it?
Probably not. I think it's up against the threshold to perfection, but I don't want to be out of it. I do think it's a multi-year story. But just like with your Micron, I buy it on weakness.
Okay. All right. Rentals. All right. Oliver Rennick, options actions next.
NBIL. NBIS.
Sandisk Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Meta Pulse,
JLHL.
Thanks, Ozzy. Appreciate you tuning in.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated. SPX Pulse, long dated, deep puts.
I don't know what's going on inside these companies.
JLHL.
It's not like, oh, 2% layoff. Ooh, 20% layoff. Wait, where did these even come from? So, opinion, not facts. I think a lot of it's got to be, wow, there's a lot of people in this company who are not prepared to fully embrace this thing. And I'm also not sure what the hell they're going to do hiring these people. I have the world's best.
JLHL.
I'm going to cover right up, and I'm so sorry, but it's a lot. But, yeah, we get some hiring mistakes.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
S&P still driving higher.
But it definitely, well, I don't know. It's not for me to.
Just kind of kicking back and watching the markets continue.
Size,
How much more productive you get parts of your team to be
Micron Pulse,
with these new tools. And so it isn't lost on me that if you have
JLHL.
if you had a low bar,
JZXN.
if you were to start with nothing sucks more than the playoffs. I think they should have started. Yeah, tough situation. Super tough. It's hard if you are human, not a guy. You
SNHL.
gut feel. It's a terrible thing to do. And it's awful when you like the people you work with and you're telling them like, hey, if you always fully say I made a mistake, I shouldn't have hired some people. I shouldn't have miscalculated my ability to pay them. But whatever it is, it's not nice. And
SNXX.
they're just hiding behind AI. It's probably too blatant.
Oliver Rennick live at the SIBO in Chicago with today's options action. What do you see there?
Hey, Scott, we're seeing a huge amount of bullish appetite for Circle, the crypto network that just got regulator approval to establish a national trust bank. Shares are up more than 5%, and options volume is 4 times heavier than the 30-day average, with about 200,000 contracts traded in Circle, and 78% of them calls, with almost 3 times as many calls bought versus puts. There is a lot of short-term speculation happening right now. Top 5 contracts all expired today and range from the 69 to 80 strike calls, which of course are very low probability. There is a lot of excitement about how crypto technology is disrupting the derivatives market, but Circle's still down 70% over the past year, and the biggest trade today was actually someone selling the 85 strike August 21st calls and using that money to buy $500,000 of 55 strike puts. It's a very bearish position, Scott.
All right, I'll see you at 3 o'clock. Oliver, thanks. Oliver running. Setup coming up next.
Have the ability, not too many else's. You guys have the ability to bring joy to the most famous athlete in the entire world. Like that. You can.
GMM.
All right, S&P continues to grind higher.
Johnson. Oh, that's the reason for it. But this is the remake. So the 2016 animated film that's done phenomenal. So now they're doing the live action. So now you have the real actor. So you have Dwayne Johnson himself actually out there. So he's out there.
The show.
He's out there.
My Dwayne is now part of the show.
He's part of the show. The reviews haven't been so great, but that's
All right, let's do the setup. Some non-banks twice. United Health next Thursday.
Yeah, look, Steve Hensley's come back. You know, he's the former CEO, was state chairman. I think it continues to be beats the upside, but this surprise report is the upside. He's just ruthless in getting costs under control and going back to what made them such a perfect company.
Okay, Fastenal next Monday. Bill, you own that name?
Yeah, it's a real gauge on the U.S. industrial economy. I think they benefited from reshoring and energy. I have high hopes that they can do well here.
Jenny Conag.
Yeah. So we talked about this last week because Barron's had an article saying they're likely to trim the dividend. They are likely to trim it. And with that, I think the stock has been de-risked. It's trading at 8.5 times next year's earnings. It's a well-managed company. They have a great product line. Within the huge threat from GLP-1s, they have, on average, better products. So I think they could have a crummy quarter, and the stock could still be well managed. At this point, I'll probably get out if it does have a nice pop.
Okay, I was going to ask about that. Okay,
Stop.
We'll do finals after the break.
JLHL.
NVIDIA Pulse. Meta Pulse, long dated.
NBV.
Oracle Pulse.
JLHL.
Alrighty.
CORZ.
Yeah.
S&P continues. This is looking good. Okay, so these S&P options, I have to take these off.
Holy cow.
Okay, coming up against 75.70.
Long bond pulse. Size.
All right, I'm going to take profits here soon.
Holy cow. SPX calls. Long bond pulse.
This afternoon, Cozy Trail, the professor Jeremy Siegel will join us. Dan Greenhouse, Kevin Jordan, more.
Okay, we're approaching that 75.70 zone. I got to take profits.
We're gonna go this way this time. What's your final trade, Weiss?
JLHL halted to the upside.
Dick's Sporting Goods stocks correct a little bit. It has these peaks values, but it's still the top playing retail in my view.
Okay. Jenny, what do you have?
JLHL.
Dividend aristocrat with a 5% yield trading at 17 times. As petrochemicals return
CORZ.
to pre-war pricing and supply chains normalize, by the way, that's their biggest cost. This stock should get a pop.
Thank you very much, Bill Baruch. Nebius AI infrastructure, ultra growth story. It's sold off about 40% from its recent high. It's a big support. I think it snaps back quickly. Super volatile area of this market. Interesting final trade from you, up about 3%. Kevin Simpson, what do you got?
NVIDIA. I keep coming back to this ticker. Blackwell continues to outpace. The demand is unbelievable, and they're finally now approaching $100 billion per quarter.
All right, everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you a little bit later on the closing bell. The exchange begins right now.
Thank you very much, Scott. The S&P and the NASDAQ are on pace for positive weeks despite today's modest move. I'm Kelly Evans.
Okay, Microsoft's still pushing higher. Microsoft.
Is on track for a down week, and that's as odds of a rate hike this year have jumped to 63% now, amid renewed tensions with Iran. We'll have more on that in a little bit, by the way, with Robin Brooks. We're also tracking shares of SK Hynix soaring 17% on their U.S. IPO today after increasing that price last night. As for the rest of the memory trade, Micron's fractionally lower, trying to avoid its first 3-week losing streak in nearly a year. But the rest of the group seeing some gains and poised for their first positive week in 3. We'll talk more about this right now, actually. Let's begin with these questions about the future of the biggest names in the market, with several of the Mag 7 still under pressure as they struggle to fund and win the AI race. One notable standout, though, is Apple. It's on track for back-to-back weekly gains for the first time in over a month, and the company is close to overtaking NVIDIA now as the world's biggest public firm. Let's talk
Our little profit taking S&P.
in today's opening exchange. Michael, it's great to have you. Welcome.
Nice to see you, Kelly.
So we just highlighted this back and forth. It's the memory and chip trade is up ninefold, but then it's had 3 down weeks, and now the Mag 7 are some of them are breaking out, others are. The whole grouping really doesn't make sense anymore. Talk through, as you have a lot of exposure to these areas, what are you doing about it?
Yeah, never a dull moment, right? There's a lot of volatility. They're up 1, they're down 1 day to day. If I was a trader, I'd go crazy. But we're still long-term investors, so we're looking for the places we think can exceed investors' expectations. Apple's a place where we're actually slightly under.
S&P, a little profit taking here at the highs.
Breaking out to new highs, and as you said, threatening NVIDIA with market cap.
Tesla pushing a bit higher. Tesla.
Increases due to memory. We're concerned that we're going to get to this cycle here in September, having seen most of their hardware raised price 15 to 30% thereabouts. What are they going to do with the iPhones? And it could be $100 to $200 on the high end, maybe less on the lower end. But where's the AI? I mean, I think that's going to be the where's the beef moment for Apple. Where is the AI for these price increases? What is the consumer really getting? Is it evolutionary or revolutionary? Is it just another product cycle? We are on the margin a little underweight Apple rather than overweight it because we're not really believers yet that they've figured out how to really display and monetize AI for customers in their phones.
I sort of wanted to beat you on that, although I don't know if I need to, but I could actually see people going, no, I mean, look, from my point of view, consumers are so accustomed now to having to pay up every time we turn around. Where was I the other day? I walked in and the price of everything had been raised. Oh, at at Peter's Fish Market, which is my favorite, place to go. And the price of everything is up another $10 a pound. So are consumers really going to balk at paying more for probably their most used thing for the iPhone? I don't know. Maybe a little bit on the margin, but I don't know if it's going to be that much of a headwind.
Yeah, I think it's the little on the margin that we're worried about. I think you're right. It's not going to be drastically different. They haven't really raised prices on the high-end phones in the last 3 years. And arguably, once they broke the $1,000 mark in 2017 or 18, whatever that was, it's been a new game for Apple. They've been pretty good about keeping prices consistent. However, what are you getting on the margin for this new phone? And is it less 17s going to 18s and really just the folks that are a few generations behind finally succumbing because their battery doesn't work or they're just having problems with their cracked screen? You're right. It's not going to be a gigantic change. Rather, it's more likely to be on the margin. That you just see maybe a little bit less demand. Now, maybe the folding phone works its way through that. That's possible. But right now, we don't see a real reason, and we don't see that AI killer app yet, and we'd really like to see that first.
It'll be fun to go through almost all of the Mag 7 with you, just to kind of understand Meta. What do you make of this? Here's what I find fascinating, and all credit to them. I mean, they've come out with a model that sounds like it performs incredibly well. Maybe it is the next Gemini, maybe it is the next Google, and all that's fine, but I watch this and I go, well, this isn't the end of the story. This might be fine now, but then Gemini is going to respond, or OpenAI is going to respond, or Grok is going to respond. So having to stay in that leadership position, they're already doing 70% of their revenues as CapEx. I just don't know if this makes sense from a long-term investment point of view.
Yeah, I think it does, but you're right. There's definitely going to be that leapfrog behavior from the strength of these models, and we've been seeing that sort of since day one. Go back even a couple of years ago when OpenAI was really the only game in town, and then we started talking about Anthropic, and then we started talking about Gemini, and little by little, and then DeepSeek moment, and now Meta is back with something much better. I think it's actually far more interesting that they're going to be interested in potentially leasing some of their compute power. That feels more like a hyperscaler behavior. I look at Meta as sort of at a crux from the way that company is viewed going forward. Think back to the days in the internet days. You can remember that far back.
State ISIS, and is with us now on Balance of Power. Ambassador, it's great to see you and welcome back. How do we describe this moment before we explore how to get out of it? This rolling back and forth of kinetic activity, preference for talks? How long can we sustain this split screen?
Welcome to my world of many decades of diplomacy in conflict situations. This is not abnormal. It also isn't good. Very quickly, the president and Iran back in June agreed to end the latest range of fighting from February on with a ceasefire, and the Iranians get to ship their oil out and sell it for market prices on the world market, and in return, the United States would trade and we would negotiate a new nuclear deal. It wasn't a bad
S&P, a little bit of profit taking right there.
Iranians decided that they would start dealing with it. Lawyering, as we see the text of the somewhat ambiguous agreement, but many agreements are ambiguous, to say they'll really control the Straits from day one. That led to them firing at ships, breaking the ceasefire, and American retaliation. Right now, the MOU may technically be in effect and not in effect. The point is we aren't talking with the Iranians, and the United States is not launching any new attacks, waiting to see what Iran does. For the moment, if Iran doesn't fire any new missiles and targets across the Straits or at our ships, the United States probably will not retaliate. But if Iran keeps the Straits closed one way or the other, we will reinstitute the blockade, and we will take further economic and potentially military measures to return Iran to the memorandum of agreement we signed in June. I think that's the way we're going.
Okay, Ambassador, speak to the significance, realizing that we haven't had anything today, of in the last 24 hours, the U.S. choosing to hit 2 bridges in eastern provinces along the railway line to the city
Tesla
of
Pulse,
Mashhad. Iran's
long
foreign
dated.
ministry called this a flagrant violation of Articles 1 and 5 of the MOU. What were we trying to accomplish by taking down those bridges?
First of all, to get the Iranian hypocritical foreign minister to rant and rave about what we're doing in violation of this and that. I mean, these are the guys who violated the MOU in the first place. We launched 170 strikes over 2 days. That's back up to close to what we were doing a few months ago. And importantly, as you noted, we hit these railway connections that Iran is using to get its oil out to China by land. If we put a new blockade on cutting their sea exit, and we also blow up the railways, cutting their land exit, and also limit their ability to move their forces around the land, they're facing a very dire situation. I was in Iraq in 2004 when all the rail lines were cut. It wasn't happening.
Wow. Well, that's fascinating, Ambassador. Should that be the ongoing strategy if we're in fact going to cripple Iran? As much focus as we have on the Strait, eliminating any other avenue for Iran to get oil to China?
Sure, it's not just the oil. As I said, the bridges, the railways, and eventually I would suspect they'll also go after the electrical systems, or at least the high tension lines, because if you get a new ceasefire, they can easily be replaced. That, again, cripples the Iranian economy. It cripples the Iranian ability to wage war, including to close the straits, and it will provoke one or another very dramatic reaction sooner or later among the population. Iran knows this, so this will be encouraging them to come back to the table, which is why, again, the foreign minister is bitching so loudly about all the bad things we're doing, because they realize they're having an impact.
Wow, that's pretty fascinating. When you talk about the fact that we are at least talking, these are not formal talks at a table. We're hearing about back channels and indirect talks. As a career diplomat, Ambassador, how does that work?
Long dated.
Before the phone call gets back to the White House with news.
It works badly. The best is face-to-face. We have one round with the Iranians with Vice President J.D. Vance, but since then, including the details for this June memorandum of understanding, we're done through intermediaries. There are all kinds of problems with them. It's just that it's better than not talking. And right now, we can't meet face-to-face. We'll go through the Qataris, we'll go through the Pakistanis, the Turks, and others, and they'll do a good enough job, I believe.
What you make of the swap? I know we only have a minute, Ambassador. The swap on Air Force One this week. There's been some reporting, more specifically from the New York Times, to suggest that the new gifted Air Force One from Qatar was not outfitted with aerial defense systems that would prevent a heat-seeking missile potentially from downing the jet. He took the old Air Force One home after being threatened by Iran. Should that plane, the new Air Force One, be used at all?
No. I was in the old Air Force One with President Bush when a certain rogue East Asian state, I won't name which, took some threatening actions
long-dated.
fighters.
Holy cow.
And under those
SPX
circumstances,
calls.
it's a life or death situation involving the president. We cannot take any risk with an American president being shot down or destroyed in a combat or in a terrorist operation. That thing should be sent to some graveyard.
Wow. I had a feeling you might have a great answer for that. James Jeffrey, it's great to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Ambassador, and have a great weekend. Former ambassador to
Holy cow.
Turkey, former special
SPX
envoy
calls.
of the global coalition to defeat ISIS. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. As we balance a couple of lead stories here today on Bloomberg, we turn from geopolitics to Wall Street and the enormous demand for memory that has culminated in a new listing in New York today. And Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow joins us from World Headquarters with his eyes on SK Hynix. So far, a successful debut of ADRs trading on the NASDAQ, up over 16% from the sale price. And Ed is with us right now live, having just returned from the NASDAQ market site. So far, so good, Ed?
So far, so good. You know the ticker for now, SKHYV, the V goes on the 14th when the full trading starts. But the other way of looking at it is sky high, SKHY, sky high, and that kind of represents the state of the memory market right now. DRAM prices
NVIDIA
are sky
price,
high,
long dated.
flash memory sky high, and SK Hynix dominates high bandwidth memory, HBM market 57%, and you know in any given
Tesla pulling back.
transaction, Joe, there are numbers, right? But I think
NVIDIA is still trying to move. S&P is fading. Feels like a pretty slow day all morning compared to yesterday, especially. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 1:13 p.m., July the 10th. I trust you're having a good day. A little bit of a grinder. Stocks grinding back up to highs. What's Meta doing? Meta fading. Okay, so not chasing that was a good idea. NVIDIA, a brief pop above opening range, and then a follow through. Looks good, NVIDIA.
Market share in high bandwidth memory, those are the memory chips that correspond to a GPU in an AI data center, and Micron and Samsung make up the remainder of that market. But what you know about Micron is that right now, its American output of memory broadly is a few single-digit % of its total output. All of what it's doing is in Asia. So that's really interesting.
So NVIDIA through the 50-day, if we can close up here above the 50-day, there's a shot that we could follow through. I'm thinking we might see something like yesterday where we trade inside of today's candle on Monday. All depends on how we close here. MACD has crossed, so the momentum is there, definitely bullish. And S&P is bouncing now. S&P looking like it wants to go a bit further. Okay, I'm going to scale out of the rest of this position as we approach 75.70. I have the 75.65, 75.70. I posted that earlier.
Begging the question, when will it catch up, Ed, or will it? This is a company, as you've reported today, that has big investment plans.
Yeah, I think what's so interesting is everyone has a slightly different view of how long there's going to be a shortage of memory chips. And in this context, we're specifically talking about DRAM. A high bandwidth memory chip is layers of DRAM, micro layers, 12 in the case of the one I held up to you earlier in the earlier edition of Balance of Power. And the high bandwidth memory market is about just under, I don't know, 40%, let's say, of everything that's being done in DRAM right now. But from a dollar perspective, because
NVIDIA
so high accounts for it,
long dated.
what the chairman was saying there is very academic. Bear with me, Joe. It's hard to pass this up. He is saying he thinks that the shortage will end when the humankind reaches artificial general intelligence, which is the holy grail of AI for those that aren't aware. You can't put that on your calendar. Exactly. I'm not getting my flip calendar and going, okay, I wanted him to say 2030 or 2032 and it didn't go like that. I think that because, let's be honest, English is not Chairman Che's first language. He has a PhD in economics from Chicago, by the University of Chicago, lived a long time in Chicago and in New York City. But if you listen very carefully, he said, the supply's never going to catch up with the demand. It's about bridging the gap, and that's why we're pulling this all together. Why are they raising money through US ADRs? Why is he talking up his commitment to invest in America? They are massively committed to ramping up their capacity
NVIDIA Pulse
here in the United States and to continually
Tesla
tap
Pulse.
markets to do it.
So this is no longer a cyclical industry. The big run-ups, the boom and bust cycles we've seen in the past,
yes,
will not occur again.
So in 2012, when SK bought Hynix, a lot of people thought that was crazy. The memory industry was underpinned by a lot of debt, and it was boom and bust because basically memory chips went into consumer electronics. It followed the cycle of the global economy. If people, stopped buying consumer electronics and they built up a glut of memory chips, you just stopped buying the memory chips, you stopped buying consumer electronics. Now it's linear.
Long dated.
It's just linear being there's a longer field of view for how long the demand vastly outpaces the supply of memory. But it's being driven by something completely different, which is, again, I'm sorry to go back to basics. A high bandwidth memory chip that goes into a data center is just layers of DRAM. So there's a competition between the data center market and the consumer electronics market for where that DRAM is getting funneled. And that's a new dynamic that didn't exist in 2012.
Incredible. Can I ask you, just because we don't get to spend that much time together on the air, Ed Ludlow, we've got earnings reporting season starting next week. What are you excited about? What are you worried about as we get up to the tech earnings cycle?
Yeah, earnings expectations are incredibly high for the Mag 7, the biggest technology companies in America and therefore the world. Capital expenditures from the big cloud computing companies, that's Amazon, Microsoft, Google, will be a big, big focus. But probably at this stage, a greater emphasis on evidence, proof, that out the other side, companies big and small have worked out something useful to do with AI and are generating their own revenues. I think there's going to be a lot more focus on that going forward. Yes, all these chip companies are going to grow massively, top and bottom line. The cloud computing companies will say the demand's there, but everyone's looking for that extra third bucket, which is like, well, hold on, what about all these companies that you say are your customers? How are they doing?
Wow. It's gonna be fascinating. We'd love your help to get through it. Of course, you can find, and to that end, as the host of Bloomberg Tech every day here on Bloomberg, and I appreciate it. And we'll be watching, of course, SK Hynix. It's up about 16% at the moment. We'll have the latest.
SMH
with our
Pulse.
political panel next. President Trump says he will not sign the bill.
Ryan Miller invests the way he wants to invest. Ryan sets his investments to automatic.
And that's easy. HA will may rest in 10 seconds.
One voice. Talk about easy.
S&P.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today.
I don't like slow days like this where there's no momentum because you can quickly get somebody to come in and take profits, getting impatient. All the New York FANGs are pretty much mixed now off the highs of the session. NVIDIA still hanging in there. Micron catching a bid.
Long dated. Deep calls.
When control of Congress changes
entire sectors like energy. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as a 2014. Think that probability is too low? By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 74 cents. Each correct prediction is exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market and hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed
Micron turning back up, looking good, brother Bill.
PE Pulse, long dated. AMD Pulse. Micron Pulse. Intel Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Behind every great golf shot is smarter manufacturing. AT&T Business helps connect the factory floor and the supply chain, offering precision in every swing.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
The world, menopause. Watch Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Micron driving higher.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check
Spider
markets
Pulse,
all day long. Here
long
on Bloomberg,
dated,
SK Hynix
deep puts.
ADRs now up by 16%. The American Depository Research have surged above their offering price after the company raised $26.5 billion in the largest ever American listing by an overseas company. Went out the gate at 149, 172.77 on
Tesla
SK
Pulse.
Hynix. Keep it locked into Bloomberg. We'll keep you updated throughout the day on how SK Hynix fares. Stocks are higher. In fact, we are just
AMD.
today now on the S&P up 22, higher by about 0.3%. We've got the S&P at 75.65. Dow Industrials up 140 on the Dow, a gain of 0.3%. Nasdaq is up 0.2%. The Nasdaq 100 index up 0.3%, and the SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, it is up by 0.3%.
Tesla Pulse.
AMD trying to go. AMD.
Size, long dated.
AMD trying to go.
$17 the ounce to 41.06, a drop there of 0.4%. We are looking at
Oh, I sold my AMD. Okay. Sold AMD.
Brent holding above 75, down today by 0.7%. Earnings news. Delta Airlines did reaffirm its full-year profit guidance. The shares, however, trading lower after earnings. Right now, we do have Delta down by 2%. United will be among the
AMD breaking out.
It is down by 1.6%, and then we hear from American, rounding out the legacy carriers. It reports the week after. American right now down by 1.1%. So
Sam,
recapping, a
long
16%
dated.
gain in
SP
SK
Small.
Hynix ADRs, S&P 500 index.
AMD breaking out.
Back, Joe Matthew.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay, Charlie Pellet will return in about 20 minutes' time with more on the Friday trade. We thank you, Charlie, as we inch our way towards 4 p.m. And of course, this program followed by
AMD breaking out.
Daily. We'll keep tabs on the SK trade straight through the afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee's off today. And the president has made it very clear he's not signing the bill. We've not actually heard from him on this, but on Truth Social, this is the bipartisan housing bill that's been knocking around the White House for the better part of a week, even more than that. He's got 10 days to sign it. And the president has decided that he doesn't want to. If we go back to last month, remember, there was a signing ceremony that was to take place on Capitol Hill. In Statuary Hall, the chairs were set, the table with the presidential seal, the Sharpies were there, cameras, lights were lit. When he announced on Truth Social that he was not going to the signing ceremony because he was not able to get enough support from the Save America Act within his own conference.
Soft pulse.
And today the president continues to seemingly punish his own party. Going back to Truth Social, quote, I will not sign the housing bill, which has been fully approved by Congress and sent to the White House in protest, he says, there it is on your screen, over the fact that the U.S. Senate is not capable of passing the Save America Act, which he says is polling at 97% of the Republican Party and very high with the non-politician Democrats, as he refers to the other party. The president's been pretty clear about this, and listen, this was an achievement that both Republicans and Democrats were hoping to carry with them on the midterm trail. Many will continue to do so, just without the love and support of President Trump.
Nice little short covering pop there. If it follows through, it'll be new money coming in. Kind of late in the day on a weekend. One, two. Monday's high.
A yawn, he said, a big yawn. Tyler Kendall,
AMD
correspondent, is at the
deep
White House
calls.
right now, where there
Shenanigans.
will not be a signing ceremony, but the law tells us
NVIDIA
the
pulse.
way this works, Tyler, is it will be on the books.
Yeah, AMD, the high there was about 572.50, 572.60.
Right, Joe, it's expected to become a law Saturday at midnight. There's a few different
Okay, NVIDIA turning back up now. NVIDIA. Micron turned up first. Micron had an, ooh, there goes Micron. Nice job. Nice job, Bill.
So there's no appropriations backing this bill that could make, a tangible difference immediately. But it does have 47 different provisions. This is considered to be the most bipartisan and widest ranging housing bill in really.
Okay, there goes NVIDIA turning up. NVIDIA now. NVIDIA, AMD,
Meta pulse. Long dated.
Broadcom,
NVIDIA pulse.
chips.
BE pulse.
With more than 350 homes from purchasing additional single-family properties, that band was really critical to getting this White House's support. So there are provisions in here that we know both sides of the aisle would like to tout moving forward. You mentioned it passed on a bipartisan basis. Just to put some context there, we're talking very bipartisan. In the Senate, it was 85 to 5. In the House, it was 538 to 32. The thing is, President Trump, as you heard, says that this is essentially a protest vote when it comes to the Save America Act, that voter ID requirement law. But Joe, the thing is, Senate Republicans have repeatedly told this White House the math just isn't there to pass it as it stands. The math also isn't there to change the procedure. You'll often hear President Trump talking about the filibuster, trying to get around that 60 vote threshold. But at this point, there doesn't really seem to be a tangible path, at least before November, for the Senate to get this done.
Yeah, he's calling for two things, Tyler, in this very same post. As he said, if the Democrats, or as he writes, Democrats are not working with Republicans, do not allow a positive vote on Save America, then terminate the filibuster, he writes, in all caps, and pass this and every other bill that true Republicans have ever dreamt of. So he wants the Save America Act to be passed. John Thune has made clear they don't have the votes to do that. So as a result, he says, kill the filibuster. John Thune's not prepared to do that either.
Right, Joe, as you well know, this is something that Senate leadership, including the Senate Majority Leader John Thune, has repeatedly said is not something that is going to be on the table because it's going to need some broader support to get through the finish line. And many Republicans have pointed out the fact that if they do this now, then that could hurt their hand if they lose control of the chamber, whether that's this November or down the line.
S&P pushing a bit higher, looking good.
Governing parties, the Senate is a very procedural driven driven body, and they like to have those rules that have really been in place. And that, I think, factors really largely into what has been this pushback to the president when
Q's
it comes to
pulse.
this bill. Now,
Long
we've previously
dated.
spoken about in weeks prior, maybe some provisions of it could be wrapped up into another reconciliation package. But at this point in time, we haven't really seen movement around that, because that opens the door to budgetary concerns from even some conservatives on the House side, and the process just gets really complicated. So it'll be interesting to watch what else could potentially be stalled or not have the president's sign of approval.
S&P continues. All right, this is looking good. Looks like NVIDIA wants to go. Looks like NVIDIA wants to go here.
Thanks for being out there for us. Tyler Kendall on the North Lawn on this Friday as we assemble our political panel for their take on this. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano join now. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stonecourt Capital. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. How do we chalk this up, Rick, if anything other than the president punishing his own party
Long
over
dated.
a personal preference here? And I have to admit,
Meta
I'm a little
pulse.
surprised in retrospect that he canceled that signing ceremony. Doesn't the president love taking credit for stuff? That's what everyone wanted here.
Well, you would think this president loves taking credit.
Don't
for
like
stuff.
this
He
guy.
really takes credit for
Such a
just about
jerk.
everything. The sun comes up in the morning and goes down in the evening, and that's probably all because of him. The reality is that he tried to leverage this very popular bipartisan bill that addresses the affordability concerns of millions of Americans to get a very unpopular bill, the Save America Act you were just talking to Tyler about, to pass through. And I think he's just grumpy by the fact that he's been demanding this bill, Save America.
And they have a fundamental argument to be made.
SK Hynix trading. I'll take a look at it next week. Netflix still, oh man, Netflix just cannot get any momentum.
And Jared, this, of course, this hotly anticipated IPO comes against the backdrop of some of these really momentum names like a Micron, like a SanDisk, trading off at 52 guys.
Yeah, so this was kind of a key test for me this week. This IPO, which
NVIDIA back up to the highs of the day. Looks good. Micron. A little profit taking in Micron. Not a bad idea.
Now you can see these some of the bigger names are in the green. NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD, not by a little, or not by a lot, but a little. But if I sort by equal weight, you can see it has been a bad 10 trading days for most of these issues. But what was really positive this week, I'm going to show you a year-to-date chart of the stocks. That's the Philly Semiconductor Index. We had a key test, and this was a former, it's now a current floor, but it used to be a ceiling, especially in May there on an intraday basis. And we bounced off of it very nicely. We had 2 productive days. And so I think the semiconductor trade, the memory trade, even though memory is in a bear market right now, we are seeing the dip block right when it needs to be.
And then, do you think this is just profit taking? Because it's hard to make the case that Micron's going to come out 3 months from now and post a horrible quarter.
Yeah, that's right. And if you take a look at what a lot of firms are saying is that they're buying the dip. Just as Jared was
SP
mentioning,
exports.
that's
Long
what
dated.
their recommendation is.
Deep
You've got
calls.
Fundstrat's Tom Lee that's been talking about buying the dip in memory. You have the Ardini Research also talking about the weakness, the recent weakness that you saw in semiconductors. They saw it as a
SP
buying
exports.
opportunity because
Long
they're saying
dated.
that the meltdown that
Deep
you've seen in
calls.
semiconductors has been supported by earnings. So as long as the hyperscalers keep spending, as long as they're spending on the other side of that, then you have the semiconductors that trade that is benefiting from that, the memory trade in particular recently.
Art, now this comes against the backdrop of we're getting ready for earnings season. It happens, four times a year for now until we move to semi-annual break, which may actually happen. But we're not there just yet. What are you looking for out of this earnings season?
Well, a couple things. First and foremost, the first week is always the big banks, right? And the big banks are all trading trading at an all-time high. So that reaction function is much more difficult, right? Even if you have a great quarter, you beat on the top and bottom line, you raise guidance. I think the key thing to think about for the financials is everyone's going to be talking about trading revenues, and they were likely massive again in the second quarter as they were in the first quarter. I think that the the guidance going forward. I think on balance, this is going to be another quarter where we're going to wait and see what the hyperscalers have to say about spending. And as it is brought up, they're likely not going to talk about cutting spending. They're likely going to pull forward even more spending into the end of this year into next. I think that's going to be a positive driver for that trade.
What's the main factor behind
All right, S&P still moving. S&P still moving higher. Okay, I got to take the rest of this off. I'm approaching 65.70 now. 75.70. Okay, I'm out the rest of this now. Just got to get a fill.
So capital markets is about 8x what it was last year. M&A activity is 10x what it was last year. Clearly, the IPO calendar is very hot, so that's a big piece of the puzzle. I think that's, and it's a sector that underperformed.
675.70.
I think it's got more to do to catch up, and I think the earnings growth trajectory for the financial sector writ large is probably one of the best of the 11 sectors across the S&P 500.
And what's on your radar screen for earnings?
Well, for the banks, it's going to be on the consumer side, how the consumer is doing, spending on the consumer side. And for tech, it's really going to be spending from the hyperscalers and how much they're spending.
Okay. Nice little pop there.
Of the picks and shovel trade that we've been talking about.
Jared, how about you?
Yeah, I'm going to fast forward to the big tech trade, the hyperscalers, week 2, 3, 4. The bar is no longer just beating estimates. The bar is beating estimates, raising the second half guide, showing that AI dollars are turning into earnings and not just depreciation. We talk a lot about spending and CapEx. That is going to be key too, but I think we're going to be hearing more about depreciation. All this investment that's going in needs to be paid back, is going to be subtracted from earnings going forward. And so margins can get squeezed by this, by yesterday's earnings and investments. So I think we're going to have kind of a rubber meets the road situation. Not just
there we go. There we go. Nice little rally. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA next. NVIDIA is going. NVIDIA and trying to go.
They say we're not going to raise again our CapEx. In fact, we're going to rein it in a little bit. How does the broader market take that?
I think that is a trigger. That's kind of the canary in the coal mine. Oracle has been my canary for
NVIDIA.
They have not had a lot of positive surprises. Nevertheless, the market
Top dog.
Not quite a hyperscaler, but still deeply embedded in the AI trade. I think that's going to raise a lot of eyebrows should that happen.
Mark, are you a buyer of Max 7 names?
Okay, looking good. Looking good. All right, so let me just post this on the alerts channel.
Yeah, I would tell you of the Mag 7, Alphabet, Apple are probably the two best bets there. But in essence, points, I think that we care about the earnings results from the Mag 7 and hyperscalers because we want that to be supportive of the picks and shovel trade, right? It's all of the inputs into the artificial intelligence, the training of large
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
Industrials that play into that, et cetera. So I just think it's more about the CapEx story than it is necessarily about the profitability. To Jared's point, some of these names that are massive spenders and really haven't given us a clear picture of when that return on invested capital is going to come around.
And as the one thing that
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
All right, nice. Okay. Snowflake turning back up. Broadcom needs to get above the 50-day. Take a look at that next week. Broadcom.
AMD Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
AMD. Sold my AMD yesterday. The rest of it, as we started to come into resistance that we put in on Monday. Monday could go a little bit higher. Taking out yesterday's high.
SPX Pulse.
How do you really translate that to the bottom line? So that'll be interesting to see going forward.
Jared, I want to go back to what you were talking about at the top with some of this weakness in some of these leader stocks, leading momentum names like Micron and Sandisk. I just posted a story on the Hindenburg Omen. You and I have joked many years about this, what this might mean, but I believe there's been 11 Hindenburg Omen
AMD Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
I think the Hindenburg Omen, because of its name, gets a lot of press attention, but there's something underlying it, which we're seeing in multiple indicators right now. We've seen concentration issues.
AMD still going.
So one thing that I found very decline line of the S&P 500. And that's, you take a daily running total of the winners minus the losers. That actually reached a record high this week. And so that clears out a divergence that had been building for months. So I'm not as concerned as I was a week ago or 2 weeks ago. But those Hindenburg omens, as you mentioned, they keep stacking up.
Long
and a lot of
dated.
times that has been correlated with the drawdown in the past. So something to watch out for.
All right, I'm not expecting you to tell me you're a big Hindenburg omen watcher. Maybe.
Okay, AMD is still going here. AMD is running. Chips look good. NVIDIA is breaking out. NVIDIA is trying to break out here. Okay, there we go. Breaking out. Looks good. AMD breaking out.
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Above the opening range high. Looks good. What's Micron doing? Micron. I almost joined your brother, Bill. Decided not to because it was Friday. More than likely, we're going to see this follow through and push back up to the highs. Micron. Nothing's changed as far as the supply shortage of memory. So dips getting bought. Looks good.
Long dated. Deep puts.
NVIDIA looks good.
Key is the memory trade is still alive. Critical lines in the semiconductors are being respected, and even the Mag 7 have bounced back this month. So unless earnings season
Apple
really
Pulse.
throws things out of whack,
Long
I'm not too
dated.
concerned about it. Now on this SK Hynix, I've been watching for that first trade. We haven't gotten it just yet, and this is not like an ordinary.
Oh, SK Hynix isn't opened yet. Okay.
Traded for years on a foreign exchange, so we should get it soon. But I just want to say they haven't traded yet, and that's going to be another key indicator for me of supply coming into the market today.
Indeed, and as you're too good, I'm not even going to ask you about the Hindenburg omen. I'm not even going to do that to you. I know it's been a long week. A big thanks to my panel. You're all the best. Have a wonderful weekend. I appreciate it. All right, the super hyped UFC fight with Conor McGregor airing on Paramount Plus tomorrow. I leave thinking about the fractured state of big media. More on this.
If you feel like you're on the wrong road with your finances, Credit Karma can help you push through to a better place.
NVIDIA.
Gain the power to reach your horizons. Wherever they may take you. Find your way to money with personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more. Into a Credit Karma you can count on.
Meta Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Wait to wear and share. So you can introduce your brand before you even say hi. Give your whole team a glow up in professional polos and outerwear. And upload your logo and proof. You've got apparel with prints so clear, your brand jumps right off the fabric. Just think it, click it, and print it with this
Meta Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Anything's possible. Print your possible with 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com.
Size. Long dated. SanDisk Pulse. AMD Pulse. Long dated, deep calls. Shenanigans. SanDisk Pulse. Palantir Pulse.
Much anticipated UFC fight with Conor McGregor and Aaron on Paramount Plus on Saturday. As we think about the fractured state of big media, but it also has me questioning why shares of WWE and UFC or TKO are down 10% year to date. I don't understand this. This UFC fight comes a few weeks removed from another big one at the White House. Sean Bickley is Morgan Stanley's head of media and entertainment telecom research. Good to see you here. Good to see you. Why is TKO down? Help us understand. You had really highly publicized UFC events, a lot of eyeballs, a lot of big numbers. What's going on?
Sure. So Middle East exposure is probably the best answer. So both TKO and FWONK, which owns Formula One and MotoGP, both have, we estimate, just under 10% revenue exposure to the Middle East into the region. But as you have seen tensions in the region, investors are worried that they won't be able to host events in Saudi Arabia, which is a huge market for them. And for example, F1, as you know, 24 races in the season usually.
SARS. Long dated.
Bahrain, given the tensions in the region, I think there's some concerns that TKO might have to pause events in the region later. We think that as we move through time, that should be a relief and an overhang as the market gets more comfortable with hopefully a de-escalation in the region. But I think the other concern is just this fear that this is as good as it gets. As you alluded to, UFC deal with Peace Guy was a $7.7 billion deal. And many people say, can it get any better than that? So we do think there are other drivers here beyond just ratings for the McGregor fight this weekend. We think that sponsorships and partnerships are a big driver. We think the site fees that they get from the cities and countries that want to host the events will be an upside driver. And we think ultimately sports are the single best place to be in the media ecosystem. Because as you were alluding to, it's a huge fragmenting market, right? Everyone's trying to vie for your attention. And that's increasing at an increasing rate. And sports are the one thing that really bring everyone together. As we see with the World Cup right now, as we've seen with the Knicks, as we've seen with the UFC Freedom 250 fight. And we think that's only going to increase as we get more and more content coming at us, that the sports are really the thing that accrue all of the value.
Does it still make sense to have WWE and UFC?
I think it does, yes. I think the TKO team led by Ari Emanuel and Mark Shapiro, I think they're excellent operators. Mark is excellent, yes. And he was at ESPN, he knows the ecosystem intimately. I think one of the things that they've been able to prove is balancing the fan experience with monetization. And you need to be careful and delicate in how you approach that. Obviously, Dana White running UFC is incredible. He's done such a good job. But I do think there are real synergies and learnings, especially on the sponsorship side. And these shared learnings are only going to grow. And one thing that doesn't get enough attention is Luka boxing, which they obviously own half of the Saudis. But I think that's kind of the next big growth vector beyond UFC and WWE.
You mentioned Paramount. Of course, we're still waiting to see Paramount and Warner Bros. That deal happen. I'm going to assume it happens. The 6 months after it happens.
SPX
What is
Pulse.
this company?
Long dated.
Should one reasonably expect a lot of layoffs and suddenly that means higher profits? What is this company look like?
Sure. So the biggest area of pushback on Paramount with Warner Brothers Discovery, we agree with you, is there's a big synergy opportunity and there's a lot of debt. So they're going to be 6.5 times levered at deal close. They've got it to get into under 3 times leverage within 3 years. We think that's possible. One of the ways they're going to do that is these
SPX Pulse. Long dated.
Those are headcount reductions. So there's a lot of tech platform unification savings. There's a lot of cloud savings.
Does that hurt the creative side of the business?
So we don't think it does. I mean, they're going to be spending well over $30 billion on content. So that's Netflix is spending 20. We actually think there's a lot of room to grow. And AI is saving a lot of costs. We've estimated anywhere between 20 and 40% of costs to be saved from AI. Netflix recently said The Crown had 20% of the budget was for reshoots. They didn't have to use any of that because of AI. So I actually think Paramount is one of the best examples of a company that can utilize AI, drive more efficiency, especially on the pre and post production side. Instead of having to ship an entire cast and crew to a location, you can do a lot of touch ups with AI, and it really explodes creativity. I think the other interesting angle that hasn't been talked about enough is just interactivity within the characters and within the IP.
SMH
Paramount
Pulse.
Plus Warner is going to have the best IP portfolio in the world. Think about Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, Superman, Batman.
I think it's most characters on the CNN program. Well, how do you see those two? How do you see CNN and CBS coexisting in one row?
Sure.
Do they get rid of CNN?
I think for now the assumption is that they continue to operate both properties. I think there can be shared learnings in the newsroom. I think ultimately there's a lot of shared benefits and learnings that they can have from each other. Obviously, one's a broadcast network, one's a cable network, so there are different audiences there and different reach vectors. I think ultimately having more brands.
S&P still driving higher. It's really gorgeous outside.
And I think the news part of the story is not the most interesting part. I actually think
Meta's still number one, even though it is fading. It's number one on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, followed by SanDisk. Opening range breakout. We talked about that one this morning, as well as Seagate. NVIDIA, number 4 on the NASDAQ, trading at the highs. NVIDIA.
People watching one season or one episode and they're dropping off. Is that like a big risk in the sophomore slump on season 2?
It's definitely something we're monitoring. I think to your point, engagement has been the biggest area of focus for Netflix. So time spent, hours spent on things on Netflix, we're growing over 10% the last few years. It's now growing 1 to 2%. So the market is very concerned that viewing is going elsewhere. Do you think they're going to be able to kind of hold in that low single-digit engagement growth?
Okay, that's the last of my S&P 500. I just took off. Okay. That was a pretty good trade.
And what we learned most recently is streaming everywhere is up. So Netflix is actually still growing engagement. HBO is growing engagement. Obviously, short-form video, things like Instagram and TikTok are also showing some of the strongest growth. But we think there's a premium long-form slice of your leisure time that you're still going to preserve. And ultimately, the biggest enemy of Netflix, well, they've said it's sleep. YouTube is definitely the 800-pound gorilla, which people are concerned that as we get more AI-generated content, more user-generated content, that's going to live on other platforms. We think the news overnight from the Journal, as you alluded to, as they're going to explore more live events, they've gotten into podcasting, they're trying to capture this other time spent. And they're partnered with Spotify, actually.
Are they too late to the podcasting?
I don't think so. What they said on the most recent earnings call is the podcast content is actually incremental to the time spent, and the main reason is it's mobile and it's during the day, whereas most of your Netflix watching is at night and on your TV. So I think they're going to expand to other areas. I think Spotify is a great partner for them. They've been kind of the best at doing this. I think there's a lot of shared learnings they can have.
We'll have you back. I want to talk about F1. You and I are very passionate about that, but really good insight. I appreciate it. Right? I really get it. All right, save the date, a new drop on my Power Players podcast. Speaking of podcasts, on Monday morning, I talked with Dirty Jobs creator and host Mike Rowe. We talked a lot about how Mike is trying to get more people into skilled blue-collar jobs. Love this chat. You can watch the episode on Yahoo Finance, our app, YouTube, and Samsung TV, or listen on Apple Music, Spotify, and Amazon. Be sure to leave me a review and like and subscribe when you can. I love all the fan feedback. Guess what? You are stuck with me for another full hour. Mark Callis. I apologize again.
JZXN.
VIBO.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans. NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans.
JZXN.
NVIDIA, we got a 950% increase in flows at the money.
Meta Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
All right, we're seeing some profit taking. All right, profit taking, not a bad idea. All right, Netflix is turning. We got profit taking hitting the S&P. Good idea.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
All right, we took that off just in the nick of time. Max profits at 75.70. Can we go one more time? Can we go one more? That'd be cool.
Raised $26.5 billion in its IPO. That is a huge, huge amount. Let's take a quick look at the major averages here. I'm going to say muted average, muted action here. Slightly in the green on this summer Friday with the looks like the S&P 500 leading the way. All right, there's a lot to like in this quarter from Delta. Guidance is reinstated. Premium sales up 17% because more first-class seats are being sold. Who doesn't want to sit in a first-class seat on Delta? American Express cards were again a huge tailwind to Delta.
SP Express, long dated, deep puts.
77% higher. You'll find this positive ratings here.
NVIDIA Pulse, deep calls.
Yes, a lot of big points are made there. Good quarter, but nailed by fuel costs. Let's talk about some of the major takeaways. You mentioned guidance back has been demand surges, right? So full year adjusted EPS 60 cents, a 20% jump year over year. That's good. Free cash flow $3 to $4 billion. You know, recall last
Nvidia
quarter,
Pulse,
Bastion
long
and,
dated,
you know, the polls,
deep
guys,
calls.
they didn't pull it. They said we're going to put it in the release. They landed it. They somehow landed it. It still exists, but we're not putting it in the release. People were confused by that. Now it's back. CFO Eric Sterling told reporters that demand is the strongest he's ever seen. Right, so that's good for them.
Meta Pulse.
S&P fading a bit more. Meta turning the corner. Meta turning.
Last quarter was 2.6 billion, up 8%. CFO said again, fuel bill will be $4 billion higher than a year ago. So how do you nail that guidance with that big fuel hit? That's because of premium, like you mentioned, a huge driver here, up 17%. And you're adding always Comfort Plus, always Delta One season, bringing that business. Loyalty and related revenue up 19%, and there's also basic business. They're adding a new business class there. Cheaper for guys like you and me, right?
Pretty soon they're going to just push me off the plane project. I'm going to be sitting at, I don't know, in the cargo section.
Paper business.
Yeah, I know. And this is, look,
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
And it's not just Delta. These seats are expensive. I mean, they're putting in more of these premium seats, and they're taking out seats for the average human being that just wants an affordable ticket to go fly to Florida.
And not only do you have that, but you have all the what's it called? That went away. What's Delta One? No, yeah, Spirit. You can't even think of the name.
Because they're horrible. I never want to even think about that company ever again in my life.
But what happens if all that capacity goes away, right? That volume of low fare capacity goes away, and you're stuck with Delta. Delta's shrinking that main cabin right now. So anyway, we're talking about, how does the year look like? Snelling again said, you can't talk about Q4.
Long dated.
They can't talk about pricing capacity. He said for Q3, he said we see revenue strength continue in the third quarter. As you know, a lot of third quarters already booked.
Nvidia turning back up again. Nvidia turning.
Well, maybe I'm thinking a good quarter for Hilton, good quarter for American.
Yeah, right.
Good quarter for American Express. That partnership, I think, is one of the most underrated partnerships in corporate America. I mean, these two make bank because they work together.
$12 billion this quarter. A long-term goal.
Meta turning back up. Meta. Shorts covering on Meta.
Yeah, so basically, I forget what they're called, but you can buy the whole row, right? They look this like this ring
AMD
riser.
Pulse,
They can make a full
long
flat
dated,
bed, and you can, like,
deep
it's
calls.
huge.
Who is buying all these premium?
Nike. All right, back up to the highs. Lulu. That pulled back a little bit. Lulu. Look forward to get above the 50-day next week, Lulu.
Travelers go together, but you're absolutely Delta One, United, Polaris. That's all corporate, right? In my opinion, a lot of business travel, and it's very wealthy people.
It doesn't take a while, though. Doesn't they have to prove these seats?
I don't know, probably. Air New Zealand already had it. They did that, 17-hour flights to Auckland. So not the United States. Probably not that they do, but what happens with turbulence?
I think it goes for $10,000 seat. They're asking on the floor. There was one in South Korean airline. They're selling apartments, like mini apartments.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking their commercials.
Cathay Pacific, maybe.
Yeah, you walk in, there's a door, you push to the side, you have your own toilet, you got like an LCD screen TV, like it's pretty cool.
Everybody talks about like the $30 to $50 million high net worth household or family that's skyrocketing. These guys are like, you know what? I think
S&P turning back up.
What do you think, right?
S&P turning back up.
From Delta to Lexington and other earnings reports. I mean, every time it's United, they're trying to stick with Delta. We're going premium too. NBB. Polaris lounges too. We're going Starlink internet service in our place, right?
SP exports, long dated, deep puts.
Corporate, high net worth type traveler. United's trying to do that. Americans super far behind. We have to go to Americans is too far behind. They need a long way to transform their sort of fleet to get to that point. But United is definitely dipping on Delta's heels from that.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Come on. I've seen the Delta one loud once.
Yeah, we see it as we're walking to the back of the plane.
All
right, it's been a hell of a year for the big banks. They are cleaning up on the IPOs of SpaceX and SK Hynix, but also the return of major deal making. It's time to pick a few of these stocks in their earnings next week. More on this trade.
NBV.
Vistaprint is where your big ideas become bold apparel. So you can wear and share your brand in custom t-shirts, hats, hoodies, and more. Just think it, click it, and print it with Vistaprint. Print your possible with 20% off your first order.
Okay, Snowflake, nice little pop off the low. Snowflake. Turning back up.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep puts.
Getting attention on somebody's phone is like holding a sign in the middle of the highway.
Meta
There's traffic,
Pulse,
but nobody's
long
going to slow down
dated.
enough to actually read it. Now, getting on their TV, that's like being inside the car with TV advertising used to be locked behind huge productions and big budgets. But not anymore, because now it makes it super easy. If AI builds your audience, you can set your budget. And even if you don't have numbers, you can build on figures. Stop waiting in the highway. Give them a call. Let nothing put your brand or attention on this.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
Okay, Meta turning back up. Meta's cruising higher now.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
NBV.
Meta's on the move. Netflix turning.
NBV. NBV.
Okay, Meta. Meta, nice reversal coming off the low, back above VWAP. Opening range high is still way up here.
NBV.
S&P just spiked.
Many of the big bank stocks will enter earnings season next week, trading at or near record highs.
S&P just spiked a bit. High of the day, 75.71.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
Hedge flows. Okay, we're right up in this area, 75.71. Do they run this today?
They sure did. And I'm glad you said that because sometimes the banks get conflated together. They really need to be separated, as you just pointed out in your question. And you're absolutely right. The capital market numbers for the banks in the
second quarter are expected to be very strong, led by strong investment banking results. The ECM market, the equity capital markets, has been buoyed by IPOs. And so I think what you're going to find is that we're going to see double-digit, in some cases 20-25% year-over-year increases in investment banking revenues, trading revenues, which of course dwarf the investment banking revenues, are also going to be strong. They may not be up in the 20% year-over-year in both columns, but you could see them up 10-15% year-over-year. So investment banking results and the stocks, as you also pointed out, near record highs. The stocks of Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley are trading at very strong premium valuations because of the strength, the expected strength in the capital markets businesses in the second quarter, and also over the next 12 months. Think about the first 6 months of this year, where again you're seeing 20-30% year-over-year increases in different lines of businesses for the investment banks. Well, the second half of last year, the capital markets business started to really pick up. But imagine the first half of 2027. How are you going to have comparisons in that period versus the first half of 26? We still think they'll be positive, but there won't be the 20 plus. We don't think there'll be 20+% year-over-year growth numbers, maybe in single digits. So that's going to be interesting to see how the stocks react to the good numbers in the second quarter next week. Because as you know, if they put up good numbers and the stock's straight down, that would tell you that a lot of this optimism is already priced in.
But the positivity that is priced in here, Gerard, I look at Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley. Those old school, hardcore investment banks. Who could still surprise to the upside, whether it's in their trading business or investment banking business, that that surprise is so strong that the stock still rises on it.
XMTR.
It's a good question. It's hard to make that accurate call, but I mean, if you had to choose one, probably Goldman. They're the dominant player in many of these businesses, as you know. And what's going to be interesting is not so much just that the numbers are much better than expected, but it's really going to be the talk about the pipelines. Who's going to give us the best outlook on the
Tesla
advisory
Pulse.
pipeline, the ECM pipeline, but the other
NVIDIA
Morgan Stanley,
Pulse,
they do
long
a lot of
dated.
the back office, the custody work, if you will, for employees that have equity ownership in their company, and as these companies go
Micron
public,
Pulse,
and they go to
long dated.
monetize that stock that they've been granted over their careers at these companies before they went public. That
Micron
business
Pulse,
is going to
long
accelerate.
dated.
That
Tesla
funnel
Pulse,
feeds
shenanigans.
into Morgan Stanley.
Okay. Meta continues.
An area of
Meta continues to push.
when they talk on their call next week as well.
This is going to be the first earnings report out of JP Morgan that comes after that latest succession plan shakeout.
Tesla
That is
Pulse,
more clearly
long dated.
coming to the forefront.
Shenanigans.
At what point, Gerard, does the Jamie Dimon premium get taken out of the stock?
Meta
Does the market just have
looking good.
a lot of confidence that
Short covering.
from these folks that moved up the road?
Futures are near the highs of the session.
I think that Jamie Dimon magic is going to be tough to replace. The big shoes to fill. It's not for a number of years though, so I'm not certain it's something that investors are going to zero in on immediately and make an investment decision about his eventual retirement. From the sounds of it, when you heard about that announcement, 3 to 5 years away is probably the retirement. So that's quite a time period away. So I would say that people are obviously going to talk about it. It's going to be talked about on the call. But Jamie Dimon's firmly in his seat. We expect him to stay there for at least a couple, 2, 3, 4 years. And so to us, I don't know if it's a real decision-making factor yet for an investor that owns that stock. Certainly, JP Morgan under his leadership is done remarkably well unprecedented. He's in the class by himself.
I would make the argument that Bank of America stock has gotten a little bit lost in the sauce. So much focus on Goldman, Morgan Stanley, those stocks rocking. At what point does this market want to hear about a succession plan for Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan?
I think we've started to see that with their investor day that they had last fall. They started to showcase some of their senior executives that head up the consumer bank and capital markets commercial bank and put them out on the road more often. So as
Okay, Meta. Let's see if we can't squirt a little bit higher.
Successes for Brian Moynihan. We don't expect Brian Moynihan to retire anytime soon, but they are starting to groom people, at least to the investment community, so that the investment community recognizes when that decision is made and that the announcement is made. People will not be surprised.
Not a bad week. I'm your host, Kazavetti, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 2:17 p.m., July the 10th, Friday. Just watching for some profit taking. A lot of shorts are covering right now. Some of these stocks pull back like Meta. Holding up very well, though.
You sound pretty upbeat on, or somewhat upbeat on the investment banks. I'll push on the side. On the regional banks, where do they stand, and how do you think their earnings will shake out?
Regional banks, when we have to start, allocating money within the banking space, we prefer the regionals over the investment banks, even if the investment bank numbers are going to be very good. The reason being is valuation, and again, that second derivative. We really are going to be very focused on the rate of change of growth going forward. And again, it's going to, we think, diminish for the investment banks over the next 12 months. Regional banks, just the opposite, because loan growth in the United States is finally starting to accelerate. A year ago, according to the Fed, loan growth was running around 3 to 4% year-over-year growth. Now it's running 7 to 8% year-over-year, driven by commercial loans. And so, due to the health of the U.S. economy, the build out of AI, the onshoring of America with the manufacturing plants, what you're seeing is, and then of course the tax reform under the big beautiful bill last year, you're seeing more borrowing from the regional banks in the commercial and industrial space. Plus, the commercial real estate markets at bottom, and we're starting to see some improvement in growth in commercial real estate mortgages. Now, we're not out of the woods yet on downtown office class B and C space in big urban markets. That's still a problem area. We're not suggesting otherwise. But commercial real estate loan growth or mortgage growth is going to also be a positive for the regional. So as we see the economy continue to grow, supported of course by the AI and the data center build out, we think the regional banks will be the beneficiaries of that. And believe it or not, interest rates not changing at 3.5% Fed funds rate. When you have 30 or 20 to 25% of your deposits,
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep
that
calls.
is very positive for margins and spreads. So you get a pickup of loan growth, flat margins, maybe slightly down margins, but flat margins. That's going to lead to strong net interest income growth. In names like Fifth Third or PNC, U.S. Bancorp are big regional names, Key Corp, Regions, or other names that people can own.
Sure, real quick, before I let you guys, as a longtime banking analyst, how does a new Fed Chairman Kevin Warsh change how you think about ratings, price targets, cash flow from all of these things?
It's a little early. It's a very good question. He's very important to the banking system, as you know. And we'll see how he evolves. He seems to be more hawkish, because inflation is still well above the Fed's target. So we would suggest that you're going to see, a steady hand. And that's what I think everybody wants to see at the Fed. It's not, an aggressive Fed building out their balance sheet like they've done since the financial crisis. And that, as you might remember, he was on the board of the Fed during the financial crisis, very supportive of QE under Chairman Bernanke. But then Bernanke overstayed his welcome on QE, according to Warsh, and Warsh resigned from the board. So he wants to shrink that balance sheet of the Fed, which is currently over $6 trillion. Before the pandemic, it was around $3.5 trillion. So we still have trillions of dollars of liquidity in the system. And he has pointed to, as others, the Fed balance sheet going from $3.5 trillion to $9 trillion in the pandemic caused massive asset inflation, and that's not consumer price inflation, but asset inflation. And he's trying to figure that out, because if you shrink the balance sheet too fast, you're going to have some deflation, and of course, he doesn't want that. So it's going to be interesting to see how he puts into play his plan to shrink the Fed balance sheet and do it in a very orderly fashion, which we think he will.
Gerard, always good to see you. Good luck over the next 2 weeks. I know it's a busy time. Talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Coming up, the World Cup spending boost is a real thing. I'll be right back.
Micron Pulse.
Netflix turning up a bit more. Netflix.
CTV, we know, is a great place for our customer. It's important for us to make sure that we're spending efficiently, not overspending, but in the right channels. We looked into Vibe because it seamlessly fit into our marketing tech stack. We already use companies like Klaviyo and Northbeam, both of which seamlessly integrate. So as we see this working, then we want to do more. We want to keep it going. And we know it can with a partner like Vibe.
SPS
Instagram helps
Pulse.
bring your ideas to
Size.
life, exactly as you imagined them. Turn what if into wow with design tools that
Micron
easy
Pulse.
as drag,
Long
drop,
dated.
and done.
Netflix continues to turn. Netflix coming off the lows. Nice rip here on Netflix. Still a pretty red day. I'll categorize this as a base still.
SPX Pulse.
Netflix.
Tesla Pulse.
All right, so New York Fangs look okay. Had a big day yesterday. New York Fangs. We're still proceeding higher. Upper Bollinger Band starting to turn up. Lower band starting to turn up as well. That's telling us to watch the 9 EMA 21 day. It's probably going to run the bands. We should see strength. It is July, after all, seasonally one of the strongest months of the year. So we're still anticipating that. There's no reason to believe that it won't continue to be a good July, as S&P 500 making new highs, trending, buyers at the low of the day all week. Dips got bought Tuesday, Wednesday, into Thursday, and again today, Friday. Looks good. New York Stock Exchange composite. Looks good. The comp, I have been stating a wrong number. I kept saying it was 2,700. It's more like 3,300 stocks in the comp, the NASDAQ composite. Even a broader measure than the S&P 500 and the S&P 1500 composite. 3,300 to 3,500 stocks, depending. Above the 50-day, 921 turning up. Volume starting to pick up. MACD stochastics recycled. RSI rising. Looks pretty good. The Dow Industrials to end the week. Buyers stepped up at the low of the day. Looks good.
Spider Pulse. Long dated.
But what I think is going on in general is that we're seeing real strength in underlying the spending numbers. In June, we saw 6.3% increase in spending growth per household, which is the biggest increase we've seen in over 4 years, actually since we started the bank. But what was really more interesting to me, other than just that absolute number strength, was that the strength was broad-based. It wasn't just one group. It wasn't just one city. It wasn't just one category. It was all income levels. It
Spider
was,
Pulse. Long dated.
Retail. It was services. But the biggest driver
Zero
was
DTE
discretionary
Pulse.
services. And that's
Nvidia
what we're
Pulse.
seeing in
Shenanigans. Size.
Airlines.
Meta Pulse.
You know, we saw from Delta's quarter a really massive quarter in premium sale. So after the World Cup ends, how sustainable are these gains?
That's a really good question, right? Is the strength just because of the World Cup, or another temporary factor that helped the numbers in June? Is it because of online promotional events, particularly one that took place in June this year that was July last year? And what I say is, while those things were tailwinds to the numbers this month, they're not the whole story. The story really is more broad-based than just the World Cup. And we see that, for example, and as you mentioned, all 11 cities that hosted the World Cup events, they saw their spending grow, their in-person spending grow, bars and restaurants, for example. But in all the cities that
Microsoft, nice turn on Microsoft.
there are a lot of, we also saw spending grow. So the World Cup was certainly, again, a tailwind, but it wasn't the whole story. And it's not just on the spending side, we also see it on the labor side, on the wage side. And one of the things we do at Bank of America Institute is we're leveraging the data from our 70 million clients, so just a small sample size, right? And what we can see is, because we are looking at deposit accounts, the money coming in, we can get a sense of what's going on with wages, how much people are bringing in, and how that's changing. And we were wondering last month.
All right, junk bonds.
Wages were strong. Was it just?
We need to see junk bonds get back above the 50-day. Junk bonds are neutral, bearish.
So the World Cup is helping, but there's a broader strength.
I think one of the stories this year, one of the biggest stories too, it's not getting talked about enough, is the resilience of the U.S. consumer. The price is still going up for things, whether it's gas, whether it's Walmart, prices are still up. What is the big driver of that? And I think it's important right now because gas prices are now on the way back up.
So I think
The 10-year yield
to understanding what's going on with spending
needs to fade.
what's going on with wages and who is getting
10-year yield needs to fade. It's actually bullish.
what everyone has been talking about is the K-shaped economy, right? The bifurcation between the experience of higher income and lower income households. And what we're seeing in the wages in the it started in May, it continued really in June, is that K-shape is narrowing.
Okay, so we need that to back off. This has a lot to do with the Iran conflict.
So we saw lower income wage gains jump by a full percentage point from 3.1% growth in May to 4.1% growth in June. Higher incomes at 4.2. So the K is effectively gone in terms of wage growth for
Nike turning back up.
figure out what the new letter was. Was it C? Was it this? I don't know.
That's unusual to see Nike in the top
I should probably work on trying to figure out what
of the Dow Jones. Nike up 4%.
The K is effectively narrowed significantly, and we saw that particularly in the wage data. But also
Nvidia.
This the FIFA World Cup data, what is that?
It's been a good week for Nvidia. Cisco actually bounced. Cisco back off the 50-day. Did I sell Cisco? I don't think I did. No, I still have Cisco. Okay, July. Mhm.
But it goes well.
Is this just the effect or the byproduct of the strong stock market?
Well, that certainly is.
Honeywell, Caterpillar with a bounce. Caterpillar bouncing at the 50-day.
They saw wage gains, as I said, 4.2%, which is actually down from north of 5. But part of that is because they had in the first quarter, they had stronger bonuses.
3M, Walmart. Walmart coming off the low. Okay, Walmart coming off the low. Coca-Cola. The S&P 500, of course. Number one is Meta, followed by Clorox, a defensive name. Mosaic. Nike's number 4. Weyerhaeuser, S&W. Berkshire Hathaway. Microsoft still pushing here. Microsoft off the low. Doji sitting on top the 5 EMA. Nice little rally. Microsoft.
strong consumer, which is driving a strong economy, and the company.
All right, we got an hour and a half to go. Hour and a half to go. Hour and 29 minutes. Microsoft looks good on the way. Microsoft. Back above VWAP.
It has been so fun to see them, and I also love seeing what we're seeing from visitors from other countries who are here who are cheering on and them experiencing.
Okay, let's see what breath looks like. Breath.
It's good to see you. Awesome work as always, man. Appreciate it. Great. Coming up, bring on that higher quality economic data. There's nothing more on that.
Okay.
Your weight loss is in your hands on hers with the latest FDA-approved GLP-1s. On hers, you can access the Wegovy pill.
Okay, these look good. S&P equal weight index coming into the last hour and a half. We want to see, okay, this is making new highs. That looks good. Equal weight, S&P equal weight needs to get back to those all-time highs, but not bad. Number of stocks above the 20 and 50 day are all rising.
It will protect you from online scams. Still boring? NordVPN will block malware and stop phishing. One tap, and you are protected. Get NordVPN with the next-gen antivirus today.
Another game, another 90 boring minutes. Don't stress. There's a game for everyone.
All right, that looks good.
Fresh is here to keep you relaxed.
Let's look at XII. That's the institutional index. This is what institutions hold in their core portfolios. Green elder sticks. All right, we're rising back up. We're above the 9 and 21 day. Hi. You came to get something to eat? Okay, I'll feed you. Here. All right, so XII looks good. XII, green elder sticks is what you want to see. Okay. Momentum is shifting. So this is really good, actually, for the month of July. Momentum shifting to bullish. Okay, rate of change. This is rate of change. Okay.
So here's why I like Doug McMillan. Who knows pricing data, inflation data, how prices affect Americans better than the head of Walmart? Who would have a better view been the leader of the largest big box retailer, I believe, in the world. Let's look at that, right? On the jobs productivity board that Kevin Warsh is putting together, text can be such a huge part of that. The biggest unanswered question, one of the biggest questions in the market right now, is how is AI going to affect the job market?
Okay, what is crude oil doing? Crude oil, it's still at the lows.
Because those entry-level roles are getting displaced. But what does that look like in 5 years? Someone as close to the base of where this is all happening, Mark Andreessen, would have a good view there. I know you're a big fan of kind of the tech circle, some of those leaders, so I'm sure you were also excited about that.
Okay, a very small bounce in crude oil. Gold and silver, let's see what that's doing. Gold and silver at the lows. Okay, gold, silver at the lows.
Let's look at some of these other names. Mervyn King, the crisis governor, led the Bank of England through 2008. Big believer in credibility. Big believer that the Federal Reserve, other central banks should not.
Okay, bonds. The long bond, 20-year. Flat, bonds flat. Lower part of the range.
In 2005, Roger goes on the stage in Jackson Hole and gives this big speech about growing financial instability. Everyone wrote him off. 3 years later, William Classes looks like genius. So you see the people that Warsh is pulling together. Greg Mankiw kind of wrote the book on macroeconomics.
Intel.
To your point, though,
Let's see, Microsoft. Microsoft doing okay. Intel. Yeah, flat. Doji. S&P still trending. Not a bad day. Not a bad day at all, folks. Could be a lot worse, that's for sure. Let's see what Chinese stocks are doing.
The market is feasted on the chairmanships of those folks.
Oh yeah.
I'm really curious to see if it will feast on
Size, long dated.
Right, because what do we see under Bernanke?
Yeah, not much there. Not much there.
How we saw a move toward more transparency, more communication, more guidance.
Okay, NVIDIA looks like it's going to fade some more. NVIDIA.
It's very rare now.
NVIDIA fading.
Long dated.
The market wasn't essentially pricing in. If Kevin Warsh starts to pare back some of that communications, I think there could be some nerves up front about what that does to stability, how people read that. But in the long term, his argument is, look, we're not in the business of predicting where things are going. We're in the business of making sure we have a handle on inflation, making sure that jobs are growing, and making sure the economy is in a healthy spot. Good point.
Okay, Meta looking for another pop to the upside. Meta.
President Trump says he will not sign the bipartisan housing bill into law. On Truth Social, the president announced he won't be signing the bill, quote, in protest over the fact that the United States Senate is not capable of passing the Save America Act. Now, the legislation dubbed the 21st Century Road.
Let's see what Apple's going to do. Apple trying to turn up. Apple back to the 315 call wall.
As long as the president doesn't veto the bill, it will still go into law this weekend. Back in June, the president scrapped the planned signing of the bill to raise pressure on Senate Republicans to change their chamber rules to include a separate voter ID measure. However, this housing bill is aimed at improving affordability, which has been a key topic for voters, and as Democrats, by contrast, winning
S&P bounce. S&P more. Higher lows, higher highs. Looks good. Nice trend day. No news. That's helping out. And positive gamma. Positive gamma is a big part of it.
Maybe start big picture, Logan, because I think a lot of people, they talk about housing, Logan, they say, listen, it's frozen, it's broken, it's unaffordable. You see signs, though, Logan, it sounds like this market is getting healthier. So walk us through that.
Yeah, well, number one, inventory is much higher than what we saw during the COVID
period, which means price growth has cooled down. Both last year and
Tesla
this year,
Pulse,
wages are up.
long dated,
Prices. That
deep
helps with
calls.
affordability over time. Nominal home prices falling.
Apple, I have no position in Apple. I took that off. Let's see, Amazon's turning back up.
Housing demand could start to pick up, and we see the affordability metrics get a little bit better on its own without mortgage rates needing to go below 6%. And this is why I think with the housing market, we'll probably have a little bit of growth this year versus the last few years.
When we say that the market's getting, there's indications it's getting healthier, Logan. Is it getting healthier for certain folks? Because I'm just thinking, you know, if you've got a starter home and it's still hundreds of thousands of dollars, the 30-year fix is where it's at. You know, I'm a viewer right now. I'm a young
SpaceX still below 150. No follow through. Even with the initiation of coverage by Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and Raymond James, it didn't go anywhere. Meta.
SP export, long dated.
This is mostly due to mortgage spreads. Mortgage spreads, the difference between the 10-year and 30-year fix has come back down almost to normal. That's made sure that rates don't get above 7% anymore. And because volatility compresses, it's a healthier housing market in terms of buyers versus sellers. Rate volatility, even with the conflict, even with everything that's going on, is still much healthier now than what it has in the past, which means going out in the future, affordability gets better on its own, and if the Fed gets just a little bit more dovish, you get rates near down 6%. We don't really have a lot of history with the Fed funds rate looking at
SP exports, long dated.
So just kind of the near sixes can make this work.
Logan, did you see this report in Business Insider? They say nearly 20% of Americans between the ages of 25 to 34 are now living with their parents or grandparents. They say that is the highest level on record. I'm just curious what you make of that, because that didn't sound very Logan.
Well, I mean, we have kind of that data line in the last decade too, where a lot of people were living at home that were younger. It's a facet of, so much of our population, 50% of our population are like in 7 areas in the U.S. that are near hot, expensive cities. So naturally, if they still live there, they're probably going to live in their parents' home longer than we have in the past. But that's eventually a household that will rent. And if they get married, eventually, if they can afford it, they tend to buy them. So that's actually kind of forward-looking demand. If the progression of life kind of goes that way, but a lot of the young population parts of the U.S. are in areas, Seattle, Los Angeles, New York, where housing is just very expensive.
On Capitol Hill, Logan, this major, housing affordability bill was set to become law. Just curious to get your take on that, Logan, and how impactful you think that's going to be.
I don't think too much of this.
Micron Pulse, shenanigans.
And everyone talks about we need to build more homes, and yet housing starts are pretty much near the early parts of COVID-19 recession. So it might seem like we have a shortage, but the builders basically are saying, hey, listen, we're lucky enough to sell the homes that we have right now. We're not going to put our heads down unless they get the financial incentives to build more. So I know we always talk about we need to build more, but basically the supply and demand equilibrium. Home sales have to really start growing in the new home sales market if you want single family starts to start growing. And basically they're at 2019 levels. They're very elevated compared to the existing home sales market. So I don't think of this bill as being a big game changer. Maybe for apartments, the history of our economics, when we give incentives to apartment construction, the late 60s and early 80s, we do get
Apple
more
Pulse,
apartment construction going.
long dated.
I'm very skeptical of this being a meaningful change in the conversation of we're going to build more homes than we usually do.
Let's talk about some regional differences too, Logan.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
I mean, that was a hot housing market. What's the latest? What's going on now?
Florida was one of these markets that were very hot, and then, inventory skyrocketed.
Okay.
Other countries, taxes, insurance,
Google turning back up.
I think the shocking thing for a lot of people is that when mortgage rates started to go lower, and maybe the DeSantis bill of then getting rid of property taxes, demand has picked up there a little bit more, and inventory is down noticeably year over year in Florida, where people thought it was about to escalate out of control. And then we have other parts of the country, like in Washington, where They don't have the AI money in Seattle like they do in San Francisco. So demand is a little bit lower there in Washington compared to the country, and inventory is a little bit higher there. But in general, inventory is slightly negative based on how we track there, but it's at a much healthier level. Back during COVID, we just simply had too many people chasing 2-3 homes. We don't have that problem anymore. And mother time works itself out, affordability gets better, wages grow, household reforms, housing demand can pick up in the next few years, like it has in previous decades.
And here, Logan, now just fast forward, 12 months. What's
Meta Pulse,
the metric
long
that you
dated,
get point, Logan,
shenanigans.
watching that you say, all right, that's going to determine whether housing really gets meaningfully better or worse?
If you can get the 10-year yield near 4% and mortgage spreads back to normal, you can get rates in the sub 6% and housing demand can grow. The new home sales market is elevated versus the existing home sales market, but they're offering sub 6% rates. So it really depends on the growth rate of inflation falling, maybe the tariff write-offs, this conflict ending, and you get those last 2 to 3 rate cuts into the system. And who knows what Kevin Warsh has up his sleeve. I know he's talked about housing, how the policy right now by the Federal Reserve is restricted for housing, but not for the general economy. So I don't know what game plan he has, but that is something to think about going out at least for the next 12 months as well.
Logan,
Meta
always great
Pulse,
to see you. Thank you.
long dated, shenanigans.
Trump accounts are officially live. How can you tap into these funds? Discuss that.
Palantir Pulse.
¿Piensas que si tienes un mal historial de manejo, conseguir una buena aseguranza te va a salir el doble de caro? ¿Alguien ha dicho doble? ¡Wow! Mi persona favorita. Aunque lo del manejo. Entonces, ¿no debe preocuparme el precio de la aseguranza? Correcto. Porque en Freeway conseguirás la mayor protección al mejor precio. Dobla tus ahorros y dobla tu satisfacción con Freeway Insurance.
Official Insurance Partner de National. 800-693-9499. 800-693-9499.
Which turnoff am I taking again? Hang on. I'm saving the candy world and winning rewards. Oh, really? Rewards? I've got to try this. Oh, yeah. I'm totally winning these rewards. Was that the turnoff? Candy Crush Saga. Download now.
AMD Pulse, shenanigans. Avgo Pulse, long dated.
This week, President Trump celebrated the launch of Trump accounts by jointly ringing the opening bells for the NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange. The accounts are now live, and for children born between January 2025 and December 2028, the Treasury Department will seed accounts with $1,000. But there are plenty of others eligible who can tap into the investment accounts. Joining me for this week's FA Corner is Lawrence Sprung, founder of
Amazon Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Who else is eligible?
Anybody who's under the age of 18 can set up these accounts. The only problem is they're not getting the $1,000 seed money. So, well, not the seed money. The seed money is just for those being born in that time frame. Like so they're getting the seed, but the accounts are available to everybody else.
Is there an incentive? Why would I create a Trump account if I'm age 17?
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to get the tax deferral, and I think that's really where the planning comes in to make a decision as a family. Does it make sense to open a Trump account? Does it make sense to open a 529 plan or just a custodial account? That's where it's a family decision, right? So it depends on what your goals are for those funds that you would put into the Trump account, but essentially you would get that tax deferral
in perpetuity, because once you turn 18, it becomes yours and acts more like an IRA.
What makes more sense?
It depends on the family situation, right? If you're 17, it might make sense if you're working to fund a Roth IRA, because the difference there is if you fund a Trump account, eventually that growth is going to be taxed. Where if you fund a Roth IRA, it will never be taxed. So it depends on how old you are, what the money is slated for, what you plan to use it for, and what the tax ramifications are later on in your expectations.
Let's say, by all indications, millions of people have opened these accounts. If you just open one, what do you
Q's Pulse, long dated.
So, you don't have to do a lot, right? Because you open it up, there's very limited choices right now. You have to open up through the Treasury. The other custodians are not on board yet. Eventually, we're hearing that they are going to come on board and you'll be able to transfer those accounts. So I would go to the Trump account website, open up the account, especially if your child was born after January 2025, get the $1,000 seed money to start. And then it's important to start making planning decisions on whether it makes sense to continue to fund that with your own money or grandparents' money or employer money, or look elsewhere to use other investment vehicles.
Isn't that the other key aspect here? You have to continue. You don't have to, but ideally, you want to add more money to this as much as possible, no?
Well, if you get the $1,000 today is not going to be $1,000 10, 20, 40 years from now. So you might as well take that. You don't necessarily have to continue to fund that. But again, I think you have to decide where additional dollars are going to be best used.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
S&P continues.
If your son or daughter is older and they're working this summer and have W-2 income, a Roth IRA may be best because you're never going to pay taxes on that money. So the $1,000, I think, is a no-brainer. It's beyond that. It's a planning decision for the unique family situation.
Is there such thing as putting too much into this account?
Well, you can only put in right now up to a maximum of $5,000 per year, and that's regardless of who puts in the account. So if you put in $2,000 and mom and dad and grandma and grandpa put in $3,000, you're tapped out for the year. So that's going to be the max that you can put in. But it's certainly something to think about because this money is going to act eventually like an IRA. So do you want to have this huge pool of money that when you enter retirement age that is going to be immediately taxable, when maybe you could have used a Roth IRA for part of that time and made that a tax-free income stream later on?
This money is really tied to the fortunes of the stock market over a period of time. Well, the stock market now, by and large, is dominated by tech companies. As a financial planner, how do you feel about that being so intertwined? You're having, I guess, kids so intertwined to the future of tech companies, per se. Which goes against like diversification, which is what you hear from people all the time. Diversify.
Yeah.
So
I think
Pulse.
that's one of the troubles with these accounts because you're limited in the choices. You're basically limited to low-cost indexes. The idea would be to diversify it as well as possible, but I think you bring up a great point because I think everybody's portfolios right now, no matter what age you are, if you have some exposure to equities, you're definitely leaning more tech-heavy, just as a result of those indices being more tech-heavy. But at the same time, I guess it depends on what your thoughts are. I think tech is the future, and I think it's going to take us to another level.
Lastly, Lawrence, this has been a pretty good year for the stock market by and large. At this point in the year, what should one be doing in terms of just planning, given all the gains they might be seeing?
Yeah, so I think you have to look at, our expectation is that the market's going to continue on this upward direction. There might be some volatility.
Come on, Meta. I'm sitting here waiting for Meta to blast off. Netflix is having a good reversal. Netflix is ripping.
Pulse, long dated.
If there is a dip, to start selling some of those holdings that may not be doing as well, may be negative right now, to use those losses to offset gains. Many people just wait until December to start evaluating this, and they're handcuffed, not being able to do anything. Now is a great time to start looking at that. Maybe not doing anything today, but at least having a plan for what you're going to do for the remainder of the year and how to mitigate that tax.
Okay, Netflix continues to rip here.
Appreciate it. Good to see you. Have a wonderful weekend. All right, that's it for Market Catalyst. I'm Brian Sazzi. Watch my new Power Players podcast with Dirty Jobs creator and host Mike Rowe on Monday morning. It's awesome. Story outline.
started at TitleMax.com and turn your title into real money. You can apply, appraise, and get quick approval before visiting a store. I got $2,500 with TitleMax.com. Apply anytime, anywhere, right from your phone. Now that's convenient. Visit TitleMax.com today to find out how much you can get. Don't delay. Help us one click away. Get your title back with TitleMax. Get your title back with TitleMax.
Warning, we don't care about your size. Body, your business. Clothes, definitely our business. Whether you're a size 8 or 28, our clothes just fit better. Why? We don't just make clothes. We engineer your best fitting wardrobe staple.
Netflix, motoring higher. All right, looks good. Netflix. Apple also turning higher. Apple through the 315 call wall. Apple's above the 315 call wall and good squeeze here.
Deep calls. Size.
Sold all my Apple yesterday.
Long dated. Deep calls.
I had
Size.
1 day till expiration.
Tesla Pulse. NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. SPX Pulse.
S&P. 60-minute looks good. The 1 minute, we're pulling back a little bit. Netflix. Wow. Very nice Netflix move. Like to see that a couple more days like this and a follow through like previous week. Try to get above 78. What's going on? Oh, we got earnings next week. Netflix looking good. Where's my Netflix?
And they're just an hour to go into the closing balance. Stocks are rising as SK Hynix U.S. listing tests the AI trade. For more on this, let's bring in Jared Blickery to break down the latest market action. All three major indices now ending in the green today.
Yes, and we're seeing some nice weekly wins here. Let's go to Wi-Fi Interactive. Not a weekly win for the Dow, but a win for today. We're looking at a 182-point gain, or 1/3 of 1%. For the week, 5 days down, not even 0.5%, so not a big deal there. But the NASDAQ really came roaring back, and this is thanks to chip stocks finding their footing. Here we see the NASDAQ up 1.7% for the week, just 0.25% for the day. S&P 500 also up more than 1%. And let's get to the bond market, because this is kind of critical here. The 30-year yield Broke above 5% on Wednesday or maybe late Tuesday. It's still above, but it's not pressuring stocks anymore. It did have some pressure.
Netflix still rising.
Let's go through a couple of heat maps and show the large cap sector action here. Well, let's get the sector action. There we go. So materials, staples, and communication services, all three of those leading, and they're each up more than 1%. Energy and healthcare taking a back seat today. And Brooke, I want to show you the NASDAQ 100 because the mega cap's not looking the best here. Nvidia's up 3%, Meta's up 6%, but a lot of red in mega cap land. For the week, though, let me change the picture a little bit, and then we can break into some of the details. Much more bullish picture. Notably, SpaceX down here, down 8%. So it hasn't been the worst. It hasn't been the best week for SpaceX. But look at Meta up 14%, Tesla up 4%. So not a terrible week.
All right, so Jared, two questions on that because Nvidia having the best day that it's had, or best week that it's had in 2 months.
Yes.
So what's leading that? How is this part of the larger 9/7 story? And then also I'm curious on SpaceX. Are we now below that IPO price still?
I will check on SpaceX in a second here. Let's get to Nvidia, and I pull up the Wi-Fi Interactive one more time. I think the case with semiconductors, we had a nice sell-off. Memory stocks entered a bear market. And here's Nvidia over these 5 days. I'm going to broaden this out because we did something that's very critical here. We bounced off of support. So we have a floor now that was a prior ceiling. And if you look at the broader semiconductor market, I'm going to show you the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index. It did something similar. So it has a much smaller base up here, but it bounced off critical support. So I think this is just the narrative is saying, okay, we still got the AI trade on. You look at the Mag 7, they have bounced back, and things are just kind of humming right now. Not at all clear, but things definitely improved.
Right, and then when you think about
Q's
another
pulse,
video you're watching,
long
there's
dated.
been so much discussion between hyperscalers and chips and where exactly they're all, as well as something else you're watching is cash flow that's going into
Q's
or
pulse,
shifting towards
long dated.
clear winner.
Spider
So
pulse,
how does that
deep
all make
puts,
sense heading into 2020?
size,
Yeah, I think it's really important to think about the cost of the AI bill and the
size, micron pulse, long dated.
Great chart from B of A here, and this goes back to 2007. So basically, the last 20 years, you've got semiconductor companies like Nvidia,
Micron
Applied
pulse,
Materials,
long
and a small
dated.
basket there. That's in white, and this is their free cash flow. You can see it is skyrocketing because they are getting paid a lot of money and some nice fat margins too for all of their chips. Meanwhile, let's pay for that. That is the hyperscalers. They are in green. That is Microsoft. That is
Nvidia
that's
Pulse,
Oracle.
long dated.
Their free
SanDisk
cash flow
Pulse.
is plummeting. So there's a huge wealth transfer. In fact, B of A is calling it a generational wealth transfer. Now, the thing is, what could go wrong here? Because the hyperscalers think they can
Intel
pay
Pulse.
back. But Torsten Slok, Apollo chief economist, he has a really important chart. He's showing that Chinese AI models are benefiting more than the U.S. So there's more usage of these Chinese models, which means people are not going to pay the hyperscalers as much. That's just a theory. So if this continues, cash flows and earnings could disappoint. And we're not talking about this quarter. We're talking about over the next few years. We could have a Mag 7 sell-off. Balance sheets could get stretched. Credit risk could rise. But that's the thing here. A lot of dominoes have to fall. A lot of pieces have to fall in the right place in order for this trade to work out. So I'll just put this chart on one more time. This is key. This is your K in the hyperscaler and the semiconductor trade.
And this is something that lawmakers are cracking down on is the use of AI, Chinese models or Chinese AI models. Also, too, we've heard that the pace of these models is so advanced, maybe even beyond what the U.S.-based models are. I do want to get to this IPO market, though, because right now we are seeing SpaceX trading around $148. This is just around their IPO price. They debuted at $150, but you can't talk about IPOs without talking about the big one today, SK Hynix here in the U.S. So how are we ending the day with? How is the stock just overall affecting financial markets today?
It's been really interesting to watch this. Let's go to the Wi-Fi Interactive one more time. I'm going to dial this in. There we go. So we had an opening price here, and we got, so, this was not your typical IPO. This company's been trading for a long time. I can show you the Korean ticker. This is what it's been doing year to date. It is up 235%.
And up like 600% in the past year.
Yeah, let's put that up there too. And well, it's not working, but there we go. 200 in over 2 years, 814%. Well, let's go back to SK Hynix, their U.S. debut. This is coming coming a little bit later than memory trade. It took off last year, and so there was some worry that with this amount of money coming in at this late stage, this might top tick the memory trade. This might top tick the semiconductor trade. Things are looking pretty good right now. We got a 13% pop. As I said at the beginning of the conversation, NVIDIA has respected its support. The index for semiconductors has respected its support. So $28 billion is a lot of money to offload, but it's been absorbing in the market quite well.
All right, well, lots of momentum.
Meta Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
We're sick of that conversation around SK Hynix because SK Hynix shares are surging after its Nasdaq debut. The memory company raised $26.5 billion in its U.S. listing. I definitely want to understand more about this. Let's bring in Austin Lyons, senior analyst at Creative Strategies, to discuss this more. But before we go, I do want to just go to Jared really quickly, because what exactly is the response that we're expecting heading into Q2 earnings? I mean, is this momentum going to hold up?
Netflix, low profit taking at the highs. All right, watching Meta, looking for Meta. They do something here. Meta, got less than an hour to go.
Because the hyperscalers, for all those investments, they have to, the bill comes due, and it basically hits their balance sheet at certain times in the future. That's called depreciation. So if they're not recovering that money, they're going to have to find it in other places. So we've seen Amazon tapping the debt markets. We've seen Google tapping the equity markets for something like $85 billion. These are huge amounts. So not only do we have to worry about the companies that are basically doing this investment work, but also the
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
We're at the rubber meets the road time. We need to see that companies are actually using these products and that they're generating profit for some of these companies like the hyperscalers.
And some of the major chip players like Micron, Samsung is getting a nice pop over the Korean stock exchange, up by 7.5%. Jared, once again, thank you so much. Appreciate you being on set. I do want to bring in Austin Lyons now. Once again, he's a senior analyst at Creative Strategies. Austin, thanks so much for joining us. SK Hynix now, its public debut, it's up about 13% as we make our way towards the close. What do you make of this response?
NVIDIA Pulse,
Oh, I mean, it's
long
the perfect
dated,
time for SK
deep
Hynix
calls.
to list in the United States. I'm not surprised that it's popped up a little bit. Obviously, there's huge demand in the United States to invest in pure play memory companies. Micron is one that retail investors have been able to invest in, and investors broadly. And now this gives more people the opportunity to also invest in memory and SK Hynix.
So break down for us, because I want to make sure
Meta
investors
Pulse,
understand how
long
exactly
dated,
SK Hynix plays
deep
into this
calls.
overall trend.
Shenanigans.
We know that essentially they are a key supplier for NVIDIA. So just break down where this company plays within this larger narrative that we're seeing kind of sweep over the street.
Sure. So SK Hynix makes DRAM, and they also make NAND. DRAM is a type of memory, and there are many different flavors of DRAM.
Meta Pulse,
One is
long
HBM.
dated,
HBM is in
deep
high
calls.
demand for AI.
Okay, Microsoft looks like it wants to go again. It's back above VWAP, looking pretty strong. Apple, continuation above 315 call wall is probably going to keep running.
SPS Pulse, long dated, deep puts.
Doesn't matter what the price is, they're willing to pay it because they need memory that bad. But on top of it, you still have all the consumer
Apple.
devices like your phone and your laptop that also need DRAM. So there's just so much demand right now, really driven by sort of the inelastic demand from the data centers and hyperscalers, that there's just not enough supply.
Awesome. We've been talking about that supply shortage for months now, and now we're talking about how it's going to impact the price of our laptops, all the way to the price
Size.
of our Xbox consoles. I mean, how are you thinking about this moving into the second half of the year, into 2027? How concerned are you about this supply shortage, or on the flip side, is
Size.
this really a huge win on this ongoing shortage for these type of chip makers?
Yeah, well, it's going to impact consumers. Consumers, we are more elastic in our demand, right? If the cost of your phone is going to go up a ton because there's not enough memory and memory prices are going up, then you might not buy a new phone next year. You might wait. And so the companies like SK Hynix, Micron, Samsung, they're bringing on more supply, but to build these fabs and bring on more memory supply, it takes years. We're talking, 2028, 2029, 2030. In the near time,
Apple on the move, above the 315 call wall.
and the data center folks are willing to pay a lot of money for it.
Apple.
SK Hynix, Micron, they want to supply everyone. They want to supply Apple and all the consumer devices. But at the end of the day, the prices are going to go up, and it's going to impact consumers.
So it sounds like SK Hynix kind of has the upper hand in this environment for the near term. I mean, how does then SK Hynix compare to Samsung and Micron? Is SK Hynix now the leader in this race? Who's winning here?
Yeah, I mean, the whole industry is winning, really. SK Hynix is a leader in HBM. They also sell a lot of DRAM. That is a great place to be. Really, as long as you have supply right now in this market, you're in a good position. So all the memory companies, SK Hynix included, they're able to do things like,
Apple continues squeezing.
Have long-term agreements for 3, 4, 5 years and to pre-sell all of their HBM capacity for 2026, for example, because the demand is so high. And so this is the best time ever in the history of memory companies for companies like this. So again, great time for SK Hynix to dual list and be available in the United States.
Now, investors at the same time, they might be looking at that, South Korean exchange listed SK Hynix and thinking, oh my gosh, this company is up 600% in the last year. How should they be thinking about that run up that we've seen listed there and maybe expectations for this U.S. listing?
Yes, that's a hard one. I mean, everything is up and to the right lately these days with AI. SK Hynix is definitely
AMD Pulse.
Long dated. Look at just the long-term demand, and given there's such a supply and demand imbalance, and there's such a demand for memory, especially due to agentic AI, it's hard to see demand waning. Therefore, you would expect that margins will continue to be higher than NVIDIA.
Apple ripping here.
Companies. Now, is that priced into the stock? I'll let everyone listening figure that out. But it is going to be great for SK Hynix and for the memory industry for the next many years, as far as I can see.
Austin, when you think about Q2 earnings season, it's right around the corner. We're already ramping up now. What should investors be listening for within these reports to see that momentum build up?
Sure. I mean, you're always listening right now with these memory companies. You're listening for their agreements.
Apple, nice little rip there on Apple.
What are the customers saying about how badly they want next generation HBM, more DRAM, NAND flash? You're also looking at basically margins. And again, we're talking like record margins in the 80% for these memory companies. But you also always want to listen for supply. And when is that supply coming online? And are there any sort of new revelations about supply that's coming on or competitive supply like from China that's coming online? So I'd definitely be tuning in for margins, for long-term agreements, and for capacity increases.
Austin Lyons, thanks so much for joining us afternoon. I really appreciate it.
You bet.
And coming up, we dive into Delta's latest earnings report with an analyst next on Market Domination.
Earn $70 in TBC rewards when you donate blood with the Blood Connection. Local patients need you to help.
Intel Pulse.
Gets another tomorrow. Donate today. Some exclusions apply. Contact the Blood Connection for more information.
It's funny because my bridal styles aren't super traditional bridal. I've done the sketching as well as the technological integrations from the very beginning. Utilizing Autodesk with AutoCAD, we're able to save so much time and energy by being able to use that architecture that we already created. AutoCAD and Autodesk is such an industry-wide known tool for us to use.
All right, Apple, let's go. Let's go, LETSGO.
WRAP.
Spider Pulse. Long dated. Spider Pulse. Long dated.
All right, volume coming in. Looks good.
NVIDIA Pulse. Deep calls.
WRAP.
NVIDIA Pulse. long dated, deep calls.
All right, Apple squeezing. We could get all the way to 320. I don't think it's going to happen today, but close above 315. We should see 320 next. All right. Let's see, sector-wise. Okay, this is what we look sector-wise. Not a bad day. Scooter reports, you note the strongest ones with 99 percentiles. These look good. SanDisk, Dell, Seagate Technologies, UMC, Micron, Western Digital, A-Lab, AMD, ARM Holdings, and AAOI. Looking really good. Looking really good.
Apple Pulse, long dated.
Okay, more Apple.
Micron Pulse.
It's time to cover some of today's top trending tickers brought to you by SIBO, starting with Netflix. The streaming giant is exploring new ways to keep viewers engaged, including potential live TV offerings and bundling options. That's according to reports from the Wall Street Journal. The move comes as Netflix looks to expand beyond its core streaming model and strengthen its competitive position as the media landscape continues to evolve. Next up, let's take a look at Circle shares. They're popping after receiving regulatory approval from the U.S. Office of Comptroller of the Currency, otherwise known as OCC, to establish a trust bank called Circle National Trust. Now, the development allows Circle to directly manage its reserve assets and provide digital asset custody services for institutional clients. Last up, Yum Brands is in focus as its chain Taco Bell faces a parasite outbreak. Now, several Taco Bell restaurants are pulling fresh ingredients like lettuce, cilantro, onion, pico de gallo, and guacamole due to a nationwide recall. But BTIG analyst Peter Slay wrote a note to clients that the situation
looks good.
is localized and contained, and that so far the financial implications are very minimal. Yahoo Finance did reach out for comment from Yum Brands, but did not hear back. And Delta kicking off airline earnings with a beat and a strong second half outlook, reaffirming its full year profit. But shares are a bit under pressure throughout the trading session today after the report. For more on this, we're bringing in Savi Said, Managing Director at Raymond James. Savi, I want to start with overall
AMD
reaction
Pulse.
here because the company beat expectations, but yet it seems like investors are really focusing on that higher fuel cost here.
Thanks, Rick. Yeah, I think
Okay, we're squeezing here.
the expectation definitely, from the guide was above where people were thinking about the reinstating of the full year EPS guide. That
Bitcoin
prior
Ponzi
to
Pulse.
the Middle East conflict is quite a positive signal, given that fuel is nowhere near where it was at the beginning of the year when they gave that guide. But I think the
Soft
skepticism is
pulse.
a little bit more as to what that guide implies as you get into the end of the year, when your kind of revenue outlooks have a lot tougher comps. And so I think that's what investors are kind of focused on here is, can Delta actually hit that guide? If kind of can revenue be sustained for them to be able to hit that guide? So a little bit of skepticism there, and maybe some kind of elevated expectations heading into this quarter.
Right now, of course, there's re-escalation of the conflict between the U.S. and Iran. But Savi, right before earnings, you actually did downgrade Delta from strong buy to outperform. So
Does this report change?
Intel Pulse.
Like, I think, a little bit of our downgrade was that
Apple ripping here.
we're a bit priced for perfection, perhaps, and kind of elevated expectations heading into this. But we also did note that, we still think this is one of the best stocks for long-term investors in this space. So it was a little bit on that kind of near-term expectation. Look, if Delta actually hits the guide that they've given for the full year, I think the stock is much higher, and that would change our view. I think we need to get a little bit more comfort in that kind of fourth quarter outlook as we head out of this kind of summer period. And so I think that's going to be the key. Is if our confidence
Apple headed to new highs here.
then I think the stock has a lot more to go.
Could break out.
Because the executives at Delta are
I think JP Morgan has a 345 target, right?
So is Delta just sort of
SP
immune to this
exports.
because of the fact
Long
that they
dated.
cater to that higher income consumer?
I think the industry's, for one thing, I think the economy is being really strong.
Intel
and
Pulse.
that's been very helpful. And you're right, the higher end consumer has
SP
been stronger, but
exports. Long
most
dated.
folks that fly
Deep
are
puts.
kind of middle income to higher income households. And so airlines in general have benefited. And so it's not just high income households that are spending and flying and able to absorb the higher fares. But the industry has done their kind of work as well. The capacity has been quite modest. If you look at on a year-over-year basis, domestic capacity is flat year-over-year
SanDisk Pulse.
against a very
Shenanigans.
strong economy, and airline demand usually grows at a multiple of kind of the U.S. economy. So I think that has really helped kind of airlines pass through higher fares. Even before heading into this year, we had an oversupply in the main cabin front, and the airlines have been kind of pulling that capacity back. That has also helped this. So it's been a combination of really strong economy demand trends with airlines kind of doing their work to pull in capacity and make sure that they can push the fares through.
It's been so interesting to see the way that premier tickets have just been outperforming, say, the main cabin.
Micron
Now
Pulse.
launch of
Long
the
dated.
basic business seat. What do you make of that? As the Wall Street Journal, I like the way they phrased it. They said it's a fare increase in disguise. What do you make of that?
Q's Pulse.
It really
Long
is.
dated.
You saw this with Delta kind of, they were the ones who innovated and introduced basic economy.
Okay, we're back to the opening range high.
To revenue manage during kind of off-peak
Apple's back to the opening range high.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
sell at a lower price point without
And all-time highs. 52-week highs. Netflix is starting to see profit taking. Meta pulling back a bit.
trying to give everybody a price point and a product that they can kind of
Spider
buy into
Pulse.
and they might want, and it gives flexibility for the revenue management team. So I think technology is catching up with airlines being able to do this and just getting a little bit more nuance in how they merchandise their product.
All right, we'll have to look out for that. Some people take up the option on that. I do want to sort of broaden this conversation because you did also downgrade to JetBlue. So walk us through why that was the case and how are you thinking about Delta earnings just in terms of
Nvidia
what we've
Pulse.
seen from other airlines
Long
as well?
dated.
You mentioned kind of main cabin. Main cabin was actually really strong for Delta. The unit revenue growth in main cabin was stronger than the unit revenue growth in premium. And now a lot of that is due to industry capacity being pulled down. So that's actually kind of a good sign for kind of the JetBlues and other kind of domestic airlines that main cabin is strong. We like what JetBlue is doing on beyond that, like with some of the network changes that they're doing. They're moving quickly to make Fort Lauderdale a hub. And they're introducing a first class product. We like a lot of what JetBlue is doing. The problem is JetBlue has over the last 5 years amassed a lot of debt. And I think for the story to really shine through, we think they need to kind of restructure their capital structure. And so
Late day breakout to new highs would be kind of cool on Apple. Apple.
We think the environment is getting better, but it's going to take a long while, in our opinion, for JetBlue to really recover earnings. And so if they go in and restructure, I think you can get some very long-term holder interest in there once they adjust that capital structure.
You mentioned this a little bit before. You said that airlines have just been really disciplined on their capacity. You would think that after the downfall of Spirit, maybe we would see so many airlines pick up on those routes.
Why isn't that the case, and why maybe is this important in this environment?
Yeah, so you've seen some of that capacity being picked up. I would say probably half of Spirit's capacity has been backfilled, and it's been really interesting to watch. Each airline is backfilling in their own way. The reality is, if you look at the reason that Spirit went away, is that they just weren't able to support that capacity at those price points. They just weren't able to drive
Tesla
level
Pulse,
profit. So
long
it
dated.
makes sense that somebody else can't just pick it up and offer that same product, because then they'd be losing money. And so that this kind of high fuel price environment, kind of costs in the industry having risen quite a bit
AMD
over the last
Pulse,
3 to 4 years.
long
I
dated,
think that's all
deep
kind of coming to
calls.
play as to why Spirit hasn't been completely backfilled at this point.
How are you thinking about the second half of the year? Does this consumer continue to keep up?
Looks good.
Does
Apple.
demand continue, even if maybe higher gas prices stick around for longer?
And I think that is a big question here. This has been a great fuel price drop for the airlines. If you look at it, we
Spider
started the
Pulse,
year at
long
just
dated.
under $2 of a gallon in jet fuel cost. At the peak, it was up more than 150%, and now we're kind of looking at somewhere in that 45% range, higher than where you started the year. But that said, Delta's reiterating their EPS.
All right, starting to see some
and that goes
rejection
to
now.
how strong the demand side of it has been to let the airlines then pass through those costs. So all eyes on what the consumer does post-summer, what corporates do post-summer.
Somebody
And I think
taking
that's
some profits here. People taking profits at previous highs on Apple.
a lot more upside if we can kind of get confidence that that's what's going to hold here.
Sounds exciting. Thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate the breakdown.
My pleasure, Rick.
Volkswagen says it will halve its model lineup after the German auto giant reported weak sales numbers for the first half of the year. Now, the move is aimed to reduce costs and to better compete with Chinese automakers. Our Katsumanian has been following this story, so walk us through this decision.
Yeah, it's a crisis time there. Volkswagen profit is tumbling as costs. You mentioned Chinese competition, waning EV demand as an automaker. So sales performance this quarter was very good, down 2.1 million vehicles globally. It's down 8.6% a year ago. China deliveries rose 36.6%, tracking the Chinese volume gaining ground. And global EV sales was 10.2% to a healthy 238,000 vehicles, but in the U.S. that was down 50%. So I'm going to get into it. Among the things that all the Bloom CEOs that came up with the plan dubbed the future plan, they're going to cut those models down by half. The VW operates models from both Volkswagen, Audi, Skoda, Lamborghini, among others.
These really high-end brands.
Some of them are, yeah. 120 models globally. Half of those will likely be gone. Certain trim levels will be gone. Again, the company's simpler, leaner. I think that'll help them with the cost side. But the question is, you get good on the costs, does it really help boost sales? Does it help you compete against Chinese? Does it help with the EV demand situation in this country? That remains to be seen.
So as they try to navigate all this, is there a sort of brand within their portfolio that maybe they would potentially think about getting rid of?
I mean, if you need to raise cash, you probably think about selling off some assets. And they did that with Porsche a couple of years ago. It was a different story there because Porsche family owns a lot of Volkswagen and and they spun out Porsche, made good money at the stock. Porsche's not doing too well recently, but it was still a good thing to spin out. So with the other brands here, I think Lamborghini and Ducati, the motorcycle maker, were the two biggest, most rumored about spinoffs. Definitely, 3-4 years ago, it was like they were preparing supposedly to do this.
Micron
They didn't do it,
Pulse,
and now
long
maybe they
dated.
might do that just to raise cash, maybe even Bentley. We'll see.
Okay, is this like compared to anything else you've seen?
JZXN. You saw Ferrari. This is a very unique example. Ferrari was part of the.
Okay, Apple did get rejected at previous high, opening range high, and a double top for now.
That's a unique case. Ferrari was a huge name in industry. So maybe Lamborghini can get some good. They have comparable sales, but it's not the same brand value.
Right. Okay. So maybe setting a precedent, but maybe it won't be as successful.
Exactly. But it could be successful in the sense that it just helps them raise money.
Right. Thanks for bringing it down. Appreciate it. And coming up, we're dialing in for tech support with Yahoo Finance tech editor Dan Howley. That's next.
Drop the weight that's pulling you down. Get started with tirzepatide for $166
Meta Pulse.
per month.
Long dated. Deep calls.
This is Sarah Michelle.
That's me. Hi.
And she's playing a puzzle game?
Tesla
Not just any
Pulse.
puzzle game.
Long
Royal
dated.
Kingdom. The best puzzle game.
And why is it the best one?
Because there are thousands of fun, challenging puzzles just right here.
Heavens.
All right. Meta did drop off a bit.
It is. Download Royal Kingdom today. You will love it.
Downloading it now, Sarah Michelle.
There goes Apple. There goes Apple. Pushing a bit higher.
Tesla Pulse.
My kitty cat's yelling.
Dated.
Kitty cat's yelling at me. Want this? Want this? There we go. There we go, Apple. Come on, a little bit more. You can do it. You can do it. Rob Snyder, Waterboy. You can do it. A little bit more. Come on, you can do it.
SDS Pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
All right, just got a little liquidity grab there, it looks like, Apple. All right, here we go, Apple. A little bit more. S&P just off the highs. There goes Apple. Cool.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
Apple, nice rip here. With 24 minutes to go, I'm your host, Kazavini, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Apple is above the opening range high, testing the previous highs that we put in June. Apple, more pulse alerts. Apple, more pulse alerts.
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Yeah, the shipments are down. Part of that is because we saw shipments kind of rise in prior quarters because companies were trying to
Apple Pulse.
ship in devices ahead of kind of future rises. In
Apple,
prices.
all right, they're pushing this.
The number of shipments, now we're starting to see those fall off. We have seen revenue rise, though. That's a result of increased prices as well. So, there's fewer people that may be buying at this point. But the people that are buying more expensive devices. And, we've seen HP, Dell, Microsoft, Apple. They've all raised prices on their laptops. As you said, it comes down to AI. It comes down to the memory shortage. Basically, AI uses a type of memory called DRAM.
everything else also uses a type of memory called the
Micron pulse.
Okay, Apple, more pulse alerts.
You know, these deep-pocketed data center companies are just going out and scooping up as much as they can for as much as they can, and so that leaves everyone else kind of holding the bag. Now, the problem for the PC market is we don't know exactly when this is going to let up, especially when we just had these kinds of turnarounds that came post-COVID. So we saw huge sales in COVID, decline throughout COVID, and then into the post-COVID era, and then we saw this kind of rebound now. We're in 2026. That was supposed to kind of help the industry get back on its feet. It did for quite a while. There were 9 quarters of growth, but this is the first one now where we're seeing these declines start to kick in. Like you said, 4.9%, about 5%. That could last some time if we see these kind of shortages last into 2030, maybe into the next decade.
Tesla
depending
pulse.
on
Long
who
dated.
you want to believe.
Right, Dan, and we're hearing that from so many gas. It's like it's not just this year problem; it's the coming years.
Okay, still pushing. Pulse alerts.
Because we're also tracking one of OpenAI's executives falling. It's their product and business chief. They're stepping down, PG Simo, and this was pretty surprising. It seems like. I mean, she is a former Instacart CEO. She also spent several years at Facebook, and OpenAI is supposed to go public, and she was supposed to be a big part of this. So, what's the take there?
Yeah, this is an ongoing medical issue that she's been dealing with for the last 7 years, she said. Basically, she's kind of put this on the back burner, she said in a post on X, kind of just charging forward when, she probably should have taken it a little bit easier, in her words. And then, now she took a medical leave. She was on that medical leave, and now, yesterday she announced that she's just going to kind of take a back seat in her role as the head of applications at OpenAI. Greg Brockman's going to step in. He's the president of OpenAI in the interim, and she'll have more of an advisory role. So, it's one of those unforeseen circumstances. I think, for OpenAI, obviously, it's an issue.
Apple Pulse.
Fujitsu
Long
was
dated.
very important there, especially as they were evolving. They just announced yesterday their GPT work. That's the rival to Anthropic's Claude Cowork, and pushes OpenAI further into kind of the enterprise space. So, it's a pivotal time for the company. You said they're going public, they're launching these products, but, there's something more important, being a person's health and well-being, than maybe going public.
Okay, we got 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go.
I think, the right one, obviously.
Yeah, definitely well respected as well. Of course, interesting timing. I mean, now another completely different topic, but somewhat related. Meta, they announced this Muse AI.
SPS.
It's like a major
Long
PSA
dated.
to all Instagram users, because now if you're public, actually within it, and I did it myself, you can turn on or off whether or not this Meta AI can use your likeness, Dan. So break this all down for us. How this plays into Meta's long-term plan, what users need to know now.
Yeah, if you have a public account and you're not some, an influencer or something like that, you set your account to private. There's really no reason to be public unless you want weirdos messaging you on Instagram. And hey, that's your bag, whatever. But what this does is it does allow people to, kind of take an image of you and then generate something based on it. And so, it's really, I think, a way for Meta
NVIDIA
to kind of
Pulse.
separate
Long
their
dated.
image generating software from the likes of, Google's, for instance. Their Nano Banana has been really, it blew up last year. They have the sequel to it now, the newer AI model version of that. And so this is, I think, Meta's way of saying, hey, look, we have all
NVIDIA
this,
Pulse.
all these photos, all
Long
these things.
dated.
This is what you can do with our image generating tool. Yeah, not something that I think, folks may necessarily want. If you do have your account set to public, you can turn this off in the privacy settings. If you want to set it to private, you can also just quickly set it to private in the privacy setting. My account's been private forever because I just want to look at cats and, recipes or whatever.
Send some DMs to some good friends.
Yeah, exactly, yes. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's just so interesting to see how exactly this is used for those who don't turn this off. And
Meta
the
Pulse.
images and
Long
all
dated.
that come about
Deep calls.
using your current content. So something to watch.
Apple, nice end of day run.
It kind of seems like on a bigger AI topic back to
Multiple pulse alerts letting us know that there are buyers out there.
to rent copy capacity. I mean, it seems like investors are really into this. They seem to like this year.
Yeah, so far for the day, we
More
see the stock kind of up, around
Meta,
5%,
Nvidia,
now
Apple.
just over 5%. And it really comes down to, prior reporting from Bloomberg talking about how they were considering renting out their computing capacity or potentially hosting rival AI models similar to AWS or something along those lines. Renting out the compute capacity would be something that neo clouds do, like CoreWeave. And so there was that reporting. That was kind of backed up from prior things that Zuckerberg had said, Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, about potentially renting out excess capacity. He said that they don't necessarily have excess capacity at the moment, but if they did build out too much too quickly, then they would be able to just rent that out because of the demand. And then he spoke to Bloomberg yesterday and said, yeah, we are, that's exactly what we're planning, is looking into these potential businesses. Now, he didn't say, whether it would be the Neo Cloud version, the AWS version, but that would be something that would be very beneficial for Meta at this point as they try to come up with new revenue streams. Clearly, investors are happy about it. As I said, the stock was underwater year to date, and now it's back in the green. Slight barely, but it's still in the green for the year. I think when it comes to this idea of renting out, you've seen SpaceX do it. They rent out some of their capacity to Google as well as to Anthropic. And if Meta has that capacity available and they could rent it out to folks who are willing to pay a premium, then it seems as though that would be beneficiary, obviously, to their bottom line. Now, how long that they're able to do that, what that means for their own development, I think all of that remains to be seen. But it is an interesting kind of move that we're seeing here from Meta, and would put it into competition potentially with Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and those neo clouds like CoreWeave.
Yeah, so many balls still up there, but lots to watch. Dan Halley, let's hang up the phone call today on tech support. I appreciate your time, though.
Thank you.
And coming up, one beverage company is looking to make hydrating more craveable. I speak to the CEO of Pink Water next. I'm Martha Domination.
Vistaprint helps bring your ideas to life with easy-to-use design tools, real human support, and all the products you need at prices you can feel good about. Just think it, click it, and print it with Vistaprint. Print your possible with 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Spider Pulse, long dated.
Apple still climbing. All right, Google's trying to join the party. Google joining the party, breaking higher now. It's got the opening range high way up there. Google's trying.
Spider Pulse, long dated. Meta Pulse, deep calls.
Looks good, Google.
Pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
Got 14 minutes to go, 14 minutes to go. A little profit taking here at the highs.
SanDisk Pulse, shenanigans. SanDisk Pulse, shenanigans. SPX Pulse, long dated. Long dated. Tesla Pulse.
In an age where modern consumers desire for taste and health, one category beverages companies are leaning into now are non-carbonated drinks. Now, one player already well established in this arena is Hint Warner, and CEO Michael Pengue joins me now. I mean, Mike, let's break down where this business is now. Because like I just mentioned, you've been in business for 21 years. I'm sure that you have seen so many trends.
Okay, there goes Amazon's turning back up now. Shorts covering Amazon. Coming off the low. Google looking pretty good. Okay, Meta's turning back up. Meta. Just hugging VWAP above and below.
And in that time period, there have been over 20,000 beverage brands launched in the United States with a survival rate of only 1%. So clearly, Hint has got longevity and some staying power. We have a very, core, heavy, loyal user base. As we continue to grow and continue to get younger as well. And I see you're showing some of the video of our new campaign, but we're right in the center of health and wellness. Especially as consumers are looking for alternatives and being healthy and seeking wellness.
At the same time, we did hear.
Okay, Apple starting to flag now. A little profit taking end of day with 11 minutes to go.
The inflationary pressures that they've been facing. Are you seeing a similar pullback in customers?
No, not necessarily. We've got a great DTC business. Our Amazon business is on fire right now. We're in all the club stores, Costco, Sam's.
S&P trying to break higher. S&P is trying to break out. Hell of a day for S&P.
We're seeing different, trends happening. One of them on the
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Over 11% of U.S. consumers are on GLP-1s, up from only 3% a few years ago. And they're not just eating less. They are switching their habits from sweetened beverages to unsweetened or very much like Hint with just flavor. So we're seeing that trend continue.
Wow.
Consumers from the GLP-1
There goes S&P.
coming over to our franchise.
So just how big of an opportunity is that? I mean, is this a completely new market? Are you thinking about maybe even new products that you could bring to this new consumer who maybe is
Amazon
starting for the
Pulse.
first time?
Long dated.
Very much so.
Deep
First of all,
calls.
we're flavor first. I mean, we've got two
Micron
simple ingredients,
Pulse.
purified water and natural flavors. We have proliferated our flavor. We of course we've got
Meta
our
Pulse.
watermelon and
Long
blackberry,
dated.
those core
Deep
core
calls.
flavors. But
Micron
this is
Pulse.
our summer flavor, lemon zest freeze. We got like a
S&P continues.
Mike, I actually have a Georgia peach on set with me. I'm actually going to try some right now. So I'll be pouring this out while you're seeing it.
It's good. I'll enjoy it. That's actually a relatively new flavor coming from real Georgia peaches that are only harvested 3 months out of the year. So very, very specific flavors that we focus in on. So hopefully you enjoy that. And you make sure you stay hydrated.
Very good. But as you were saying, this is our opportunity for more innovation, just because of this new user.
Yeah, and another, I wouldn't say necessarily full innovation. We just launched a large 19.2 ounce can in the New York area. And our
Q's
product
Pulse,
is very consistent.
long dated.
So there's no bubbles, like you said before. With the flavor, consumers love it. It takes, base water, plain water is boring. And as we say, we're water for people with taste buds. So some of our new items, and especially from a larger item, are much more drinkable.
All right, that was a nice little run up in Apple.
And what's so interesting too is I'm looking at the nutrition facts here, 0 calories, and so that's pretty impressive because it is quite flavorful. I'm not gonna lie, I'm being honest, Mike. I do want to hit on just the options. Of course, we have
NVIDIA
Pulse
Pulse
on our set right now, but you have variety packs, you have bundles. How are you thinking? And this word is so jargony, but like price pack architecture. How are you thinking about those bundles, thinking about those packages in this environment where maybe people are just trying to get the best bang for their buck?
Right. Yeah. Well, clearly
SP
we've got,
exports,
our
long
variety
dated.
packs, which are probably
NVIDIA
our most
Pulse.
economical way to get in, especially with club stores and our 12 packs and grocery. But when we also have the singles, and so on sale we're usually in at 5 for 5 or 10 for 10. We're seeing price stability in the marketplace.
NVIDIA
We've gotten sharper on our
Pulse.
price points over the last few years. We've gotten much more efficient at our go-to-market model, which we've passed on to the consumer with better pricing. And we're opening up the door to just a larger and wider audience as well. And again, back to getting new users into the franchise, younger users
SP
into the franchise
exports,
that have
long
never
dated.
experienced in the past. And once they do, they love it. Again, people are looking for simplicity in their lives and wellness, and it delivers on that.
But Mike, it doesn't seem like you're maybe gonna do what Liquid Death is doing and expand into energy
Tesla
markets.
Pulse,
It seems like
long
you're gonna
dated.
stick to water right now.
Well, listen, the household penetration of water is in the 90s, and so our household penetration is in the single digits. We're, in 5 to 10%. So we still have a long runway to go. But just by simply doubling our household penetration completely doubles our business, and that's our goal. Is simply getting more consumers, into the franchise. And water is the best way to do that. Again, consumers are looking to consume more water, but they simply don't do it because it's boring. Hint with flavor all of a sudden brings some excitement to it, some fun to it. And so we really think that is the best category for us to chase versus having more functional beverages and adding more functionality to it. I think water is actually the best functional beverage that you can put in your body.
Yet at the same time, you guys, as we've been showing, just
Meta
relaunched
Pulse,
a new brand.
long
campaign.
dated,
And around that,
deep
you're sort of
cores.
taking the stance that you're reframing hydration as desire, not discipline. Walk us through this design. Obviously, this was a mega investment by Hint. Why now, and how much money are you putting behind this?
Well, we've doubled our marketing budget. Now, listen, our marketing budgets aren't Coke and Pepsi marketing budgets, so we really needed to have a very fun breakout.
SanDisk Pulse,
cheeky
long
campaign.
dated.
Apple just pulled back. Apple just pulled back.
Exactly what's happening right now.
Little profit taking on Apple.
In the past, most beverages talk about the simplicity of their beverage.
Dealers closing positions.
We wanted to really bring about desire. And so, for example, we've got a very fun billboard
Amazon
that if you're in
Pulse,
Manhattan right now,
long
you'll be
dated.
able to see it playing off the acronym Mills. Now, I know this is a family show. I'm not going to define what Mills is. But it is basically we're a Wilt, a water I'd like to finish. And so it's that fun cheekiness for our cans.
Oh, we got 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go.
We are running airplane billboards going up and down
Amazon
the
Pulse,
beaches in Long Island
long
actually
dated.
this weekend. And it shows a big picture of the can, and it says, "Hey, we caught you looking at our big cans." So fun cheekiness, the breakthrough, the clutter.
NVIDIA turning back up. NVIDIA, end of day.
Ourselves to this new younger audience as well as focus.
Mike, very
Amazon Pulse, long dated. SpaceX, deep puts.
Awesome, Brooke. Thanks a lot. Have a great weekend.
You too. And coming up, we have you covered through the closing bell on Wall Street. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, Meta just jumped. Meta. Meta just jumped back up to the highs.
Intel Pulse.
SSPC. SNK. SPCG. SPCQ.
Our daughter just bought her first house.
All by herself.
So we went to go
SpaceX,
see it.
long
She knew
dated.
exactly how she
Deep
wanted
calls.
everything.
But then he pointed out the gutters.
You think you phrased them right? You did.
She didn't know. You have to call leaf filter.
Leaf Filter's patented filter technology keeps your breathing.
Nice move on NVIDIA.
It's such a long ride.
It's a lot easier with leaf filter.
Join millions of satisfied homeowners. Call 833 Leaf Filter today or visit leaffilter.com.
Goals. The things we dream about and hope we'll finally do. But big goals have never come with a guidebook. Until now,
1 minute left. 1 minute.
which makes homeownership simple, clear, and puts
SanDisk
your mind
Pulse,
at ease.
long dated.
Great rates, affordable payments, fewer hurdles. Experts handle the details. Mortgage, title, insurance, all in one place. So you can focus on what matters. Feeling at home.
SNK.
Experience life built better
BE
at
Pulse,
marriageathomes.com.
long dated. Deep calls.
Hello, everybody. Andy Cohen here. Nobody's cracked today's secret word yet. Can you? Clue 1. This mobile game features a king named Richard. Bad Benny wants a D. Indeed, there it is.
Got 45 seconds to go. S&P is fading now. Profit taking.
Clue 2. Over 2,000 levels, and it's free to play. That's right. Royal Kingdom is the answer. Let's all go down to Royal Kingdom and start playing today. You won't regret it.
SNK.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
NVIDIA, nice move on NVIDIA end of day. Breaking higher. All right, this looks good for next week. All right, folks, I got a hard stop. I got to run. Have some errands to run. Weekend video will be out normal time around Sunday, around 2 p.m. So be sure to check your inbox for that or check the site. Anyway, I hope you had a good week and enjoy your weekend. Take care. We'll see you on Sunday. Ciao.